Okay, let's start. Yes, good morning. The first one, now in today's class, majorly we'll be starting with respect to the rapid current affairs booster, that is RCB series. Now in this RCB series, it will be for a period of, we call it as 4 days. And each day you will be having the 5 hours, 5 into 4, 20 hours. Now in this 20 hours, we will be covering the complete aspect of, now in this 20 hours, now we'll be covering the complete aspect of, we call it as the polity related topics, the economic related topics, the art and culture, the reports agirbodu, the sports agirbodu, or it can be awards, or it can be, we call it as the environment and ecology. Now with respect to the last 15 months, now from our exam point of view, we will be discussing in this the RCB series. Done. Now without wasting much of our time, now we'll be starting with respect to the first and foremost theme. That first theme we call it as our polity themes. Now with respect to our polity themes, now from our exam point of view, be it any examination, be it UPSC or be it the KPSC examinations, or with respect to our major KE examinations, now which all topics we need to study from the polity themes. Now with respect to the polity themes, okay. Now with respect to the polity related themes, now which all themes we need to study. Now with respect to the polity. Now today the major important one we call it as today. Now it is April 24th. Now what is the importance of this April 24th? Now the first one we call it as the National Panchayati Day. The National Panchayati the day. We need to know about our major one we call it as about the Panchayat, and second one we need to know about our major important one we call it as PESA. What is PESA here? Now Panchayat extension to we call it as the scheduled areas. This we need to know. Now this is about the first and foremost important topic we need to know from our exam point of view. And the second major important topic, this year's important we call it as the topic of judiciary. The topic of judiciary. Now which all topics are in news with respect to our judicial topics? Now judiciary sambandhapattenge yava topics important agirutte. The major the topic of we call it as the CJI. Now the topic of CJI. Now the topic of we call it as, who is the recent CJI? Now recent CJI yarappa andre, it is the Surya Kant ant karitivi. Now he is the 53rd CJI of India. That we need to know. Now we'll talk about the factuals also. Along with the things, we need to know about recent ang nodadadre, it is we call it as Yashwant Verma has resigned recently, or we call it as given a VRS. Now voluntary retirement agidare. Now this also we need to know. And the procedure of we call it as removal of judges. The procedure with respect to we call it as the removal of judges are also important. Along with these things, we should also know about we call it as doctrine of merger. Doctrine of merger andre yenu. We need to know about the doctrine of merger. Yes, exactly, yes. It is major, we should know about the different doctrines. Other major doctrine we call it as doctrine of merger. Now what is this doctrine of merger? Now we'll see that one by one. And along with these things, we should also know about the themes called as some constitutional bodies. Some constitutional bodies which includes, we are celebrating 100 years of which one? Now 100 years of we call it as the UPSC. Now Union Public Service Commission. We are also celebrating 50 years of Yaudu. Now 50 years of we call it as National Emergency. We are also celebrating 50 years of we call it as the National Emergency. Our Samvidhan Atya Divas. This we'll see. At the same time, we are also celebrating 50 years of we call it as, it is official language. It is Committee of Yaudu. Committee of Official Language. We are celebrating 50 years. This we'll see. Now we'll also talk about we call it as the Wakf Board or Wakf Board. The Wakf Board or Wakf Board. This we need to know, and we should know about what is Wakf. What are the factuals which are relevant with respect to our Wakf. We need to see that. And along with these things, we should also know about the topics relevant with respect to our, it is governance. Major topic we call it as now civil services. Now civil services, now which is the mission we have with respect to our civil services? That training. Now training of the, let us we call it as the civil services. We have mission Karma Yogi. Under this mission Karma Yogi, we are also establishing, we call it as central training institutes. Now all those things we need to know about, it is the services also. Now while discussing about the civil services, now can we remove civil services? Now can we remove civil services? Or the civil servants anna remove ಮಾಡಬಹುದಾ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ವಾ? Now ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, in our constitution no one is permanent, only our constitution is permanent. Nothing but within our constitution we can remove anyone. We can remove our president, we can remove our governor, prime minister, chief minister, council of ministers. Anyone can be removed because it is no post is permanent in nature. Even we can remove what? The civil services also. Now but adre avrige protection ide. That protection has been provided under which articles? It is majorly we call it as 309 to we call it as 311. We have a protection. But can we remove them without inquiry? Can we remove them? Yes. Red-handed acts red-handed acts at the same time if they are doing anything against the nation or against the state, we can. Without any inquiry, it is we can remove them also. And all those concepts we will talk about in our theme called as the polity related themes. We won't be discussing about our basics one, rather we'll be discussing about our, it is which all are in use from our exam point of view. That part we'll discuss here. Done? Okay, Alva. Now we'll discuss all those things one by one. The first and the foremost topic will be about, we call it as PESA. Online, I hope it is clear. Yes. Done. Good morning. Yes. Now the first one we call it as PESA. Now what is this PESA Andreno? What is PESA? What is the abbreviation of PESA? Now PESA means Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas. Now why we want to extend panchayats? Now to which areas we want to extend? Now the first one, understand my question here. Understand the question here. Now related to we call it as the panchayats. Now panchayats ಬಗ್ಗೆ discuss ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, now what is panchayats? What is panchayats? Now panchayats means the local, the third tier government which has been established at what level? The rural level. The first one, it's a third tier government. It's a third tier government established at what level? Now we call it as at the rural level. First one. The question is, are we extending this panchayats to 5th and 6th scheduled areas? Are we providing this panchayats which are being established under, we call it as 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act of, we call it as, be cautious. Now this panchayat concept was not present in our original constitution, which has been added in which year? Now 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act of which year? 1992, but came into effect in 1993. Now during the Prime Ministership of Yaro, it is P.V. Narasimha Rao. P.V. Narasimha Rao, first one. The second major important one, this came into effect in the year 1993, 24th April. Be cautious. Now this 24th April 1993 is being celebrated as what? It is National Panchayati Raj Day since which year? Since 2010. Criminal question kelila keli. Since 2010. Now during the Prime Ministership of Yaro, during the Prime Ministership of the majorly we call it as Manmohan Singh, Idu P.V. Narasimha Rao. Now constitutional amendment was being brought in during, we call it as the P.V. Narasimha Rao, but this has been implemented. This has been implemented. Yaudun implement ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? The National Panchayati Raj Day has been done by, we call it as Manmohan Singh anta ಕರಿತೀವಿ. The second one we need to know here. And the third major important one, now which was the first state to implement this? It is 73rd or 72nd one. Which one? It is major yarappa andre, which was the first one to implement anta kelidre, Karnataka was the first one to implement, we call it as the panchayat and municipalities. That we need to know. Third one. The fourth major important one, panchayat as a subject comes under which list? Now state list. Be cautious. It comes under the state list. It comes under state list. The question is, are we extending this panchayats to, we call it as the 5th and 6th scheduled areas? Now, why not? Why not? We are extending this panchayats. Now, the 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act, why are we not extending it to, we call it as the majorly 5th and 6th scheduled areas? Yakap extend martilla? Yen karana? Now, the major reason here is, now already with respect to, we call it as 6th scheduled areas nodaga, 6th scheduled areas nodaga, already we have autonomy. Are we extending it to 5th and 6th schedule? Now, for sure, we are not extending it to what? It is 6th scheduled areas. Why not? Yakappa antandre, already we have ADC. What is ADC here? Now, Autonomous District Council. Il already autonomy. Autonomy is autonomy. I think, but we are not extending panchayats to which areas? The 6th scheduled areas. But are we extending it to 5th scheduled areas? Yes. Because in 5th scheduled areas, we only have which one? We only have, we call it as advisory councils, or we call it as tribal advisory councils. We only have which one? We only have TAC, advisory councils, or we call it as tribal advisory councils. But the question is, idin extend madadakoskara ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಟಿಯನ್ನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. We have established a committee, and which is that committee which has been established? Now to it is, we call it as to establish or to recommend panchayats to, we call it as the 5th scheduled areas. Yav committeeಯನ್ನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? It is Dilip Singh Bhuria committee has been established here. Be cautious. The major one we call it as, which is the committee which has been established to study here anta kelidre, we call it as the Dilip Singh Bhuria. Dilip Singh Bhuria committee which has been established majorly to, it is established or to recommend panchayat to which scheduled areas? The 5th scheduled areas, and that is normally called as which one? PESA. That is normally called as in the karitivi. PESA anta kariti. What is PESA here? Panchayat extension to, we call it as the panchayat extension to the scheduled areas. Online perfect. That is panchayat extension to, we call it as scheduled areas. Which scheduled area? Now, because example keltare, it has been extended only to 5th scheduled areas, not to the 6th. Why not to 6th? Because we already have, we call it as ADC, Autonomous District Councils. Now, there is more autonomy here. There is no requirement of, we call it as the panchayats in this location. And adukoskara we have extended only to, we call it as the 5th scheduled areas anta karitivi. Okay, now this we call it as PESA, or we call it as panchayat extension to, we call it as scheduled areas anta karitivi. So why this PESA was in use? The first one, now PESA came in the year 1996. The first one, it is, understand my question here, the PESA was being established in which year? 1996. Now 1996 in the 2026 game, just 2 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. Now it has completed 30 years. Now that is the celebration we are doing here. PESA, it is as completed, we call it as how many years? 30 years. And this celebration was being done. The celebration was to place at, we call it as Visakhapatnam, and at, we call it as Ranchi. Where is Visakhapatnam? Now Andhra Pradesh. Example first question is irutte. Now recently the PESA, the Mahotsav took place at, we call it as the Visakhapatnam or Vizag. Now why Visakhapatnam or Vizag? Because PESA na ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ ಮೊದಲನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್. Be cautious. Now PESA was being first implemented by ಯಾರು? Implemented by Andhra Pradesh. In which year? In the year 2011. The act is 1996. The act is 1996, but came into effect in which year? 2011. Now, which is the first state to go for? It is the establishment of PESA. It is Andhra. It is major. Adukoskara Vizag has celebrated, we call it as Mahotsav at Visakhapatnam, or we call it as Vizag. And second one, we call it as Ranchi. Where is Ranchi? Now it's in Jharkhand. Why in Jharkhand also? Why in Jharkhand also? Because it is the dominant portion of tribals are also present in where? It is Jharkhand. At the same time, they are in vulnerable position. They are in vulnerable position. ಅಂತವರನ್ನ ಏನಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ? PVTG ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. What is PVTG here? Now particularly vulnerable tribal groups. Particularly vulnerable tribal groups ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. First one is this. Second one, now this PESA comes under which ministry? Now PESA comes under, be cautious, it does not come under the tribal ministry or tribal affairs. It comes under, we call it as the Ministry of the Panchayati Raj. It comes under your ministry generally. It comes under Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Second one. Now what is the main objective of this PESA? Now to extend the third tier government to which scheduled areas? It has fifth scheduled areas. The question is, sir, if fifth scheduled areas ಎಷ್ಟು ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ? Now it is present in, we call it as, 10 states. Now it is majorly, we call it as, now ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು 10 states ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ? Major which includes, we call it as Central Indian states. Central Indian states plus one Himalayan state, which is that? Himachal Pradesh. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. Does Karnataka comes under Central Indian states? No. Nothing but ಅದು ಬರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ major we call it as Andhra, Telangana, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, followed by Jharkhand. Now total 9 ಆಯ್ತು. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕೊನೆದು ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is Himachal Pradesh, one Himalayan state ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now it is applicable in how many states? Applicable in, we call it as the 10 states. Applicable in 10 states. Now what is the role of, we call it as the PESA, or what is the role of panchayats? Now to regulate their own, it is, we call it as the land agirbodu, or it can be economic affairs, or it can be the society, or it can be culture in their own locality itself. And that is the main role of PESA. Nothing but Grama Sabha empowerment. Grama Sabha empowerment will take place. At the same time, we will be protecting the rich legacy of, we call it as the tribal communities. The rich society or the rich culture of the tribal communities. Our own culture na protect ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. At the same time, we'll also be going for protection of land. We'll also be, it is reducing, we call it as alcohol consumption, exploitation na kuda kadame ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. This is the main role of, we call it as which one? The main role of PESA. Now PESA is exactly same like panchayats, but this is established at which schedule? Now established at, we call it as fifth scheduled areas anta kariti. Fifth scheduled areas. This we need to know here. And along with the things, be cautious. In the year 2024, we have established a platform. And that platform we call it as PESA. That platform we call it as PESA. What is PESA? Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas. Now Grama Panchayati Development Plan portal launch madidvi. The year 2024, we have launched a portal. Which is that portal called as? Now PESA, the PESA followed by Grama Panchayat Development Plan portal. Now ಏನೇನು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಈ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ ಹಚ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವು ಅಂತ. Now we can view it in, we call it as transparent manner. We can view it in, we call it as accountable manner. Now everything will be, it is observed, and that leads to, we call it as the transparent decision making also. At the local level, we can also go for transparent decision making, and this we call it as PESA. What is PESA here? Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas. And this PESA has been brought in which year? 1996. On the recommendation of which committee? It is Dilip Singh Bhuria committee. Second one. The third one, this PESA is applicable in which all states? Now 10 states. Which is that 10 states? The Central Indian states plus we call it as Himachal Pradesh. One Himalayan state called as Himachal Pradesh. Whereas 6th schedule is applicable in how many states? Now 4 states. Which is a more demanding the UT, which they are trying to include under 6th schedule. Now Ladakh. They are trying to, it is include under, we call it as 6th scheduled areas. Now 5th and 6th scheduled areas are being added under the recommendation of which committee? Now 5ನೇದು ಮತ್ತೆ 6ನೇ schedule ಅನ್ನ ಯಾರ ಕಮಿಟಿ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ? Now that we call it as Gopinath Bardoli committee. ಈ 5th and 6th ಬೈ ಕೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ. Now it is, we call it as, majorly we call it as Gopinath Bardoli committee recommendations. Gopinath Bardoli committee recommendations, which has added 5th and 6th schedule to our Constitution of India. Add ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ we also talked about 5th scheduled areas. Now it is present in 10 states. Now what about 6th scheduled areas? It is applicable in, we call it as 4 states. Which is that 4 states? Now majorly which includes Assam, now Meghalaya, Tripura and Mizoram. It's not Manipur. Manipur does not come under either 5th scheduled or it does not come under, we call it as 6 scheduled areas also. Now 6 scheduled areas is applicable to, we call it as, applicable to how many states? Applicable to, we call it as major agi. It has the map gotidre easy agataಗುತ್ತೆ. Nothing but with respect to map al we have only 4 states. Which is that 4 states? One is we call it as Meghalaya, second is Assam, third is Tripura, and last one we call it which one? It is Mizoram. Now it is only in this 4 states we have ADC. What is ADC Andra? Autonomous District Council. Now the 5th and 6th schedule were being added on the recommendation of which committee? It is the Bardoli committee, or it's also called as Gopinath Bardoli committee and Karitivi, which is added into our Indian constitution. That we need to know. Now if you read 5th and 6th schedule, where can you observe more autonomy? One reason heli saku. Now it is under 5th and 6th schedule, where can you experience higher autonomy? It is 6 scheduled areas. Because in 6 scheduled areas, I have an authority to make laws. I have an authority to make, we call it as implement laws. I have an authority to provide judgments also. Nothing but this ADC has 3 roles. Nothing but legislative role, executive role, and we call it as judicial role. Now Karnataka does not come under 5th schedule also, does not come under, it is 6th scheduled also. Be cautious. But every year there will be question on 5th and 6th scheduled areas. Done. And you should also know about a portal called as PESA, Grama Panchayati Development Plan portal, which has been launched in the year 2024. Now which majorly talks about what should be our plan. Now you get to resources bekagatte, yav reeti resources kodabeku, all the things is being done under this portal. Under this portal, this we need to know, and ministry kuda gothirli, ministry of yavadu? Ministry of, we call it as the Panchayati the Raj. Okay now. Now this at any cost you should never forget with respect to, we call it as the Panchayats. Now with respect to, we call it as ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. Now Panchayats ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ Panchayats, or we call it as, and municipalities, or we call it as third tier government. Third tier government, the first and the foremost one, with respect to our ಯಾವ ಸಚಿವಾಲಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ, Ministry of which one? Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Now which schedule has been added here? Schedule ಯಾವುದು? Part ಯಾವುದು? Now part 9, part 9A. Part 9 talks about panchayats, part 9A talks about which one? Municipalities. Now which all schedules has been added? Schedule 11 and we call it as which one? Schedule 11 and 12. Articles ಯಾವುದು? Article 243. It is A in the ZG ವರ್ಗು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. 243 A, B, C, D. Z ವರ್ಗು ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ZA, ZB, ZC ಆತರ. ZG ವರ್ಗು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. It is 243. And the next one, we should know about the initiatives which have been launched by, we call it as Karnataka Panchayat. Now Karnataka Panchayat launch ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ major initiative ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, it is Mahatma Gandhi. It is Grama Panchayati Award. Mahatma Gandhi, be cautious. Now Mahatma Gandhi, it is award has been released by Karnataka, majorly focusing upon which one? Focusing upon the panchayats. And recently Grama Panchayats has been renamed as what? It is majorly we call it as the Gandhi, we call it as the Gandhi Panchayats or Mahatma Gandhi Panchayats anta rename ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. That we need to know. And also we should also know about recently MG Narega. MG Narega was being renamed as what? VBG Ramji. What is this VBG Ramji? Vikasit Bharat Guaranteed Rozgar Ajivika Mission Gramin. Be cautious here. It is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act of 2005 was being renamed as, we call it as Vikasit Bharat Guaranteed Rozgar Ajivika Mission Gramin anta marunamkana agide after 20 years. After 20 years, this was being renamed. This was renamed. We need to know this. At the same time, we should also know about it is how many Grama Panchayats are present in Karnataka. Now approximately we call it as we have 6,000 Grama Panchayats. 6,000 gram panchayats are present in, we call it as, in Karnataka. All those things you need to know with respect to, we call it as the Karnataka aspect. Second one we call it as Pragati. The second one we call it as Pragati. Now why this Pragati was in use? Why this Pragati? Now recently Prime Minister chairs. Recent agi now Prime Minister yaudana chair madidare? Online fast. Now recently Prime Minister has chaired the 50th meeting of the Pragati portal. Now Pragati it's a portal. Pragati it's a portal. Yenappa Pragati andre? Now majorly we call it as Pragati means proactive governance and we call it as timely implementation. It is Pragati means, be cautious. Why this was in news? Why this was in news? Check news ali. Because recently Prime Minister has chaired the meeting called as, it is Pragati meeting, and that Pragati meeting we call it as proactive governance and timely implementation. Now there is a portal. This is an ICT portal anta kariteve. Now what is the role of this ICT portal? What is the role of this ICT portal? Now this PMO along with NIC has established a portal. Now what all can we do from this portal? Now this we call it as the portal. On one side we'll be having now government. On the other side, yarirtarappa antandre now general, the common citizen, or we call it as common people. The question is now the question enappa antandre, now every time the people should go to government to request for the services, or can we request the services via online? Now online ಮೂಲಕ service ಅನ್ನ ತಗೋಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, don't you think we want this platform? And that platform we call it as what? Pragati platform, or we call it as Pragati portal. Now Pragati portal antakanda, it's a tech ICT based, or we call it as now ICT based. What is ICT? Now information communication technology based multimodal anta karitivi, or we call it as now multiple, the steps are being taken here. Nothing but ICT based. It is multi-services portal anta karitivi. Sari multi-services portal ಏನೇನ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, we can get the services. Second one, services ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is we can go for grievance addressal also. Now quality ಸರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ we can go for, it is appealing to the government itself. All these things are being done under a portal called as which portal? Pragati portal. We can get A to Z, boss. We can get A to Z with respect to Pragati. What is this A to Z? First one, we can get services. Second one, we can get approval with respect to the starting of a business. Third one, in case if there's any issues, I can get the grievance addressal also. And the fourth one, I can connect with the government also directly. Rather than me going to Delhi, I can directly connect from Karnataka itself via this portal through the, we call it as Pragati portal, via we call it as ICT based. And this we call it as ICT based. It is multiple services are being provided by this portal called as Pragati portal. Adukoskara this Pragati portal is called as what? Pragati portal is called as proactive governance. Nothing but we are going for minimum government, maximum governance. What is this minimum government, maximum governance? Nothing but we are going for effective delivery of services. Now, if I want to deliver effective delivery of services to the remotest region of India, how can I provide it to the remotest region of India? Via we call it as technology. Via we call it as ICT based. And that major ICT base which has been developed by, we call it as the union government. And that major initiative we call it as yadu. Major initiative we call it as Pragati portal. Now, what is this Pragati portal? Now, I have already said that Pragati portal is a ICT based, it is multimodal platform, multimodal ICT based platform anta karitivi. This we need to know. And the second major important one, sir, ee platform anna ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಏನು ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? What advantages I'll be getting it? There are three advantages. One is available, accessible and affordability will increase. Along with these things, transparency between the government and people will increase. And the third one, we call it as effective governance also. Just three things you need to remember. Now, going for Pragati portal, I'll be getting three important advantages. One, we call it as accessible, affordable, and availability of the services. Second one, we call it as the governance will be what? Transparent between the government and people. And the third one, we call it as effective delivery of what? The governance or effective delivery of the services will take place via this platform called as Pragati platform. Just a minute. Okay, now, first one. The second one we call it as, sir, this platform was developed by which ministry or which institution as such? Now, this is developed jointly by, we call it as the PMO, the Prime Minister's Office. The Prime Minister's Office supported by, we call it as NIC. Now, this NIC and National Informatics Center working under which ministry? Working under MeitY, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Perfect. Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology under Ali. Now, this is working. Just we need to know. Second major important. Third major important one, I already said that. Now, under this platform, what all type of services we can get? Now, we will be getting, we call it as grievance redressal. The citizens grievance redressal in a samasya idru kuda. It will be handled, and along with these things, transparency and accountability will start to increase. Okay, sir. From our government side, who will be viewing this? Now, at union level, it is viewed by, we call it as the PMO, and we call it as the union government secretaries. At the state level, it is viewed by Yaru. At the state level, it is viewed by, we call it as the chief secretaries. At the state level, it is viewed by the chief secretaries, whereas at the union level, it is viewed by PMO, the Prime Minister's Office, the principal secretary directly to PM. The principal secretary directly to PM, followed by this, the different secretaries of the ministers will be viewing this. Our ministry sambandhapatta any complaint bandru kuda, who will handle this? Now, union secretaries will handle. Now, handle madila andre yargo gotta automatic agi. PMO gotta. PMO godre? It is karastara office hatrake. Barappa anta. But this should not happen. Nothing but there is a dedicated, we call it as a hierarchy we have, and this should handle at the local level itself. If not, automatically it will go to union. If not, it will go directly to where? Directly to, we call it as PMO. PMO no handle madila andre directly to whom? The PM, the Prime Minister's Office. Now, automatically this will create huge amount of issues and automatically handle agbidattalle. Now, sir, this ministry handle or this platform handles which all related things in the case. The first thing is being handled with respect to, we call it as, it is the conferencing with authorities. We can go for a meeting with whom? We can go for a meeting with, we call it as the Prime Minister. We can go for a meeting with, we call it as the Chief Ministers. We can go for a meetings with the Cabinet Secretaries, the Chief Secretaries. We can go for a meetings with, we call it as the Union, the Secretaries, due to the meetings. And along with the things, we can go for, we call it as the projects are being monitored here. Now, which all projects are being monitored here? Majorly, we call it as the multimodal projects, and that we call it as the PM Gati Shakti project. What is this PM Gati Shakti? Now, PM Gati Shakti. What does this PM Gati Shakti project means? Now, PM Gati Shakti project means now infrastructure related projects are being viewed, are being handled, are being monitored here. Second one, other jotege, third one we call it as past grievance redressal. Past grievance redressal, and that we call it as CP grams and the Gariti. Now that we call it as CP grams. Related to, we call it as grievances, CP grams. Followed by this data driven governance also. If I want to get environmental clearances, now environmental clearances also under a portal called as Parivesh. Under a portal called as Parivesh. Now, Parivesh majorly deals with respect to which one? Deals with respect to environmental and forest clearances. Now, all these three are being integrated into Pragati now. Nothing but CP grams has been integrated. Second one, we call it as PM Gati Shakti has been integrated. Now, even Parivesh has also been integrated into where? Into, we call it as PRAGATI, the portal. And this 50th meeting is very important because it is leading to transparency, accountability, and it has also merged all the three also. That includes CP grams, Parivesh, environmental and forest clearances. And a third one with respect to monitoring of the bigger projects. That we call it as PM Gati Shakti. Now PM Gati Shakti majorly talks about the construction of roads, construction of railways, construction of airports, construction of we call it as the infrastructure, industries, all this comes under PM Gati Shakti Yojane. Della kuda integrate agi, we are viewing under we call it as the Pragati portal. That Pragati portal we call it as proactive governance for the timely implementation. Proactive governance for we call it as the timely implementation. This we need to know. Done? Okay now. And the next one we call it as, the next one, expect a question on this. Now the next one we call it as, Pankhudi portal. Perfect on one. Exactly, yes. Now Parivesh is related to which one? It is related to we call it as environmental and forest clearances. Example matter following keltare. Parivesh, CP grams, grievance redressal mechanism. Now what is grievance redressal andre eno? Solving of the grievances, solving of the problems anta. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಬರೆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ CP ಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಲೆಟರ್ ಹಾಕಿ ವಿತಿನ್ 24 hours ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಅ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಏನಿದೆಯೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ದು ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ, ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಅದು ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್. At the same time, if I want to get an environment clearances, it is majorly for we call it as or Meketatu or majorly for or we call it as Kalsa Banduri. If you want to get an approval, where can I apply? Parivesh. At the same time, sir, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥನೇ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ PMO ಗೆ ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. Where can I say that? I think but I can go to the portal called as Pragati portal. I can register myself and I can file a complaint, or I can give me my feedback, and that we call it as Pragati portal. Okay na? The third one we call it as women-centric, the women-related things. Now ನಿಮ್ ನೆನಪಿದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಐ ಟಾಕ್ಡ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಸ್. ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಆನ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಟೆಕ್ ಮೇಲ್ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ದ ಪ್ರಗತಿ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್, ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಇನ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್, ಬಟ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಒನ್, now that Pragati portal though it has been launched in 2015, but this year ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ we are also celebrating the 50th meeting of we call it as Pragati portal. 50th meeting of Pragati portal ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ that's important, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಯೂಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. The third major important one we call it as women-centric aspect. The question is why we need to target women-centric aspect. Now there was a report saying that it is, now what is the percentage of women they are present in local governance? Now local governance ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ women ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ around 50% are women, but reservation ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಷ್ಟು? Reservation is only 1/3 or 33%, but they are occupying 50%. Is it good or bad? It is both good and bad. ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಗುಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೆಸರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹುಡುಗಿರ್ದು, ಬಟ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಯಾರು? It is by the males, and that we call it as Pati Pradhan, or it's also called as Sarpanch Pati anta kariತೀವಿ. Now that's the common practice we are seeing in the local level. It is ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಸೋದು, ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಟಾಟಾ ಟಾಟಾ ಬೈ ಬೈ ಅನ್ಬಿಡೋದು, ಮತ್ತೆ it is controlled, is being done by whom? Think about the males, and this we call it as Sarpanch, the Pati concept. Now we'll see all those things related to women. Now the first challenge with respect to women here is, sir, women are considered as, we call it as vulnerable sections. Yes or no? Now women are considered to be, we call it as vulnerable sections. And second one, what is the population? What is the population of, we call it as, women do we have in India out of we call total population? Now around 48.5%. Be cautious. According to 2011 census. According to 2011 census, what is the percentage of it as women we have? Now around we call it as 49 or 50% are yarappa andre women. 49 or 50% are women. Second one. The third major important one, what type of reservation we have. Okay, ಈಗ vulnerable ಇದಾರಲ್ವಾ, ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ? What type of reservation we are providing to women? Are we providing only political reservation, or are we providing educational reservation, or are we providing economical reservation also? Now we are only providing which one? We are only providing political reservation. Now women's ge it is educational reservation ilva? Idya ilva? Now idre ಎಷ್ಟು percentage? There is no educational reservation for women. Now we only have, we call it as political reservation ashte. Now what type of political reservation we have? Now we have political reservation at all the 3 tiers also. We also have it as reservation at Lok Sabha. There is no reservation in Rajya Sabha. There is no concept of reservation in upper house, be cautious. And there is also reservation, we call it as Legislative Assembly. There is a reservation even in, we call it as local self-government also. Now with respect to this local self-government, we have provided reservation via, we call it as 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. Now providing 1/3 reservation to whom? 1/3 reservation to women in, we call it as local self-governance. Women ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. But when we have provided the reservation at, we call it as the union level and at state level, we call it as Nari Shakti. It is Nari Shakti Abhiniyam. Nari Shakti. Sakkat controversial ide. Nari Shakti Abhiniyam, that 2023 already UPSC question. 2023. Now this will be provided reservation for a period of how many years? 15 years. And this will come into effect after which census? After 2027 census. 2011 ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರು, but the bill has collapsed. Now bill could not pass it in the Lok Sabha and the bill has collapsed, and now automatically it will come into effect after 2027 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. 2027 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ again 1/3 reservation to whom? 1/3 reservation to women in Lok Sabha, and we call it as Legislative Assembly of the states. There is no concept of reservation in upper houses, be cautious. There is no concept of, we call it as ಏನಪ್ಪ reservation illi. Reservation in, we call it as upper houses. This we need to know. And the fourth major important one, now Karnataka has brought in, we call it as now menstrual leave policy also. Now the first state to bring in menstrual leave policy in the age group of ಎಷ್ಟು? 18 to 52. It is month per day. It is 1 day is being provided. We call it as menstrual leave anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Now in the age group of ಎಷ್ಟು? Age group of 18 to 52. And this was recommended by our committee. This was recommended by, we call it as 15-member committee, chaired by, we call it as Sapna committee. It is Sapna. Sapna andre Kansalli antalla. Her name is Sapna, Sapna committee. And also we have also major agi with respect to women. Sir, all these things are facing, all these things are, it is fine. But the challenge is, ಇವೆಲ್ಲದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ Ministry of Women and Child Development ಹತ್ರ. The first and foremost challenge is, there is a lack of what? Lack of funds. But how to collect the funds? It is not only Ministry of Women, it is ಯಾವ ministry ಹತ್ರ ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ. That is the other round. But the question is, when we are talking about women and child development, we don't have adequate resources. We don't have adequate money. What to do now? ಈಗ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿ, ನೀವಾದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಈಗ. But I have my goals to achieve for the empowerment of, we call it as the women. How to empower them? How to achieve them? How to develop them? ಹೆಂಗ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ can we develop? No. But how can we raise the funds? How can we raise the funds? Now, our funds ಅನ್ನ raise ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಒಂದು portal ಅನ್ನ launch ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. And this portal was being launched on, we call it as March 17th, 2026, this year. March 17th, 2026, after our, we call it as International Women's Day ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ. ಅವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ರಿಯಲೈಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. Now after that we thought that how to raise this funds. How to raise this funds? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ ನೀವು ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ರೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ. I want to raise the funds. Okay, donations. Donations ಅಂತ ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ? ಈಗ 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸೇರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ 1 ಕೋಟಿ ಆಗೋದು? Yes or no? Nothing but because we are not going for donations here. We are going for a portal, and that portal we call it as ಯಾವ portal ಇದು? It is, we call it as Pankhudi portal. Now what is the role of this portal? What is the role of this portal? Now this role of this portal here is now connecting between we call it as, it connects between government. Which government? Now central government. Which ministry? Ministry of Perfect. Ministry of Women and Child Development anta kariತೀವಿ. Ministry of Women and Child Development. They will connect with ಯಾರ ಜೊತೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? They will connect with ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ they will connect with NGOs. They will, ಇವಾಗ ನೋಡಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಕೋಟಿ ಬೇಕು ದುಡ್ಡಿಗೆ ನನಗೆ. Because the expectations are more. It is the challenges are also more. I want huge resources. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ I am connecting with NGOs. I am connecting with, we call it as corporates. I am connecting with, we call it as businessman. I am connecting with, we call it as civil society. I am connecting with, we call it as foreign players also. Sir, my question is, ಈ ಬಡಿ ಮಕ್ಳು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಗುರು, ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ನಿಮಗೆ? ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because if you directly give it to government and if you are giving as a part of your CSR, it is very good. Nothing but CSR government ಕೊಟ್ರೆ, nothing but ನನಗೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ will handle. Government will handle. Nothing but ಈಗ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. Even it can be individual, or it can be the civil society, or it can be NGOs, or it can be corporates, or it can be businessman. Automatically they will provide money via this platform to ಯಾರಿಗೆ? Platform to government as a part of our, we call it as CSR. As a part of our CSR. What is CSR ಅಂದ್ರೆ? Corporate social responsibility. Via this corporate social responsibility, they will provide via this portal. Be cautious. Sir, ಈ ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದುಡ್ಡು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಟ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು. Except cash donations are not allowed. If you want to donate money, it should be donated via, it has we call it digital transactions. Digital transaction ಮೂಲಕ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Sir, why this digital transaction? Why are they, it is particular about this? It is to bring in transparency. It is, we call it as no cash transaction. You can give them anything. ಈಗ ಬೆಡ್ ಶೀಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು, ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು, or cloths or ideas, you can give anything, but not cash donation. If you want to give a cash, automatically that should be given in what? It is non-cash form. Nothing but we call it as, it can be in the form of digital transaction, or it can be in the form of a check. Nothing but this government is not encouraging, we call it as the corruption, or we call it as lobbying. Rather we are going for which one? Rather we are going for, it is legal collecting of money. Majorly from whom? Majorly from, we call it as the businessman and corporates, as a part of, we call it as CSR. As a part of CSR. ಇವಾಗ ನೀವೇಳಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ? ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಎನಿವೇಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಂಧವ್ಯ ಕೂಡ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರೋ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. Yes or no? Now this portal we call it as, which portal? It is majorly we call it as the Pankhudi portal. Now first one, this Pankhudi portal working under which ministry? Now working under, we call it as the nodal ministry, we call it as, it is Ministry of Women and Child Development. Now this platform was being developed by yaru? NIC was. Now ಯಾವುದೇ platform ಇರಲಿ at central government or at state government, it is always developed by whom? NIC, NIC. That is, we call it as the NIC andre, it is National Informatics Center, working under which ministry? Working under, we call it as majorly under, it is NITI. Working under, we call it as major ಯಾವುದು? It is MeITI ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. MeITI ಅಂದ್ರೆ Ministry of Electronics Information Technology ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. On and perfect. Yes, yes. MeITI ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Second one, this was being launched ಯಾವಾಗಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ already ಹೇಳಿದೆ. Now major ಆಗಿ it is January 9, 2026 but came into effect ಯಾವಾಗ? It is the March 17th, 2026. The third one I have already said this. What is the objective of this? We call it as a platform. Now platform ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ collecting of resources for the development of whom? For the development of women and the children's also. Women and the children's also will be taking up both are the women development initiatives as well as we call it as the child development initiatives are also being taken under this platform. ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರುತ್ತೀಗ. This will be done. Followed by this, it's a single window integrated digital platform. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಯಾವ್ದ್ರ ಮಾತ್ರ ತಗೋತೀವಿ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ. It is non-cash form only. ನಾವು ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಕಂಬಳಿ ತಗೋತಾರ, ಈಗ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ತಗೋತಾರ ಅಂತ ತಗೋತಾರೆ. Nothing but it should not be in cash. It can be anything. It can be medicines, or it can be fruits, or it can be food items, or it can be groceries, or it can be ideas. It can be many things. Here laptop ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, unused laptops, mobile phones, all this can be donated. All this can be donated via a platform called which platform? We call it as Pankhudi platform. Now Pankhudi platform, it's a single window digital platform. It builds in transparency, accountability, and the third one, multi-stakeholder. Yarappa multi-stakeholder andre I already ಹೇಳಿದೆ, NGOs, the corporates, civil society, individuals. We call it as the stakeholder platform is being integrated here. The fourth one we call it as non-monetary contribution model. Non-monetary ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ major it is not in the form of cash. It can be in the form of greens, or it can be in the form of we call it as laptops, or it can be phones, or it can be anything boss. But cash ಅಂತೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. Followed by CSR partnership. Like CSR ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು percent CSR contribute ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? Nothing but 2%. Now be cautious. India is the first country to bring in we call it as legal CSR. Legal agi CSR ತಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. Nothing but it is if you are earning a profit of more than 5 CR in a particular year. 5 CR it is earn ಮಾಡಿದ profit ಅನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು percentage it is corporate ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಥವಾ responsibility ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? Nothing but 2% you need to give it to whom? Society. Is it good or bad? Now it is very good. Now ನೀವು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. And the next one we call it as proposal, and we call it as the project tracking, submission tracking. Be it any proposals or projects, can track it. At the same time focusing on key theme areas. Now what is the key theme areas for women and child development? Key theme is health, education and standard of living. That's the key that's been done here. Followed by this we call it as the focus on the major one called as it is the POSH. Nothing but the sexual harassment at workplace. We are also targeting we call it as it is the CCTVs in we call it gray areas. All the security related aspects also being taken up by the government also. And this we call it as a portal called as ಯಾವ portal? Pankhudi portal. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. Now Pankhudi portal highly important one from this year's exam point of view, because we are integrating which one? The government with we call it as the multi-stakeholder. So that ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಅಚೀವ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ, ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಿದೆ. At the same time empowerment of the women can also take place, and that is our main objective of we call it as the Pankhudi the portal. Now ಇಲ್ಲಿ major women ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ at least you should know some 10 pointers about women also. First one with respect to we call it as you should know about we call it as which is a judgment related to we call it as the women's sexual harassment. It is Vishaka guidelines, and which is the act we have? The POSH Act. What is POSH Act? It is Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplace 2013, that we need to know. And the third one we should know about the POXO Act. The POXO is major for children's. It is children's gadre it is POXO. It is one who are adult adaga it is 18 years ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ it is POSH Act. Nothing but intentional touch ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, it is via words or by actions. All this amount to POSH. All this amount to we call it as the POSH. ಬರುತ್ತೆ. And the third one you should also know about we call it as the major one we call it as Aruna Shanbag case. Now what is this Aruna Shanbag case? It is euthanasia, and you should know about Aldia judgment, Sabarimala judgment. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ ನಾನು. ಒಂದಂತೂ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು ಗುರು, ಅದು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ if you are aware about everything automatically keep it done. Some of the questions every year there will be question about this. And you should also know about triple talaq. You should know about, we call it as the challenges faced by women, concept of glass ceiling, concept of beautification, objectification of women. What is glass ceiling? Glass ceiling is nothing but prejudice. But prejudice we have. Meaning adu. Okay, na? That is glass ceiling. That prejudice we have. At the same time, beautification. Even it is nothing but receptionist. It is normally women. That is called beautification of women. Or we call it as objectification. We are treating women as an object. All those things are the challenges which are being faced by, we call it as women. And if you want to address this women issue, automatically you need to write about all those things. Done? Okay, now this we call it as women related aspects. And you should also know about Aldia judgment. What is Aldia judgment? Right to marry, which has been brought in the year 2019. Now, can I marry? It is the person from any religion. Now, can I marry anyone? And yes, it is any consequence. During that period of time, the government or state will never come. It is to rescue because it's your right. And the second major point, Sabarimala judgment, recent controversy, Sabarimala. Now, what is Sabarimala judgment? It is women in the age group of 10 to 50 are not being allowed to enter into it is a shrine of, we call it as Ayyappa Swami temple, which is present in Kerala. That we need to know. Okay, now this we need to know about, it is, we call it as women. At the same time, nam Karnatakali menstrual cups, menstrual, it is, we call it as pads. We have which all things? Menstrual cups, or we call it as menstrual patch. We call it as the Maitri initiative. Now, menstrual cups adre we call it as Nanna Maitri. Menstrual cups adre Nanna Maitri, and who is ambassador anta kelidre we call it as Saptami Gowda. That we need to know about all those things. And the next one we call it as the civil services. The next topic we call it as the civil services. Artha agtide hogli. Now, online, offline, is it fine? Yes, yes, done. The next one given called as, it is the services. The next topic we call it as civil services anta kariti. Now, with respect to civil services, what is civil services? Now, are you aware about the difference between civil servants and bureaucracy? ಈಗ ನೀವು ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಾಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಸರ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. Civil servant is more broad. Okay. Now the question is, now which one is more broad? Andre, it is public servants are more broad. Public servants are more broader. Ellaru public servants. Nothing but either it can be MP or MLAs or one who are running an NGO. All these personalities comes under where? Public servants. Nothing but they are working in the interest of public. Avrani enta karitivi. Public servants. Nama Salmarada Timmakka, Nama Tulsi Gowda, or it can be any personalities one who are working in the interest of public. We call it as public servants. Okay, now under this public servants, one who have cleared the examination. One who have cleared the examination conducted by, we call it as UPSC or SPSC. UPSC or SPSC, they are called as civil servants. They are called as the civil servants. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತೀರಾ? ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಸರ್ವೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತೀರಾ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ A, B, C or D. ಮೇಜರ್ A and B ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. C and D, they are called as, it is clerical jobs. But servants ಅಂತ ಕರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ A and B ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. Now what is the difference between bureaucracy? Bureaucracy ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ during Britishers times, what is their objective of bureaucratic mindset? Nothing but exploitative mindset. Whereas ಇಲ್ಲಿ civil servants na objective ಏನು? It is serving the people. But what is the role of, we call it as bureaucracy? It is bureaucracy, the major objective is, it is, we call it as exploiting the people. Nothing but resources anna for my selfish gains, rather than working in the interest of, we call it as society. But ivaga civil servant idivi, but their mindset is what? Bureaucracy. Nothing but ಹೆಸರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಅಂತ, ಬಟ್ their mindset is still what? Bureaucracy. ನೋಡಿದಿರಲ್ವ ಎಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟು ಕೋಟಿ ಅಂತ, ಒಬ್ಬ ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ ಕೇರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ತಹಸೀಲ್ದಾರ್ 800 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ಅವರ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಸರ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ಬೇಕಾ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಸಿ ಅನ್ಬೇಕಾ? That's the major challenge we are seeing here. But we have moved after independence. We have moved towards our civil services. Nothing but the servants are working in the interest of, we call it as the people. But their hidden agenda here is again bureaucratic mindset. Nothing but exploiting people. It is working in the interest of selfish gains, nepotism, more amount of nepotism. All this. 60 ವರ್ಷದಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಟಲ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು 600 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕೋ ಅಷ್ಟು. That we call it as bureaucracy. Done. The next one we call it as, now the next one it is, sir, now what all things we need to discuss while discussing about civil services? Now civil services. Now when we are talking about civil services, the first and the foremost one, and the examination to the civil services are conducted by yaru. UPSC at state level it is conducted by which one? SPSC. Now this UPSC or SPSC, they are celebrating how many years? Now 100 years. 100 years ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಯಾವಾಗ? 1926 under which act? Now be cautious. Now UPSC has been established under, we call it as Government of India Act of, we call it as 1919. But federal PSC anna, federal andre UPSC at top level, it is at provincial level SPSC anna ಯಾವಾಗ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? Under we call it as Government of India Act of 1935. Under federal PSC has been established under, we call it as EOI Act of 1935. Government of India Act of 1935 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫೆಡರಲ್ PSC ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ KPSC ಅವರು 100 years ಸೆಲೆಬ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಯಾವಾಗ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? It is 35ರವರೆಗೆ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. But UPSC celebrating 100 years. That we need to know. And the second major important one, now we have launched the mission called as Mission Karma Yogi. The Mission Karma Yogi. Now what does this Mission Karma Yogi talks about? Now Mission Karma Yogi talks about, it is capacity building among whom? Capacity building among the civil servants. Capacity building among, we call it as civil servants. Who is considered as father of civil services in India? It is Cornwallis. It is Cornwallis is considered to be what? Now Cornwallis is considered to be, we call it as father of, we call it as the bureaucracy, or father of, we call it as the civil services in India. But Sardar Patel in madadru. Now Sardar Patel called the civil services as the steel frame of India. This as being called as ಏನಪ್ಪಾ? The steel frame of, we call it as India. Steel frame of India. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣು ಕಾಣದೇ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತ ಫ್ರೇಮ್ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ civil services. They'll be working round the clock for our administration or for our governance. That is their main objective. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. And after this comes our major one. Now what is the constitutional protection we have? What are the different constitutional protections we have with respect to, we call it as civil servants? ಏನು constitutional protection ಇದೆ? Exactly, yes. Cornwallis, Brandon. Now with respect to, we call it as constitutional provisions, ಯಾವ್ದಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is 309 to, we call it as 311. We have a protection which has been given to, we call it which one? We call it as the civil servants. 309 to 311. Nothing but it is appointment is done by head of the state normally, either the president or governor. And second one, they have a security of tenure up till up till 60 years. And the third one, we call it as they cannot be removed except after investigation. Now it is only in few conditions they can be removed without investigation also. I have already said that. ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ conditions ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದು? It is when it is redundant. Second one, if they are working against the interest of the nation. or against the interest of state during that period of time, they can be removed without investigation also. And the third major important one, Pratibha Setu. Now recent again. Now what is this Pratibha Setu? Yenappa Pratibha Setu andre? Now when you have gone to interview but they are not able to get a final selection, automatically antavarige they'll be getting a central services. Under different, we call it as under different which one? Different, we call it as institutions only, they'll be getting a central government jobs. And that we call it as Pratibha Setu portal has also been launched by, we call it as the Ministry of, it is, or the Union Government, or we call it as Union Government, the Ministry of the Personal, the Ministry of the Personal Affairs, they have launched this aspect. First one, Civil Service Mantakshana, you should know about UPSC, or it's also called, it is SPSC. Now UPSC and Yavak Stapana Madadappa, Government of India Act of 1919. When we have established our federal PSC? In the year 1935, Government of India Act of 1935. Second one, you should know about, it is Mission Karma Yogi. What is this Mission Karma Yogi? It is capacity building among, we call it as among the civil services. No, it is your skill kortivi anta. And the third one, we call it, this is also called as Steel Frame of India, which has been called by, we call it as R. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. And the fourth one was the father of civil services, the Cornwallis. The fifth one, we call it as Pratibha Setu. Now what is this Pratibha Setu? It's a portal where it is the interview candidates, they could not get a final selection, they can register themselves, automatically post direct selection. And the fifth one, what is the constitutional protection which has been given to, we call it as civil services. We call it as 309 to, we call it as 311. Now all those things we need to know with respect to, we call it as Yarappa anta kelidre, majorly we call it as our civil services. Now sir, idella okay, but the question is what is this 311? What is this 311 talks about? Okay. Now safeguards which are being given to yarge. First of all, why we need to give them safeguards? Why we need to give them the safeguards? Because now to protect them from, we call it as the political executive. To protect them from political executive. But okay sir, it is a question is, if I want to remove them, or tumma tappe madidare. Tappe madidare antandaga, who has the authority to remove them? Now, who has the authority to remove them anta kelidre? Appointing authority, or it is above them. Now, appointing authority irbeku, athwa ivrginta male irbeku. Iga governor idre, avaru remove president madabodu. Now, president appoint madidre, avaru mele yaru illa. Getting it? It is president or governor can remove a civil servant after, we call it as what? After a clear-cut inquiry. After a clear-cut inquiry. Now, inquiry initiate madadakoskara. Now, should I need to get a permission of president or governor? No. Nothing but understand my question. That's a major controversy here. Nothing but under Article 311 subclause 1. Now, does not require the disciplinary proceedings. Now, it does not require a disciplinary proceedings and a shuru madadakke yara permission beda. Appointing authority na permission beda anta heltiyare. Now, Supreme Court has clarified saying that now to initiate an inquiry against the civil servants, nothing but it is avaru eno tappu madidare, tappu madadaga inquiry shuru ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. Inquiry shuru ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವ್ರ permission ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? The president or governor, no. This has been clarified by, we call it as, this has been clarified by, it is our Supreme Court in a case called as, it is the majorly our Jharkhand case. It is Supreme Court has clarified in a case called as, now Jharkhand case they have said that it is no permission from the appointing authority is required to initiate a disciplinary action against yaru? Civil servants. Notice Article 311 deals with respect to, we call it as the dismissal agirbodu, reduction of the rank, or it can be removal, suspension, removal, dismissal, it can be anything. But for this to happen, from process enide, from process enidappa anta kelidre, investigation should happen. Now, investigation agadakke, should I need to get a permission of this, the appointing authority? Not required. Now, the third one here is, now in all the cases, should I need to go for investigation? or only in few cases I need to go for investigation? Now, only in, we call it as, majority of the cases will go for investigation. But in few cases, without investigation also we can remove a person. Now, remove ಮಾಡಬಹುದು? Now, we can remove a person in two situations. One is, if he has done anything against what? Against the state. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಏನಾದರೂ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, it is no inquiry required, automatically the president or governor can remove him without inquiry. Second one, if he has caught red-handed caught ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ, automatically during such situations, automatically the investigation is not required. Who can remove them? It is appointing authority can remove him. But in normal cases, investigation agatte, and this investigation has been submitted to the president, and later on the president or governor will remove. Yarna remove ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? Civil servants anna remove ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. This we call it as Article 311. Article 311 majorly talks about, it is the power which has been given with respect to, we call it as the appointing authority, either to dismiss him. What is dismissal? It is complete end of the term. Dismissal means complete end of the term. Second one we call it as the removal is also same. Now, reduction in the rank, depromotion, the reduction in the rank can also be done. Now, rank of person employed in civil services, either under the union or under the state. Now, who has the authority to dismiss him? Who has the authority to reduce his rank? Or who has the authority to remove him also? It is appointing authority or above the appointing authority. If the appointing authority is governor, think that it is in Karnataka, it is the topmost civil servant, we call it as AC. Now, AC and appoint ಮಾಡಿರೋರು ಯಾರು? Governor. But governor appoint ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇವರು ಯಾರು ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ governor ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು or president. Above the authority, not below the rank, of, we call it as, not subordinate to the, we call it as appointing authority. That we need to know, because we have huge amount of security, constitutional security, which has been given to whom? The civil servants. This we need to know, and this we call it as article, we call it as 311. 311, in two cases we can dismiss them without any investigation. That we call it as article 311. Recent agi JNK kuda ibbarna ಮೂರು ಜನ remove ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ without inquiry. Why without inquiry? Because they have involved in, we call it as anti-state activities or anti-national activities involved ಆಗಿದ್ರು. Terrorism ಗೆ sponsor ಮಾಡೋದು, support ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. It is not passing down the data, it is down to the government. Now, all this, it is involved ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗ automatically they have been removed from the post itself. Nothing but they have dismissed from the service. This we need to know. And the next one we call it as the national standard. The national standard for the civil services, we call it as training institutes anta ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. It is the national standards for the civil services, the training institutes. My question is the civil servants capable to work under any condition? Are they aware about digital technologies? Are they aware about the recent advancing AI? Now, AI ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ರೆಡಿಯಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? Artificial intelligence. Second one we call it as recent ಬರ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ deep web or deep fake, cyber crimes, digital scams, romantic scams, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಿದಾವೆ. Now, being, we call it as, ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ romantic scams ಇವೆಲ್ಲ? No. It is honey trap is different. Now, romantic scams are different. It is, I'll discuss while discussing about internal security. Ali, the first topic itself is romantic scams. We'll discuss. Now, the question is, sir, now, are they in a position to handle all these cases? Sorry. Are they in a position to handle all these cases? If not, you ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು? ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಇವ್ರನ್ನ? ನಾವು ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಈ ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ have we launched any initiative? Now, we have launched an initiative in the year 2020, and that initiative we call it as Mission Karma Yogi. Be cautious to advance the civil servants on par with, we call it as on par with the changing the climate or the changing technologies, changing ecosystem. ನಾವು ಈ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗೋ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಏನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ. Because they are not aware, because they have been appointed in 1980s. But 1980s ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ no digital technologies. But the question is, now after 2000s, everything has become technology. But are they in a position to handle all the scams, all these initiatives anta kelidre? No. Now how can we make it as, or how can we make the system it is tech adaptable? The major initiative ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಮಿಷನ್ ಕರ್ಮಯೋಗಿ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೀವಿ. But in mission Karmayogi underly we are only targeting, we call it as the human beings. But I am ready to learn, but there is no technology to learn itself. There is no teachers to teach me. There is no institutes which has updated or upgraded. Hope you getting it? Nothing but okay, this has been launched in 2020, fine. But the question is, sir, I am ready to upgrade my skills. But do we have any, it has institutes to train me? Do we have any teachers to train me? Do we have any of the, it has technology to train me? Andre, there is nothing. And adukoskara ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, we have brought in, we call it as, we have brought in the national standard for the civil services. That training institutes ಗೂ ಕೂಡ it is standard ತರ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. We are bringing in, now in Karnataka also we have, it is ATI. Now what is ATI? Administrative Training Institute, present in where? It is Mysore-ಅಲ್ಲಿ. But ಈ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಇರಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? If not, how will they train the IAS officers, or how will they train the civil servants of Karnataka? Now for that, the union government is providing a standard for this. And that standard we call it as, NSCSTI. What is NSCSTI? It is National Standard Civil Services Training Institute 2.0 framework has been brought in. Now this framework ಅನ್ನ ತಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂತವರ ಯಾವ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅವರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಯಾವ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅವರು? Ministry of the Personnel, the Pensions, and we call it as Public Grievance. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now this has been brought in by the ministry called as Ministry of the Personnel, the Pensions, and we call it as Public Grievances. This has been brought in by ministry. Under this ministry, ಇದನ್ನ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, developed by, we call it as Capacity Building Commission. Be cautious. The standard were being built by, the standards were being designed by Capacity Building Commission. Now what is the objective of this? Now what is the objective of the standards? They are creating a standards to whom? The civil services institutes. Civil servants are the mission Karmayogi. Now civil services institutes, we are training or we are giving a standards. Now what all type of standards we are giving here? Now what is the objective or vision or objective? What is the vision or objective? We need to upgrade the skills of whom? The civil servants. If we want to upgrade the skills of the, we call it as civil servants, automatically what should be integrated? It is institution should reform. Administrative training centers should reform. Central, we call it as training institutes, and we call it as the administrative training institute present at the states should get upgraded. The third one, along with the things, curriculum and pedagogy. Now curriculum syllabus should be updated. Yado Jaman syllabus namak beda. Updated syllabus has been brought in, and that updated syllabus majorly focusing upon technology, which is that technologia anta karitiri kelidira. Now focusing upon, we call it as technology. I think, but it is Gen Z plus technology anta, technologia anta. I think, but focusing on, we call it as focusing upon technology, focusing upon AI, focusing upon IoT, focusing upon blockchain technology, bitcoins, all those things. Adara jotege we want good faculty team, also faculty development irbeku. Now idella admele quality assessment also outcome. Are they in a position? Idella helkotbiಟ್ಟು exam bardaga exam kotre exam berdilla ನೀವು. Nothing but thing that I'm teaching you. ಬಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಹೋದಾಗ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬರೆಯಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. I think but we are also targeting upon the outcome also. We are also targeting upon outcome, and all these things have been released by a commission called as which commission? Capacity Building Commission. And this we call it as the national standards for whom? National standard for civil services, the training institutes. Now brought in by whom? Brought in by, we call it as Ministry of, we call it as the Personal, the Pensions and Public Grievance. Developed by, we call it as Capacity Building Commission. Now idra moola uddesha enappa antandre moola uddesha enilli, now civil services training institute should upgrade so that automatic agi our civil servants or the civil servants will also upgrade their skills. That's our objective. That's our objective, and this we call it as illi enen target ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ sir ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ will be targeting, we call it as hybrid learning. What's hybrid learning? Offline and online. ಪ್ರತಿ ಬಾರಿ it is ಮೈಸೂರು ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅವರು, because traveling from Bidar to, we call it as ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೈಸೂರು ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಬರಲ್ಲ, and it is not feasible also. and ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 10 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 8 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೈಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್ ನೋಡಿ ಅಂತ. and that platform we call it as I got Karma Yogi. It is that platform we call it as I got Karma Yogi. ನೋಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. ಕೆಲವರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ವ್ಯೂವರ್ಶಿಪ್ ನೋಡೋದು ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ವ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ದಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಪ್ರಮೋಟೆಡ್ ಆರ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್ ಡಿಪ್ರಮೋಷನ್. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ವರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್, ಅಂಡ್ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆರ್ PM is working on it. And this we call it as hybrid learning, and we call it as AI driven training methods also. AI driven training methods are also being integrated into a platform called as I got Karma Yogi. What's I got andre? It is, we call it as majorly initiative for the government training anta. Initiative for government training. It's a web portal where the different, we call it as the learning platform will be integrated. Only the civil servants will get updated, or they'll be aware about the different AI technologies also. AI technologies also, and this we call it as the standards. Then pitkobeku innonsati kelskobidi. Now sir, 311 and we call it as, you should know about, we call it as the national, we call it as, it is the standards which has been brought in for the civil services training institutes. Now in the year 2020 we have brought in an initiative called as Mission Karma Yogi. But in Mission Karma Yogi alli ಏನು ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, because this Ministry of Personnel and Department of Personnel comes directly under Prime Minister. Now this Prime Minister want, it is our human resources should be developed in an advanced manner. Okay, it is 2020 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಂದ್ರು, and everyone is ready now. ಅದೇ ಬಟ್ ಒಂದು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಕಲಿಬೇಕು ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಕಲಿಯೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡೋರೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. Now in the year 2024-25 ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ the Prime Minister thought that, okay, initially we were only targeting the civil services or the civil servants. But the question is, we are not targeting the infrastructure. We were not targeting the faculty. We were not targeting the infrastructure, faculty, followed by curriculum, pedagogy. It is all those things were not being targeted there. Adukoskara, it is the second one. They thought that we need to bring in some standards for ATIs, Administrative Training Institutes, and we need to bring in some, we got a standards for, we got a Central Training Institutes. Kuda, we need to bring in standards so that ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಯಾರು ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಅಷ್ಟಾಗತ್ತೆ, automatically civil servants upgradation will also take place. They'll be knowing about AI, they'll be knowing about IoT, they'll be knowing about blockchain technology, they'll be knowing about robotics, machine learning, all those things will be, they'll be aware. So that ಇವ್ರು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅವೇರ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವರ ಹಳ್ಳಿಲಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವರ ತಾಲೂಕಲ್ಲಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಲಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, now will they provide good administration or bad administration? Now they will provide e-governance in an effective manner. They will provide e-governance in an effective manner. And ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನ, ಸರ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಈ ರೇಂಜ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬಿದ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ their main agenda here is they want to cut down on the expenditure of the government. Nothing but highest amount of expenditure is running towards which one? It is salaries and pensions for the government servants. Now ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕೆಲವ್ರನ್ನ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಸೋಣ, ಯಾರು ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರೋರ್ನ VRS ಕೊಡ್ಸೋಣ ಅಂತ. That's the main agenda of the government also. Nothing but they are moving towards, we call it e-governance, and they are also going with respect to, we call it as minimum government with respect to which one? Maximum governance, and that we call it as e-governance applications, and that is our agenda. And majority of the 1980s, it has join agirtakantra majority retire agbiಡ್ತಾರೆ in next 10 or 15 years, and after that we'll be recruiting only the potential candidates one or it is highly advanced with respect to AIL ಮಾತ್ರ. ಗವರ್ನೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಟೆಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೈರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. that's the agenda of the government also. Done? Thus we need to know. And the next one we call it as inclusive digital access. Inclusive digital access. ಸರ್ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಕಥೆ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ಸರ್ ಇವಾಗ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, it is okay, we are only targeting it is IAS, IPS or the civil servants, and we are targeting ATIs or we are targeting Central Training Institute. But the question is, it is ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶಾಲೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ತಲೆ ಬಿಡೋ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳ್ಳಿಲಿ it is many of the population who are still present in rural areas, and they don't know about it is technology, though they might be getting some internet, but internet ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ some shorts or some entertainment, all those things, but they are not viewing it for the economic purpose, or they are not viewing it for, we call it as technological growth of a country. But ಈಗ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಈಕ್ವಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು? Now how can we do it ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, we need to declare right to internet as a fundamental right ಆಗಿ. ನಾವು fundamental right ಆಗಿ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ what are the advantages we have? What are the advantages we have with respect to, we call it as going for right to, we call it as internet as a fundamental right? Nothing but we need to provide basic internet to everyone. Article 21 right to internet ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ automatically we need to give it as basic internet at least to everyone, so that all the people, be it in rural, be it in remote or be it in urban, they will develop equally. And ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ in a Supreme Court in 2025, be cautious, highly important case, in 2025 in a case called as it is Amar Jain versus Union of India. Amar Jain versus Union of India, the case in which year? 2025, they have declared right to internet as what? Right to internet as, we call it as fundamental right, under which article? Under Article 21. Under Article 21 ideally we have declared the right to internet as a fundamental right. Under which judgment? Under, we call it as Amar Jain versus Union of India case in the year 2025. The question is, sir, ಈಗ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಶುರುವಾಗಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ? Now with respect to, we call it as a different case laws. Highly important one. Now different case laws. Now the concept of right to internet as a basic fundamental right under Article 21. Now for the first time it has been declared by Kerala High Court. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. Now right to internet ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡವಾ? ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು ಗುರು. ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು? Why we want internet? ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because without internet automatically the gap between the rich and poor will start to increase. Because think that ಈಗ ನೀವು ಹಳ್ಳಿಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ನೀವು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು it is civil service ಓದ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, but internet ಇಲ್ಲ. Now without internet, will you get any notifications related to exams? Will you get any notifications related to the different videos, the free classes, all those things? Now ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ, don't you think there is a gap between, we call it as rich and poor? ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ in the present times internet is being declared as a basic fundamental right. Under which article? Under Article 21. Under which case? Under Amar Jain versus, we call it as Union of India case of 2015. But this internet started for the first time in a state called as, which state? In a state called as Kerala. Now they have declared right to internet as a fundamental right. Under which article? Article 21 of Indian Constitution. Kerala High Court, but recent and even Supreme Court also accepted, and that we call it as Amar Jain. Amar Jain versus Union of India. Amar Jain versus Union of India, 2015. First case. Second one you should know about Navtej Singh Johar. Navtej Singh Johar, related to LGBTQ. Navtej Singh Johar, it is majorly related to, we call it as LGBTQ. LGBTQ. What is LGBTQ? It is majorly, we call it as the third gender. Nothing but they have declared it is homosexuality has been decriminalized. Under Navtej Singh Johar case they have, it is section 377 of IPC has been decriminalized. IPC has been decriminalized. Has been decriminalized. Just you need to know. And the next one you should also know about Sabarimala judgment. You should know about Haldia judgment. You should know about, we call it as, the major one we call it as Aruna Shanbag judgment. You should know about Aruna Shanbag. Takat news salida. Aruna Shanbag judgment. Harish Rana has been given passive euthanasia recently. Harish Rana has been given, it is the passive euthanasia. Now upgradation on, we call it as Aruna Shanbag case. Aruna Shanbag case is related to which one? Now passive euthanasia. Discuss madam. The passive euthanasia. Second one, Haldia judgment, is related to which one? Right to marry, which has been brought in the year 2019. And the next one you should know about hijab ban case. Hijab ban case in the government schools. Karnataka High Court. Hijab, the ban case, the triple talaq case. Triple talaq has been declared null and void or unconstitutional. Sabarimala judgment related to menstrual, the people or the menstrual women in the age group of 10 to 50 are not been allowed to enter into, we call it as, the shrine of Ayyappa Swami temple. And you should also know about, it is the major, the judgments gotirli. Now ishtantu gotirli. Idram jotege, it is, you should also know about, we call it as a privacy judgment also. It is the K.S. Puttaswamy judgment. K.S. Puttaswamy judgment. The K.S. Puttaswamy judgment is a judge from Karnataka itself. The K.S. Puttaswamy judgment, exactly known and perfect. Okay alva? Ishtantu at any cost ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕು. Done. Next one getting called as, next one on ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ digital ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ digital ಬಗ್ಗೆ question ಕೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ. See, all these are not random topics. All these are, it is the theme topics. ಕೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು questions. The third, the major, the one we call digital. Now, Digital India mission, which has been launched in which year? 2015. Now, 2015 in the 2025 game, we are celebrating how many years? 10 years of Digital India mission. We are celebrating 10 years of, we call it as Digital India mission, which is considered to be, now, the world's first digital country yavadu? Tuvalu. Now, Tuvalu is considered to be what? Now, Tuvalu, it is considered to be, we call it as digital country. Digital country anta kele Tuvalu. Digital society is Estonia. Digital society. Digital society Estonia. Tuvalu ellide? It's an island country. It's an island country. The central, it is the Pacific, Indian or the Pacific Ocean countries. Where is Estonia? It is in Europe. Perfect. Now, which is the first state in India to declare a digital, the literacy state? Now, Kerala. The Kerala has been declared as now India's first digital literate state. India's first digital literate state. ಈ ರೀತಿ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಒಂದು 5 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟಿಪ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. And that should be majorly current affairs. ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಟಾಟಿಕ್ ಓದೋದಲ್ಲ. And next you should know about Digital India Mission ಆಯ್ತು. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ you should know about this year census. Now this considered to be it is now India's census. The 2027 census will be, we call it as now India's first, we call which one? Digital and caste census also. Then particularly caste antakantadu after independence, the first one. After independence, first one, but digital ide jamandale first. I think what digital is considered to be the India's first digital census, and we are also going for caste census also. This is all with respect to, we call it as digital initiatives. Okay now. This is all about our, we call it as inclusive digital access anta karite. Okay na, artha aita? Next one we call it as judiciary topics. The next one given called as judiciary. Now what is judiciary? Why we need to study about a topic called as judiciary? Now the question is, judiciary, it is considered to be one of the pillar of, we call it as state. Now ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ರಾಜ್ಯ. ಓಕೆ. ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಜಾನ್ ಲಾಕಿ. According to John Locke, it need to meet the 4 criteria. Which is that 4 criteria? One is, it must be having people, boundary, sovereignty and government. I'll repeat. First one, according to John Locke, if I want to consider a particular country as a state, first one, we need to have a particular dedicated boundary. Second one, a boundary alli jana irbeku. Third one, there must be sovereignty. Sovereignty andre sarvabhauma irbeku. Nothing but we need to be independent. And the fourth one, we call it as, there must be a government. And all this meet adre adna state anta kariತೀವಿ. Now, is India a state? Yes. Now, ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ ಯಾರು? ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್. ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ ಯಾರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್. ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಯಾರು? ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್. Done with the game. Hope you're getting it. Now, state and state government are very different. It is state government ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂಥರ ಪಾಳ್ಯಗಾರರಷ್ಟೇ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ. I think what provinces, states are provinces. Hope you're getting it. State government is nothing but provinces, but state is very broader term. Very broader term. In India, Raja does not have much power because Raja is only nominal. The President of India is only nominal, whereas it is Mantri has the real power. Prime Minister is considered as real power anta kariತೀವಿ. Okay now. But with respect to the state, we have 3 pillars. One we call which one? One we call it as, one the pillar law ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ legislature ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. And one who implement the laws, they are called as which one? Executive. ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ? Judicial. Done. Now this is one of the pillar, and they have been placed on the top. Now between these 3 pillars, who is supreme? No one is supreme. Nothing but in India only 2 are supreme. Only both are supreme. One is people and one is constitution. Supremacy ಅನ್ನೋ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. Nothing but constitution is supreme. Within constitution who is supreme? People are supreme. Now people have given the power to this 3. Nothing but ನಾವು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಚರ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದೀವಿ, and majority prove ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ executive, and the executives are appointing the judiciary also. And this we call it as the 3 pillars of the state. And in India, we don't have a strict separation of powers as it is followed in West. It is the major Western Europe or Western countries, which has been given by Montesquieu. We don't have strict separation of powers. Rather, we have which one? Rather, we have, it is checks and balance mechanism. Rather, we have overlapping powers anta kariti. Strict separation illa. Iವ್ರು ಬೇರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಬೇರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಬೇರೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ. Nothing but we have overlapping powers. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿ, it is the executive are derived from where? It is executive are derived from legislature. Nothing but after becoming MP, I am becoming minister, I am becoming prime minister. After becoming an MLA, I am becoming, we call it as the CM, or we call it deputy CM, or it can be ministers. I think, but we don't have strict separation of powers as it is seen in, we call it as, it is major agi presidential form of government in America. But we have overlapping powers. We have overlapping powers. It is ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, judiciary ಬಗ್ಗೆ at any cost ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕು. It is judiciary is one of the pillar of, we call it as a state. The first question is, the concept of judiciary has been mentioned under which article? It is mentioned under, we call it as, the concept of judiciary has been mentioned under, we call it as 124 to, we call it as 147. It is 147 of which part? It is of, we call it as part 5. 124 to 147 of part 5. What type of judiciary we have in India? We have independent. Now they are independent compared to other pillars. At the same time, we have a single chain of network, and that we call it as what? Integrated network. On the top we have which one? Supreme Court. Below Supreme Court? Below High Court? Subordinate courts. Perfect. Done? Now with respect to, we call it as, we'll be talking about Supreme Court now. Now when we are talking about Supreme Court, what's the composition of Supreme Court we have? It has composition ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನನಗೆ. It has 33 na 34. It has 33 plus 1 or 1 plus 33. It has, we have 34 members. Now 34 ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಚೀಫ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಅಂಡ್ ಇನ್ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜಸ್. ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಆನ್, ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್. Yes, is online, perfect. It is, we call it as major agi, it is chief justice of India. Now ಇವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮುಖ್ಯ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರು ಯಾರು? Now who is the present CJI? ಎಷ್ಟನೇ CJI ಇವರು? 53rd CJI. Now who is the first CJI? Perfect. Now first ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹರಿಲಾಲ್ ಜೆ ಕಾನ್ಯಾ. The first one, we call it as Harilal J. Kanya, is considered to be the first, it is CJI. Second one, now who is the first Buddhist CJI? PR Gawai. Sakat news ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇದನ್ನ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ. It is BR Gawai. It is the first Buddhist CJI. It is BR Gawai. First one who is considered to be the longest CJI. It is, we call it as the YV Chandrachud. It is the father of yaru? DY Chandrachud, the 50th Chief Justice of India. The 50th Chief Justice of India. It is longest yarappa antandre YV Chandrachud. And who will be the first? Who will be the first women CJI? BV Nagaratna. It is BV Nagaratna. It is, she'll be the Chief Justice. First women CJI in the year 2027. Okay, alva. It is 2027. In case badkidre ashte, ಇದು history ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. I think this should happen. This should happen because we already have, we call it as the first Supreme Court. It is women judge. It is Fatima Bibi. Now you at least ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಅದು ಇದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು. I think that it is, we can claim it as the first women CJI also. And that too, ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಸರ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ she is from Karnataka. That's the major thing. She is from Karnataka. That's the major reason. Now she should become at any cost. We call it as BV Nagaratna. She will be, we call it as, it is the first women CJI in which year? 2007. That is the upcoming year. Then this we need to know with respect to, we call it as, with respect to, we call it as, it is the judiciary. Now along with the things, we should also know about, it is NJAC. What is this NJAC? National Judicial Appointments Commission. National Judicial Appointment Commission. Thus NJAC ಅನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ reinstate ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ the CJ has given some promise. Nothing but we will be, it is replacing this NJAC in some altered form. Some altered form. This has been promised by, we call it as the sitting CJI, we call it as the Suryakant. Suryakant has said that we will be, it is, we call it as, we'll be reinvestigating this NJAC and we will reinstate this NJAC anta. Now this NJAC was being established under which Constitutional Amendment Act? It is 99th Constitutional Amendment Act of which year? 2014. 2014, but this has been made null and void in which year? Null and void in the year 2015 in the cancel madidare. This was being cancelled. Why this was being cancelled? Because in this NJAC there was 6 members. Now out of the 6 members, 3 jana yarinda bartidru? 3 were coming from judiciary, the 3 were coming from executive. That's the major problem here. Nothing but because our Article 50 as clearly says that there must be separation of powers between whom? Judiciary and executive. But ಆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ null and void ಅಂತ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. It has 3 members. What are the 3 judges? 1 CJI plus 2 senior most judges. 2 senior most judges. Now ಇಲ್ಲಿ 3 executive ಅಲ್ಲಿ 1 plus 2. Now 1 is, we call it as the Minister of Law and Justice. Minister of Law and Justice. In ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇಬ್ರು ಯಾರು? Appointed by this minister. Appointed by this minister. That's the biggest threat to our independency of judiciary also. On that condition, we have declared this as what? We have declared it as null and void agi declared. Okay na? This we need to know with respect to, we call it as NJSC. And the next one we call it as, it has complaints. Complaints against judiciary. Now the CJI has received, CJI, the Chief Justice of India has received more than 8,000 complaints in the last, we call it as 9 years ಅಲ್ಲಿ 9 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ he has received more than 8,000 complaints from 2016 to, we call it as 2025. They have got more than 8,000 complaints against their own team members. Nothing but against the judges themselves. Against the judges themselves. They have brought more than 8,000 complaints. Think about how corrupt they are. That is the major challenge we are seeing here. And the next major important one, the next major important you should also know about, it is Yashwant Verma. Now against whom our impeachment motion has also been brought in. Now he has recently resigned. He has recently resigned. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, it is now cuffing ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ನಾವು ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಕಟ್ತಿದ್ರಲ್ವಾ, now recently that has been removed. And the sword has been changed to our constitution. Nothing but the symbol of justice. The symbol of justice. The symbol of justice is no more blind. Is no more blind. Now it is open, it is transparent ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ it is ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರ್ಸ್ ತರ ಕತ್ತಿ ಚಾಕುವಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. It is our constitution itself, as we call it as our supreme, the power or the supreme law of the land. We have replaced that with, we call it as, it has major nodadadre, it has handcuffing has been removed. And second one we call it as, it has the majorly we call it as the constitution has been replaced, or we call it as the sword has been replaced with, we call it as constitution. The sword has been replaced with, we call it as constitution. Then this, all this are related to, we call it as the recent updates with respect to a section called as judicial section ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And they have also established a separate, we call it as the Supreme Court AI committee and ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Supreme Court AI committee. Supreme Court AI committee headed by Supreme Court AI committee headed by the PS Narasimha. It is headed by a judge called as Justice the PS Narasimha. Okay now. Now all this are peripheral, the topics, but under that the most important topic we call it as, the most important topic we call it as CJI. What is CJI? Now Chief Justice of India, ಮುಖ್ಯ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರು ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಮುಖ್ಯ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧೀಶರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ? It is only one. Now how many members there will be there? 1 plus we call it as 33. Now, it is initially in our original constitution we had only 7. But who has the power to increase it to 34? Now, only Parliament has the authority. Do we require constitutional amendment for this? No. It can be done with simple majority in the Parliament. Be cautious. Now, who has authority? Parliament has authority. No constitutional amendment act required. No constitutional amendment acts are required. ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮೆಂಬರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಅನ್ನು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ who has authority? Now president has the authority, be cautious. Now at Supreme Court level, who has authority? Parliament. But at high court composition increase ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ who has authority ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ who has authority? Nothing but the president of India has the authority. The president of India has the authority to increase the composition. Second one. Now, what is the qualification to become a Chief Justice of India? What is the qualification to become a Chief Justice of India? The senior most judge. Now, according to, we call it as second judge's case. According to second judge's case, now which took place in the year 1993. Now, only the senior most judge, be cautious. Only the senior most judge. Now, senior andre eno age mulakana atho appointment mulakana? Appointment, be cautious. Now, with respect to our appointment age, he should be senior. Now, who can be declared as a CJI? Only the, we call it as senior most judge can be declared as what? Can be declared as, we call it as the senior most judge of, we call it as our Supreme Court. We call it as the CJI. Now, we recommend ಮಾಡೋರು ಯಾರು? Now, we recommend ಮಾಡೋರು ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ outgoing CJI. Now, the outgoing CJI will recommend the next, it is upcoming CJI. The outcoming CJI will recommend to whom? Will recommend to, we call it as Law Ministry. Now, this Law Ministry will send it to whom? Prime Minister. And this Prime Minister will send to whom? The President. And finally, the President will appoint only the senior most judge as the CJI. Only the senior most judge as, we call it as Chief Justice of India. Under which article? Under 124 subclause 2. Subclause 2, it is under, we call it as part 5. Under, we call it as part 5 of our Indian Constitution. Who has the authority to appoint? It is President has the authority to appoint, and this has been recommended by, we call it as the outgoing, we call it as outgoing the CJI. Now, it is already retired ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ತಾರಲ್ವಾ, they'll recommend the upcoming CJI or the next CJI ಯಾರು ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. Done. Now, this has been clearly said in our, we call it as second judge's case itself. Second judge's case itself. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇವರ ಅವಧಿ ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಟೆನ್ಯೂರ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ? 6 or 65 years? Illa. Nothing but up till 65 years. For Supreme Court judges, what the tenure we have? Up till 65 years. Now, with respect to High Court, it is 65 years for Supreme Court. High Court, they can be in office up till what? Up till 62 years. Up till, we call it as 62 years. Up till, we call it as 62 years, they can be in office. Can they be reappointed? After 65 years, can they be reappointed? It is marvelous illa. But they can work as, we call it as ad hoc judges. They can work on temporary basis, but not as a judge. But not as a, it is, we call it as a complete judge agi work madakagalla. Permanent agagalla, but as a temporary they can work. Hope you're getting it. And the question is, what is the minimum age we have to enter it into judiciary? It is no minimum age. There is no minimum age, but at least ನೀವು LLB LLM ಮುಗಿಸೋಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ minimum 35 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. There is no minimum age which is mentioned in our constitution. There is no minimum age which is mentioned in our constitution. And they have been ranked, what rank? They are being ranked the 6th on par with Speaker. On par with Lok Sabha Speaker. After President, after Vice President, after Governors, after prime minister ಎಲ್ಲ it is major ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 6th rank ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ? It is 6th rank, we call it as Chief Justice of India. Yes or no? Sir, all these things are fine, all these things are fine. It is when can this post becomes vacant? ಯಾವಾಗ ಈ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ವೇಕೆಂಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ? ನಾವ್ ಏನೇನು ಆಪ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ? ಒಂದು ತಾನಾಗೆ it is ರಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, voluntary resignation. Now this resignation is given to we call it as the president. Second one we call it as it is ಸತ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ತೀರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಡೆತ್. Nothing but ದೇವ್ರು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಡೆತ್. ಅದು ಅವರಾಗ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ we call resignation. Now third one we call it as it is they can be removed also. Now they can also be removed. Impeachment Allah. It is the word impeachment only be used for which one? The president. It is for everyone other than president. It is will be using, we call it as removal. Now who has authority to remove? Who has the authority to remove them? It is the majorly we call it as only parliament has authority to remove them. With what majority? With we call it as special majority of the parliament, which is being passed individually by both the houses. By special majority of both houses, then they can remove the judges, Supreme Court judges, or it can be CJI. We can remove them. And this all aspect we need to know with respect to we call it as judiciary. Judiciary ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. And next one we call it as it is. Now the question is ಇದೆಲ್ಲ okay sir. Now what are the challenges we are facing with respect to judiciary? What are the challenges we are facing with respect to judiciary? In challenges, in ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ? What problem we are facing? It is pendency of cases. Now we have more than we call it as we have more than 5 crore cases pending across India. 5 ಕೋಟಿ ಇದಾವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ 65,000 ಕೇಸಸ್ ಇದಾವೆ. The question is now how to reduce the pendency of cases? How to reduce? Can we reduce at least? Now, how can we reduce? ಹಿಂಗ reduce ಮಾಡೋದು? ಯಾರು ಬಿಟ್ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಏನ್ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಫಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಆರ್ ಪಾರ್ಡನಿಂಗ್ ಪವರ್? ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ಸರ್? ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ the trust on the state will start to decline. But ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. But ಆದ್ರೆ the process should get fastened. How will the process will get fastened? It is more judges ಅಂದ್ರೆ more ದುಡ್ಡು, more finances. ಇರೋರಿಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. Nothing but in majority of the judiciary we don't have even toilets, drinking water ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲೆಟರ್ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಕಟ್ಸ್ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜಜಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದು? We cannot do it. But for that we have a solution. It is solution ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is that solution we call it as it is ADR, alternative dispute redressal mechanism. ADR. Nothing but it is judges ಅದನ್ನ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಮಾಡೋ ಬದಲು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕೇಸ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು? It will be done by we call it as ADR, and that we call it as it is alternative dispute redressal mechanism. ಈಗ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದೇ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಕೇಸಸ್. ಸಿವಿಲ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಎಂಟಿ ಗಂಡ ಜಗಳ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯೂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಇದಾವೆ. Now this ADR will take up the cases. And they can reduce the pendency of cases also. Yes or no? ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ADR ಹೋದಾಗ ಏನದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಏನ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮದ ಮದುವೆ ಜಗಳ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಂದಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಜೀವನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಏನೋ ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೋಟಿವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಡಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದಟ್ ಪವರ್ ಟು ಆರ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿ ಗಾಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಅವ್ರು ಅರಿಬರಿಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ನೀವ್ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಸರಿ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಸರಿ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಯ್ದೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ADR ಹಂಗಲ್ಲ, ಇಬ್ಬರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಕೂರಿಸಿ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ದ ಕೇಸ್. And when we are going for ADR, alternative dispute redressal mechanism, we can reduce the pendency of cases. Now under ADR we have 3 important, we call it as methods, and that important methods we call it as arbitration. that we call it as arbitration. Second one we call it as mediation, and the third one we call it as conciliation. Now the question is, now all these three comes under, we call it as ADR, alternative dispute redressal mechanism. Sir, whatever the judgment which has been given, now is it binding or is it non-binding? Now yellappa binding agate andre arbitrational binding agate, but in mediation and conciliation it is not binding. So we're getting it. The question is ಈಗ ಒಂದ್ ಸತಿ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಈ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ದೇ ಮಾಡಿಫೈ? Do they have the authority to modify this judgment which has been passed by, we call it as ADR? Do they have a judgment? Now illivargu authority irlilla, but now we have amended this and we have given a power to the judiciary also under article we call it as 142 to give complete judgment or to give complete justice to the people. Even the judgment can be modified in judgment kodidare. Understand my question here? Nothing but this is an informal setup where it is a dispute are being redressal or dispute are being solved in an easier manner. Now in arbitration the judgment is binding, the final and binding anta binding aage agatte. Sir, can I modify this judgment? Or yes. Now this has been provided by our judgment, the recent case, that we'll see. Second solution is going for, we call it as mobile courts. Establishment of mobile courts anna ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Going for, we call it as mobile courts. Now what is mobile courts? In mobile alle court ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡದ? Mobile court andre the court will be moving from one village to the other. That we call it as major grama nyayalayas ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Grama nyayalayas will be on wheels, nothing but they'll be moving from one to the other, and they'll take up the smaller and petty cases, and they'll resolve that cases also. And this we call it as mobile courts ಮೂಲಕ ಕೂಡ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. At the same time, third one we need to integrate the technology also. To reduce the pendency of cases. To reduce the pendency of cases, we need to go for all these three solutions. One we call it as ADR, alternative dispute redressal mechanism. Okay na? Now adral bartakkantadu arbitration barutte, mediation and conciliation. Now sir, arbitration andre ಏನು? ಈಗ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮ ಸೇರಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we'll establish some mediator, but a mediator ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೋ ಫೈನಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. That is final and binding is arbitration. If it is not binding, conciliation. Now sir, ಈ ಮಧ್ಯವರ್ತಿ ನನ್ಗೆ ಯಾರೋ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವಕ ಇವರು, that is called as what? Mediation. ನಾವು ದುಡ್ಡೇನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಿಮ್ ಜಗಳ ನೋಡಕ್ಕಾಗದೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾರಲ್ವಾ, they are called as mediators. Mediators are nothing but voluntary mediators. Mediation, voluntary mediators. Whereas here there is a formal setup irutte. Both the parties will decide and they'll establish it, but outcome is binding, whereas here outcome is not binding, and that is called as conciliation, and here it is called as arbitration. Now can this judgment be modified? Can we modify the judgment? It is yes, and that judgment we call it as Supreme Court. Nenpitkolli, Supreme Court has provided, it is a case, we call it as Gayatri, we call it as Balaswamy. Gayatri Balaswamy versus ISG, we call it as Nova Soft Technology Limited. Nova Soft Technology Limited, Gayatri Balaswamy versus it is Nova Soft Technology Limited. In this case, they have provided a judgment. Who has provided judgment? Supreme Court has provided a judgment saying that it is the Supreme Court can exercise the power to modify which one? To modify the arbitration award itself. Arbitration award under the Arbitration and Conciliation Act of which year? 1996. Arbitration Conciliation Award ಅನ್ನು ಕೂಡ it is modify ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಸರ್ ಯಾವಾಗ modify ಮಾಡಬಹುದು? ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಾಡಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು? ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕ್ಲೆರಿಕಲ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಟೈಪೋಗ್ರಫಿಕಲ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್ ಪೋರ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ now we will separate the valid portion and invalid portion. now ಈಗ think that complete judgment ಇದೆ, ಆ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಏನೋ ಒಂಥರ ಮೋಸ ಆದಂಗಿದೆ, ಆಗ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವ, ಆರ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ದಿಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ as invalid. It is we will declare only the invalid portion as null and void, but who has authority? Supreme Court. And after the pronouncement of judgment also, we can modify. Now this has been used by Supreme Court under an article called as Article 142. Highly important. They have asked the question n number of times. What is this Article 142? What is Article 142? It is Supreme Court. Only the Supreme Court has authority. Only the Supreme Court has authority. They can take up any cases which has been given up by any court in India. Any court in India, and they will be providing a complete justice anta kariತೀವಿ. Now in the interest of the complete justice to the people, they can take up any cases. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ even 143 is also in use. What is 143? Here 143. It is advisory power of, we call it as the Supreme Court. Now this recently advisory power has been asked by the President in which case? It is related to, we call it as assenting on the bills. Assenting on the bills, that we'll discuss. Iveredu one question fix varsha. Either it can be on arbitration, conciliation, mediation, and pitkovekili. Arbitration is your judgment is binding. Conciliation is not binding. The third one, mediatorily, it is not binding again. It's not binding, that we need to know. And the third major important one you should know here is, it is Balaswamy judgment you should know. Related to, we call it as, even the arbitration judgment can be modified by whom? Modified by Supreme Court. It is by using which article? By using Article 142. By using, we call it as Article 142, we can, it is modify the judgment itself. Exactly. On and perfect, yes. Done? Okay. Done. It is 142, 143, pakka neನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ. It's example questions ಇರ್ತವೆ. Okay na? Next one, we call it as Doctrine of Merger ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now what is this Doctrine of Merger? Now think that it has taken an example of, we call it as Wakf. It is Wakf. Now when we are going for a Wakf, there are n number of cases against the Wakf. Now the n number of people it has filed a case against the Wakf board at all the levels. They have filed a case in, we call it as Delhi subordinate courts. They have filed a case even in high courts. They have filed a case in Supreme Court also. At the same time, the subordinate courts, they have also given an award also or judgments also. Award ಅಥವಾ judgment ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ನವರು ಕೂಡ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ವಾಫ್, ಅಂಡ್ ಇವರು ಕೂಡ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಒಂದೇ ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ವಿಚ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಪ್ರಿವೇಲ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಟೈಮ್? ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್. Nothing but all the subordinate judgments will be modified with whom? Will be modified with the higher court. Not Supreme Court always. It's not always Supreme Court. Now think that it is, the case has been taken up by Taluka Court as well as District Court. Now both of them has given a same, it is judgment or the different judgment in the same case. But my simple question is, which case will prevail, or which award will prevail, or which judgment will prevail? It is a higher court or the appellate courts will prevail. Now this we call it as Doctrine of Merger. Nothing but all these things will be merged with whom? It is the appellate court. And this we call it as, which one? This we call it as Doctrine of Merger. Doctrine of Merger means what? Doctrine of Merger. Example ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Doctrine of Merger means automatically in a particular case that different courts has given, we call it as different judgments. Now which judgment will prevail? automatically appellate judgment will prevail, or the higher court's judgment will prevail with respect to a same case. And this judgment we call it as doctrine of merger. This judgment we call it as doctrine of merger anta kariತೀವಿ. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಂಗೆ doctrine of merger ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ. Doctrine of merger means when an appellate court issues a decision, the lower court order merges with what? Merges with, we call it as appellate court decision, and this we call it as doctrine of merger. Be cautious here. It is in particular doctrine of it as merger has been established to maintain uniformity in the laws. To maintain, we call it as uniformity ಇರಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. Getting it? Now, why we have established doctrine of merger? Because to maintain, we call it as uniform judgments, uniform law, uniform we call it as, it is the principles should be followed. ಒಬ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ how can we take up the decision? And during that situation, whatever the judgment which has been given by the top court, whatever it has been given by the top court, that court will prevail. The appellate court judgment will prevail compared to, we call it as lower court judgments. And this we call it as doctrine of, we call it as ಏನಪ್ಪ? Doctrine of merger. Doctrine of merger. Now this doctrine of merger is very much in use because doctrine of merger, it is bars high court contempt jurisdiction. Bars high court contempt jurisdiction bar ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Now it is whatever the Supreme Court says, that is final and binding anta kuda ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Whatever Supreme Court says, that is final and binding. You cannot individually take up the cases and you cannot pronounce the judgment. And whatever the judgment it is providing it, that should be in line with And this we call it as doctrine of merger. And the next story here is, sir idella okay, it is ಈಗ arbitration ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, conciliation amend ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, or it is they are also targeting the lower courts also. But ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is tribunals, quasi judicial bodies ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. What is tribunals? What is tribunals? Fast. ಬೇಗನೆ ಇದು ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ. We'll go for a break. Now what is tribunals? Now is tribunals mentioned in our original constitution? But ಯಾವಾಗ add ಆಯ್ತು? It is ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, now this tribunals are nothing but it's a quasi judicial bodies. ಏನಪ್ಪ quasi ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ partial ಅಂತ. Quasi judicial bodies ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. 50% will be from administrative branch and 50% will be from which branch? Judicial branch. Nothing but it is ಇಲ್ಲಿ executives ಕೂಡ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, at the same time judicial branch will also be there, and other reason it is not purely judiciary, rather it is quasi judicial bodies. Now this quasi judicial bodies now established under it is which amendment? Now I already said that this concept of tribunals were not mentioned in our original constitution, but ಯಾವಾಗ add ಆಯ್ತು? Now have been added via, we call it as 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of which year? 1976. We have added which all articles? We have added 323A and 323B. Now we have added two articles. One we call it as 323A and 323B. What does A and B talks about? A talks about administrative bodies. B talked about other than administrative bodies. In particular, it is A talks about administrative bodies. Which is the first administrative body established? CAT. In which year? 1985. Now, CAT, it is, what is CAT andrenu? It is Central Administrative Tribunal, established in the year 1985 during Rajiv Gandhi period. During Rajiv Gandhi. Now 323B, 323B. Now other than administrative tribunals, which is the first administrative tribunal which has been established anta kelidre, we call it as in the year 1941 itself. 1941 itself, and that we call it as Income Tax it is appellate tribunal has been established. Now, income tax appellate tribunal has been established in the year 1941, before to the amendment itself. Before to the amendment itself, that we need to know. And the third one, now does the tribunals follows the rules and laws? Your rules and regulations follow ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ? Does they follow Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita? Bharatiya Suraksha, it is the Seva Sanhita or it is the Nagarika Sanhita follow ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ? Or we call it as Bharatiya Sakshya Sanhita. Will they follow all this? We call it as a laws. We call it as a criminal laws. Will they follow any laws andre? They'll never follow any laws. But they follow the principle of, we call it as natural justice. They follow principle, they follow principle called as principle of natural justice. Natural justice. And ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸರಿನೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. But ಆದ್ರೆ it is, I won't take into consideration, we call it as evidences ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು. I don't even take into consideration the different set of rules, different set of regulations. But I'll take into consideration the principle of natural justice are being taken into consideration. Yes or no? Now that makes the normal judiciary with, we call it as the tribunal different. How are we making it different? Because normal judiciary follow all the rules and regulations. They cannot go for natural justice. But with respect to tribunals, they go for natural justice other than what? The rules and regulations. This we need to know here. And after this, we should also know about, so the question is, now tribunals anna ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, it is what is the tenure we have, and in case tribunal ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆದ್ರೆ where can we go? It is, we can go to, we call it as the tribunal appellate court ಗೆ. Appellate courts, it is major ಆಗಿ high court and later on it is supreme court. That we need to know. Now after this tribunals, my first and foremost question is, now recent agi the Supreme Court has declared this Tribunal Reforms Act of 2021. Be cautious here. Now tribunals, the Act of 2021 has been declared as unconstitutional. Who has declared unconstitutional? Who has declared unconstitutional? Supreme Court has declared unconstitutional. Why they have declared it as unconstitutional? Because they have amended tribunals. It is closer to the government rather than making them independent. And have clearly said saying that it is, you cannot override the Supreme Court judgment via constitutional amendment anta. Nothing but inge it is uchirtara en ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ parliament ಅವರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ they are amending the judgment itself. The major example is the CEC Act. The major, we call it as CEC Act, that I'll discuss after the break. But ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, it is parliament ಅವರು, because they have majority, they are amending, we call it as the Supreme Court judgment itself. But ನೋಡಷ್ಟು ನೋಡು ಉರ್ದೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, nothing but judicial judgments cannot be amended. If it is advisory judgment, you can amend. But if it is overriding the binding judgment, it brings in unconstitutionality ಅಂತ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Nothing but whatever the ruling which has been given by Supreme Court, if it is binding, can I change this by amendments? No. And in a simpler manner they have said, now whatever the binding judgments given by Supreme Court, that cannot be amended by the Parliament by using Article 368. And have clearly said KBC case also. They have clearly said ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ KBC ಕೇಸ್ ಓದಿ ಅಂತ. Under Keshwananda Bharati case, clearly we have said, saying that Article 368 is not it is absolute power. It is limited power. It should be used in, we call it as reasonableness, without touching our basic structure. And the Supreme Court has clearly said that it is now judgment ಕೊಡೋದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಅಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರೆ you will become more powerful. And what is the role of we having as a judicial branch? ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ. But ilva hogi Supreme Court judgment nodi, it is KBC judgment. The major, we call it as the largest bench judgment. Now isana kutidraga, it is major, we call it as 13-member bench now, which gave a bold decision. whole decision in 7:6 judgment ಅಲ್ಲಿ 7:6. But government also said that it is now you won it with a single majority ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Government criticized, saying that ನೀವು ಹೇಳೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಪ್ರತಿ ಸತಿ. It is here also, it is great because the constitution has also given power to us also. And ಕೇಶವಂತ ಭಾರತಿ ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಸ್ವೀಪಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, 7:6 ಒಬ್ಬರು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಬೆಂಚ್ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡಿ ನಾವೇ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. And that has been criticized by, we call it as, Attorney General of India also related to this case, because some or the other way they want to bring the tribunals under jurisdiction of, we call it as, government. But this has led to conflict since 2011. Since 2011 there's a huge conflict between the government on one side and on the other side it is judiciary. But it is Urdu after 4 years, the judiciary has said that nothing doing. It is whatever I see that is final and binding. Because I'm giving a binding judgment and you cannot amend it is by using amendments or by using constitutional amendment also. And they said that it is note markali one points anta. The first point they said that now government ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ minimum age is 50 years to get into tribunals. But Supreme Court said that it is, if you are saying 50 years is the minimum age, but what about youths and what about a person who has talent with respect to tribunals? Don't you think government is excluding the competent and we call it as the young personalities to enter it into, we call it as a branch? Adukasta Supreme Court has given a judgment saying that what? This is null and void. This is null and void because it is restricting whom? The young and competent to enter it into, we call it as, tribunals. First, null and void. Second one, it is the government said that what is the tenure of, we call it as, a tribunals anta keladre. Now government said that iವರು 4 ವರ್ಷ ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ. But Supreme Court said that ಈ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ, ಕೊಟ್ರೆ at least ಒಂದು fixed tenure ಕೊಡಿ, so that they can plan in their it is arenas. And they said that 4 years is null and void and we are bringing in, we call it as, security of tenure of 5 years. Security of tenure of 5 years ತರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. The third one we call it as, a third one, it is salary and allowances ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ sir? Equated to what? Equated to, we call it as, the civil services. Be cautious, they are equated to, we call it as, civil services andre made upon what? Made upon, it is CFI charge alla, made upon CFI. If they are equating it to civil servants andre nothing but we call it as, it is made upon CFI. What is made upon CFI means? It is voting is required, debates, discussions and vote of the parliament is required to withdraw the money from where? Withdraw the money from CFI. And the fourth one, nothing but it is ಮತ್ತೆ reappoint ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, but ಆದರೆ it should happen in the same manner as the appointment take place. And that we call it as, it is reappointment ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ should follow the same procedures like a new appointment ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು 4 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಒಂದು 20 ವರ್ಷ ಹಂಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಸೆಡ್ ದಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪನ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನಲ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಹೊಸದ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ. Forbidding it. See, why should a particular post should be given to only a single person? Is this not a, don't you think it is nepotism? Don't you think it's more of hereditary? So ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ had said that nothing but it should not go for reappointment. Even if you're going for reappointment, it is go for a fresh appointment itself. And this fresh appointment is being done by a commission called as National Tribunal Commission will take place. Now this National Tribunal Commission experts irtare. Now these experts will recommend ಯಾರನ್ನ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾರು ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಯಾರು ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ complete aspect will be done by this National Tribunal Commission. Now this National Tribunal Commission will be established or should be established within how many months? Within 4 months and the deadline ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. This judgment has been released on, we call it as, November 19, 2025. Now within April ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಟ್ರೈಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಲಕ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ. This is the conflict which we are seeing between, we call it as, Supreme Court and we call it as, I'll repeat and we'll end. Now first one, sir, why there is a conflict on the case? Because Government want to bring all these tribunals, be it administrative or be it we call it as, be it the non-administrative, the tribunals under the control of government. But judiciary want this tribunal to be as an independent body, and it should work on par with we call it as it is judicial bodies, because it is quasi-judicial. Now it should have some independency to work as we call it as providing of judgments, but government is more reluctant on the stand. Adukoskaram, they have brought in we call it as they have brought in an act, and that act we call it as the Tribunal Reforms Act of 2021. Now, the Tribunal Reforms Act taradike karana enu antandre, before to that the Supreme Court has given a judgment. Ee judgment ne modify madidare, and a judgment ne modify ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಉರಿಯತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ they said that ನಾನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ judgment advice ಅಲ್ಲ, it's a binding judgment, you need to mandatorily abide to that. And what is that judgment means? It is the first one, it is open to all the competent and young people also, and the term is we call it as 5 years, and the third one we call it as the salaries are equal to the civil servants. The fourth one we call it as if you want to go for reappointment, it should happen in the same manner of what? The same manner like the fresh we call it as appointments, and this appointment is being done by we call it as National Tribunal Commission. Now commission means it's an expert body anta. Now commission means an expert body, and this should be constituted within how many months? Within 4 months. This should be established by the April 2026, but the government is reluctant on the stand. And this we call it as the complete aspect with respect to we call it as the tribunals. Then it is after our break, we will move towards our election part. The election muksidre majority mugiyutte, and later on we can go for our environmental aspect also. Done. Now artha agtide hogli? Yes, paka? Okay. This is all with respect to our first one. Now the time is 10:35. ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಬರ್ತೀರಾ? 10:35, 11. ಎಷ್ಟು ಪಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು? 25 ಆಗತ್ತಾ? ಓಕೆ, 11:20 ಸಾಕು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ, ಸಾಕಲ್ವಾ? ಸಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ. Okay, will we continue? Our next theme we call it as the elections. The next theme given called as elections. Now, what all do you know about elections? Online, I hope it is audible, visible. Okay. Now, with respect to our theme called as elections. Now, elections ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಪ್ಪ. Now, first and foremost one we need to know about now elections should happen in what manner? In periodic manner in India. The periodic manner elections aglebeku. Normally happens once in how many years? Normally happens once in, we call it as 5 years. First one. Second one, who conducts this elections? Now elections are being contested by, or we call it as conducted by, the two important authorities. Which is that two important authorities? Which is that two important authority which conducts, we call it as elections. One we call it as Election Commission of India at the central level. At the state level, we call it as the State Election Commission. Now this Election Commission of India conducts election to, we call it as, it has 5 important posts. One we call it as President of India. Second one we call it as Vice President of India. Third one MPs. The fourth one we call it as Legislative Assembly, Legislative Council also. Now it is except ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, except which one? The panchayats and municipalities. Now this panchayats and we call it as, now municipalities are conducted by yaru? Now panchayats and municipalities are conducted by, we call it as the State Election Commission or conduct ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Okay na? This is about our second one. The third major important one with respect to our elections. With respect to elections, now we are using it is VVPAT ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. VVPAT. What is the VVPAT? Voter verifiable, the paper audit trial ಅಂತ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ. And the fourth one, who is considered to be the present chief election commissioner. Now present chief election commissioner ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, majorly we call it as Gnanesh Kumar. He is considered to be, we call it as what? The 26th chief election commissioner. In particular 26th, the chief election commissioner, we call it as Gnanesh Kumar ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ he is considered to be the first chief election commissioner after our act. Which is that act? After our act ಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ it is ಇವರೇ first elect ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು or appointed, that we call it as the CEC and EC Appointments Act of which year? Now CEC and EC Act of which year? 2023. In particular, now CEC and the Chief Election Commissioner and Election Commission Appointments Act of which year? 2023. Now ಈ ಒಂದು act ಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ the first person to appoint her, the first person to appoint, we call it as Gnanesh Kumar. Now who is the first Election Commissioner of India? Now who is the first one? Now Sukumar Sen. The first one we call it as Sukumar Sen. The first one we call it as the Sukumar Sen. Sukumar Sen. And who is the most popular chief election commissioner? It is TN Session. Now who is considered as, we call it as the most popular, and then TN Session, who is considered the first, we call it as the chief election, the commissioner Sukumar Sen. Now who is the present one, 26th one, and the first one to get it is appointed after which act? After, we call it as CEC, the Chief Election Commission and Election Commission Act of which year? 2023. Now it ಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ, now it is appoint ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮೊದಲನೇ CEC ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, we call it as Gnanesh Kumar. And ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ, sir, what is the composition of CEC? What is the composition of CEC? Now composition ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 1+2 ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Now what is this 1 and what is this 2? Now 1 ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, we call it as the Chief Election Commission, and ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡೇ ಯಾವ್ದಂದ್ರೆ, now what is this 2? Now 2 we call it as Election Commission. This we call it as CEC and we call it as Election Commission. How are this 1+2 appointed? Now via we call it as Search Committee and via we call it as Select Committee ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Now ಈ Search Committee ಗೆ ಹೆಡರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. Now how many ministers or how many members ಇರ್ತಾರೆ? And it is Select Committee ಗೆ chairman ಯಾರಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ? Search yaar. Now, search committee is there will be 5 members. Now, it is headed by, we call it as Ministry of Law and Justice. It is majorly, we call it as, now with respect to our search committee, there will be 5 members. Now, it is headed by our Ministry of Law and Justice. First one. Now, you recommend Madi. Now, 5 members anna elli kalastar. Now, 5 members anna select committee kalastar. And out of this 5 members, now 3 will be selected. 1 will be for a post of Chief Election Commission and 2 will be for a post of which one? 2 will be for a post of, we call it as Election Commission. Now, the selection committee consists of how many members? Now, 3 members. Now, be cautious. Now, in the 2024 Supreme Court judgment ali, the 3 members, major agi, now major agi, it is in 2024. Now, 2023 in the, it is 2023 in the 24 varage. Now, completely, the Supreme Court has said that, now 3 members should be 1 from legislature, 1 from executive, 1 from judiciary irbeku anta heltidare. But adre, the government and parliament has not cared about the judgment which has been given by, we call it, Supreme Court. And they have amended the act itself and they have brought in, we call it as, they brought in the 3-member committee by replacing Aaron, by replacing judiciary itself. Nothing but now they are going for, it is legislature in the leader of opposition, from executive in the prime minister. Now, it is judicial member has been replaced with what? It is replaced with now any council of minister or cabinet minister on the recommendation of whom? The prime minister. But this committee was being recommended by our Supreme Court over a period of time. But this was being cancelled by our parliament and they brought in an act, and that act we call it as CEC and EC Act of 2023. Now 2023 is it is important, and this led to, we call it as biased, we call it as select committee. Now what the majority is required here? 2. Automatically I'll get this 2. Now for this committee, who is the chairman? Prime Minister is chairman. Now automatically they'll get the 2 seats. Now leader of opposition decision is not at all valid here. And this we call it as the Select Committee of Election Commission of India. It is very biased. Now towards which party? Towards the ruling party. And this we call it as the Chief Election Commission, and Election Commission, the Appointments Act of 2000, we call it as 23. Now it has led to, we call it as biased decision making here. Done? Now when the appointment itself is biased, can we expect free and fair elections? That's the major challenge we are seeing here. With respect to, we call it as the Election Commission itself. And this we call it as the complete aspect of, we call it as which one? The complete aspect of elections. Now when we are talking about, we call it as the Election Commission or Chief Election Commission. Now this concept of Election Commission, what type of body is this? Now constitutional body, which is mentioned under which article? Mentioned under 324 to, we call it as 329. 324 to 329, under which part? Part 15. 14 Allah. Part 15. Part 14 talks about UPSC and SPSC. It is part, we call it as 15, talks about the complete aspect of Election Commission. Second one, what is the role of, we call it as Election Commission? Now conducting free and fair elections. Conducting free and fair elections to how many posts? Now to 5, which is that President, Vice President, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, Legislative Assembly, and we call it as Legislative Council. 5 posts election conduct except yavadu? Except Panchayat and municipalities. Except, we call it as Panchayat and municipalities. Third one, who appoints them? Appointed by President. Now is there any criteria for that? Now criteria enappa selection committee. Now that selection committee is not mentioned in our constitution. In particular, the selection commission is not mentioned in where? Mentioned in our constitution, but illappa mention agide. Mentioned in our Act of Parliament. Mentioned in our Act of Parliament, which is that act? Now CEC and EC Act of 2023, that we need to know. And after this comes, sir, appointed by Aitum. Now, what is the tenure we have? Now, tenure constitutional body ke tenure ei rehte 6 years, or we call it as 65 years. Exactly online, 6 years, or we call it as 65 years is the tenure. Adalmele, can we go for reappointment? It is no. There is no. It is reappointment. Cannot be. It is reappointed. Adra jotege, now can we remove them? Now on what basis this post become vacant? On what basis this post become vacant? Already held them. Voluntary resignation to whom? The president. Second one, death. The third one we call it as removal. Now this being removed on the same lines of which one? The same lines of, we call it as Supreme Court judges. Nothing but 50 should it is signed in Rajya Sabha, 100 should sign in where? Lok Sabha. Adadmele the submission will happen to, we call it as presiding officer. Who is the presiding officer in Rajya Sabha? Chairman. Lok Sabha presiding officer yaar. It is speaker. Automatically this presiding officer will establish a, we call it as, it is investigative team or investigative committee. And this investigative committee consists of how many members? 3 members. And you report kotre, it is impeachment agat or removal agat. And this removal will take place with what majority? It is special majority, or we call it as 2/3 majority. And you ribru pass madadmele, then President of India, it is should they need to sign the bill, or it's not mandatory. It is now he need to sign the bill. Sign madilla andre second impeachment ardagate. Again, nothing but you are supporting some culprit. Nothing but jotegi ibru kalistar. Nothing but you need to sign the bill. He need to sign the bill because when Parliament has accepted he has done some crime, how come President support him individually? Now in India, we don't have individual responsibility. We don't have individual support also. Nothing but we have collective responsibility. When the Parliament has passed it with a collective manner, mandatorily President should sign. Sign madilla andre 56 and 61 will revoke and impeach agate. Automatically ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. That's the major thing. It is he need to sign that bill. Because when Parliament has clearly said that, government has said that he need to be impeached or he need to be removed. Support matter, what does it mean? It means you are also part of that. Adukoskara, it is second joteli ibru kalasthare. Hogi anta. And the next one we call it as salary and allowances. The salary and allowances. Now is it charged or is it made? Now it is made. This is the only constitutional body where it is made. It is made from CFI. Made from CFI and it is voting is mandatorily required. Voting is mandatorily required, and this we call it as the salary and allowances of, we call it as Election Commission of India. Now can we say that Election Commission of India, is it independent? It is no. How can you say that no? First and foremost one, their salaries is made. Second reason here is, the second major important reason here is, it is the selection committee itself is what? Biased. Now selection committee engappa biased anta kelidre because we have 3 important members. One is called as the Prime Minister. Second one we call it as Cabinet Minister. Again appointed by whom? Appointed by Prime Minister. Automatically there will be biasness with respect to, we call it as ruling party. Ruling party, this we need to know with respect to our Election Commission of India. So all these things are fine. Why now? Why now? Because opposition has brought, and it is, we call it as, it is removal motion against whom? Against, we call it as Gnanesh Kumar. Who is this Gnanesh Kumar? The Chief Election Commissioner. Now against this Chief Election Commissioner, now we have brought in opposition, we call it as removal motion. Now can we pass this bill? Now can opposition pass a bill? Pass ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. But pass madadre, what does it mean? It is government has lost the majority. Now within pass madadakinta, most important is government will fall. That we need to know while discussing about, we call it as, idu yavade karanakku pass agkudu. Now pass agbodu astandre agbodu. During that period of time, government should also need to support. Government should also need to support. Now support pakka madadre, it is automatically he'll get impeached or he'll be removed from the post. That you should be more cautious. Related to, we call it as, related to the first one called as the CEC. And the second major important one with respect to elections, that we call it as RUPP anta karitivi. It is now RUP anta karitivi. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರೂಪ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೀನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ರೂಪ್ ಚಂದ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. Okay, what is roop? It is registered. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. Now registered, now unrecognized. Registered, unrecognized. Registered. Now I have registered my party. Now the registration of party will take place under, it is which RPA? So the question is, what is the difference between RPA 1 and it is RPA? It is 1950 and RPA 1951. What's the difference? ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ ಹೇಳಿ? Now what is RPA? Now Representation of People's Act of which year? 1915. The Representation of People's Act of which year? 1951. Now what is this Representation of People's Act? 1950 talks about, 1951 talks about. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ, it is the political parties ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. If you want to register, if you want to, we call it as establish a political party, if you want to get recognized by Election Commission of India, now all this comes under 1951 or 1950? ಯಾಕೆ? Now what's the difference between RPA 1950 and RPA 1951? What's the difference? ನನ್ಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿ ಸಾಕು. ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇಗನೆ ನನ್ಗೆ ಪಟ್ಟಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ಮೀನಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್? ಏನ್ ಕಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ? ನಾವು ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ಆಸ್ ಕಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಲವ್ ಅಂತ. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ರಿಲೇಶನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಶುಡ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ರಿಲೇಶನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್? Between executive and we call it as judiciary, or between legislature and judiciary, it is ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಅವ್ರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ರಿಲೇಶನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಇರಕೂಡದು. Because judiciary is considered as independent judiciary, and that we call it as committed judiciary. Committed is nothing but lobbying part of judiciary. Nothing but ನನಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ when I am in close relationship. That is we call it as committed judiciary. ಇನ್ನೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Okay. Now coming back to we call it as RPA. Now what is RPA? It is 1950 and what is RPA 1951? Now RPA 1950 talks about it is before two elections. Be cautious here. Now before two elections, we call it as which one? The RPA Act of 1950 deals with respect to we call it as before two elections. Now what is 1951? After a lamp, during, and we call it as after elections. During and after elections, it has been dealt during. We call it as RPA Act of 1951. During the elections or after the elections, it has been mentioned on which RPA? 1951 anta karitivi. Representation of People's Act of 1951. That we need to know. Sir, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ majorly talking about it is the qualification to contest, the delimitations. Be cautious. Now which all things are mentioned here? We call it as qualification to contest, followed by second one, we call it as second one, delimitation. Now this happens before the elections, but after elections or during elections. Now first one, it is during elections, we call it as during elections, contesting of elections, contesting part, adadmele disqualification, contesting, disqualification of MLAs or disqualification of member of parliamentarians. The third one we call it as establishment of political parties. ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮೊದಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ವಿನ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟಸ್, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ. The state party or national party, now ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾವಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ major it comes under we call it as we call it which one? It comes under we call it as it is RPA 1951. RPA 1951 ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Okay na? Along with the things, now who conducts elections? Now all those things are mentioned in where? All the things are mentioned in we call it as RPA Act of 1951. This we need to know. It is the during and after elections, it is 1951. Before elections, RPA Act of 1950. But my simple question is now if I'm talking about political parties, I have registered with Election Commission of India. Under which act? Under the RPA Act of which year? 1951. The Representation of People's Act of ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. Representation of People's Act. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಭಯ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲ RPA 15 51 ಅಂತ. At least you should know at least the basic, the things, which is it 1915 or 1951? This we need to know. First one. The second major important one. The second major important one, sir, what is registered? I have registered with the Election Commission of India. But have the Election Commission of India recognized me? Illa yak recognize madilla? Because I have not contested the elections itself. It is after getting it is elected, automatically it is based on my share of elections, based on my percentage of voting, based on the winning percentage, I will be recognized. And that party we call it as registered. I have registered. But in return, Election Commission of India has not recognized me. And that we call it as RUPP. It is RUPP means it is registered unrecognized political parties. Gottu odiralla anta. Registered unrecognized political parties. Now this unrecognition is being done by whom? Done by, we call it as ECI, Election Commission of India. Under which act of parliament? Under section 29 of RP Act of 1951. 1951 talks about during elections, after elections. This happens after elections. Now to get RUPP, have they contested elections? No. Now once they contest the elections, automatically they'll be getting a national status, or they'll be getting what? The state status also. Now before the elections, be cautious, it's a newly registered body. Now they have never contested or have not obtained a percentage of votes, or not have obtained a percentage of votes in Lok Sabha or in Legislative Assembly. They are called as what? They are called as RUP. That is registered unrecognized political parties. Once they get adequate share, what will happen? It is they'll get registered or recognized, or it can be national party or it can be state parties. Done? Sir, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ, ಬಟ್ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ಗೆ ಏನೇನು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಸಿಗತ್ತೆ? ನನ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಸಿಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಸಿಗತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು, the income which I'm receiving to a political party, it is exempted under which one? Exempted under, we call it as IT Act of which year? IT Act of, we call it as 1961. But now it has been replaced with, now it has been replaced with which one? IT Act of 2025. Now this IT Act of 2025 came into effect in which year? Now April 1, 2026. Be cautious. Now it is this, whatever the amount we are receiving as a part of this RUP, now it is completely exempted under which act? Under IT Act of 1961. But now this IT Act of 1961 is being replaced with what? 2025. Now this 2025 came into effect from April 1, 2026. E month in the April 1, 2026 in the Jari Band. Is our first advantage. Our second advantage here is 20 star campaigners ಅನ್ನು announce ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. Now what is star campaigners? It is, we call it as 20 star campaigners can be announced. Now what is star campaigners? Now star campaigners andre ಏನು? Nothing but it is major agi the trusted party members of a political party. The trusted members of a particular political party, we call it as which one? We call it as the star campaigners. Normal ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿದ್ರಲ್ವಾ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೈ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ನಡೀತು, ಅಟ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ದಾವಣಗೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನರ್ಸ್ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು? ನಾವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನರ್ಸ್ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಆರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಮೀರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, DKC ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೀಪ್ ಈಶ್ವರ್. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನರ್ಸ್, ದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿಜೇಂದ್ರ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ ಸೋಮಣ್ಣ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪ, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಏನೋ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನರ್ಸ್. they'll go, they'll campaign for the party. Now the question is, sir, ಇದು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನೇ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಖಾನಾ ಪೀನಾ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮಜಾ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಂಡಿಚರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಡನ್ ಬೈ ದ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬೀನ್ ಕೌಂಟೆಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ದ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀನ್ borne by the party. It is not being borne by a particular candidate, and that is called as star campaigners. Be cautious here. Now, star campaigners antandre complete expenditure is being borne by, we call it as the political party, and they are called as star campaigners. They will be star yake antandre it is orantra, they are called as the trusted, the most, we call it as recognized, the members of the party. And avrogi sumne tata bye bye antandre they'll vote. That is called as, we call it as the star campaigners. But the question is, sir, what about the expenditure? Now, what about expenses? Now, expenses will be counted under, we call it as a candidate alvandre illa. Now, yava count agatte antandre ee star campaigner jothe avaru idre count agatte. Now, they should not go for campaigning along with star campaigners. Neeve nodidralla separate campaign ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಅವ್ರ ಅಪ್ಪ ಇರೋದು ಅವ್ರ ಅಮ್ಮ ಇರೋದು ಹಂಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. But candidate idre automatically this will be counted under where? This will be counted under the candidate expenditure. This we call it as star campaigners. All these powers are being provided to, we call it as ROOP. What is ROOP? Registered. I have registered. But opposite agi, it has not been, we call it as recognized. It has not been recognized, the parties. Then it is mentioned under, we call it as the section, we call it as the major section 29A of, we call it as which one? The RP Act of 1951. The third one, who recognized this? Election Commission of India. After meeting the criteria into the national and state parties. The fourth one, we call it as they have never contested or they have not contested. Contest madidru kuda minimum number of votes sikilla. They are called as registered, unrecognized political the parties. And the fourth one, we got the advantage of this. The whatever the money which has been received, it is exempted, completely exempted from which one? We call it as Income Tax Act of 1961, or we call it as the present one, we call it as 2025, but came into effect in which one? April 1, 2026. That we need to know. And 20 jana star campaigners anna kuda allow ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, and all the expenses being borne by this party. Done. This we need to know. We call it as ROOP. We call it as, it is registered unrecognized political parties. This ends our theme called as elections. Now next one, expect a question on sports. This year the question will be on sports. Now what is sports here? Now what is sports? A recreational activity. Yes, so sports means what? It's a recreational activity. Nam ishta bandaga aata aadtakanta ಒಂದು ಇದನ್ನ sports ಅಂತ ಕರೀತೀವಿ. Now there are two types of sports. Now what are the two types of sports we have? One we call it as the physical sports, and a second one we call it as online sports, and that we call it as online games. Yes or no? Now first one we call it as, it is one we call it as physical. This year for sure question on sports. Now first one we call it as the physical one, and the second one we call it as it is online games. Online games. Now online games which includes now major ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ online games ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರ್ತವೆ? ಹೇಳಿ online games ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ? Now online games ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಆಡ್ಬೋದು ಯಾವ್ದು ಆಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಇ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್. ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಅದು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಗುಂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡ್ತೀರಾ. ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್. ದ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ it is real money sports or real money games. Real money sports, or we call it as real money games. Now out of this two, now which one is valid in India, which one is it is invalid in India? ಇದೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿ ನಂಗೆ ಸಾಕು. ಯಾವ್ದು ಆಡಬಹುದು? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗಾರೆ. First one, it is first priority is this. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಸೈಕೋಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಸಿಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಮೇಜರ್ ರೀಸನ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಚ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಿಚ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್. ನಾವು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇನ್ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್ ಅಂತ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ನೋ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾನ್ಸ್. Now which one is game of skill and which one is game of chance? Now chance, ನೀವು IPL betting ಏನದು? Chance ಅಷ್ಟೇ, it's not a skill. Now the second one we call it as game of skill. Now, which one is approved in India and which one is disapproved in India? Now, it is, even if it is online, I don't even care. But that game should be on the basis of, we call it as skills. Game of skills. Based on my talent, if I'm winning or if I'm losing, that has been encouraged. That has been encouraged. If it is based on chance, tukka, and yene madru win agalandre, that we call it as what? That we call it as based on, we call it as chance has been declared what? It is illegal in India. Example kodtira based on chance ge. Adappa. Now rummy, elbar rummy el baratte. Is it skill al baratta or is it we call it chance al baratta? Pakka. It is, sir, game as such is not based on, it is we call it as the chance alla. But game as such comes on skills. Because rummy it is spit ashte. No, online artira ashte. But problem ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಆಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಗಾರಿದಮ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಪ್ರತಿ ಬಾರಿ ನೀವು ಗೆಲ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ ಸ್ಮಾಲರ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ, ಬಟ್ ಲಾರ್ಜ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ ಹೋಗಿ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. That's the major reason. It is algorithm has been changed in such a manner that it is you will be at loss. But in reality ನೋಡಿದಾಗ automatically rummy it is as such concerned, we call it as the skill itself. But betting chance. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರೋ ಒಂದು 6 ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬರಲ್ಲ. Anyway, it's purely based on chance. But which one has been accepted in India, which one has been declared invalid in India? Now, based on chance has been declared as invalid. Invalid in India, it is based on skill. Either it can be physical or it can be online. It is encouraged. But ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ encourage ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, this e-sports and social games, it is based on skills. Whereas real money, we call it as games, has been declared as, we call it as based on chance. Now when it is based on chance, we have been declared it as, we call it as invalid in India. Invalid in India. The question is, illa sir ನಾನು ಆಡೇ ಆಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಕದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಈಗ ಆಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? First one we call it as, it's a cognizable and a non-bailable offense. ಆಡಿ ಬೇಡ ಅನ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಓಕೆನಾ? ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ, it is first one we call which one? Cognizable. What is cognizable? Punishable and non-bailable. Jail irbeku, bail kodala. It is cognizable and we call it as non-bailable offense. Exactly online. It is majorly yes, cognizable and we call it as non-bailable offense. Second one, the second major important one, sir, penalty ಏನಿದೆ? Now what is the penalty we have? Now penalty we call it as penalty. It is 2 to 3 years jail term, 2 to 3 years jail term and a penalty of 50 lakh to 1 crore rupees. 50 ಲಕ್ಷದಿಂದ it is 1 ಕೋಟಿಯವರೆಗೆ ಏನಿರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ penalty ಇರುತ್ತೆ. It is penalty. Now for we call it as from 50 lakh to we call it as 1 CR. The third one, sir, advertisement ಕೊಡೋರ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಇಲ್ವಾ? Ad ಕೊಡೋರ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಇದೆ. Now one who are advertising this real money games, ad ಮಾಡೋರು ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡೋರ್ಗೆ, ಓಕೆನಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ವಿಮಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ವಿಮಲ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಕೇಸರಿ ಆಗಿ ಅಂತ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಪ್ರಮೋಟೆಡ್. ನಾವು ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಏನ್ ಜೈಲ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 2 years. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫೈನ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ? 50 lakh. ಬಟ್ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡೋರಿಗೆ 3 ವರ್ಷ ಜೈಲ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಅಂಡ್ ಫೈನ್ ಎಷ್ಟಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಪ್ ಟಿಲ್ 1 CR. ಬಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 2 years jail term and 50 lakh. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಯು ದ ರೇಂಜ್ 2 to 3 years. ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದು, ದಿಸ್ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ and this is one who are playing it. This we call it as majorly our, it is our act or our policy. And the third major important one, sir, this betting and gambling comes under which list? Betting, gambling or it can be sports comes under which list? State list. It comes under the state list. Highly important one, be cautious. ಈ ವಾರ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Now this we call it as online games. Now first one, recently we have brought in a bill called as the promotion and regulation of which one? Online gaming. Now online gaming which include which all things? Online gaming which includes esports, or which includes social games, or which includes which one? Real money games or real money sports anta kariti. Real money games. Now which one has been banned in India? Now real money games, nothing but it is a game of chance is being banned in India. The game of chance. It is game of which one? The game of chance is being banned in India. Game of, we call it as a chance. But yaudin encourage martadivi? Game of skill is being encouraged in India. Sir, illa nan aade aadtini yen ಮಾಡ್ಕತ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ? Nothing but police ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? Cognizable, ಪಕ್ಕಾ punishment ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, cognizable. And second one we call it as non-bailable. ಅಪ್ಪ ಬಂದ್ರು ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಬಂದ್ರು ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ. Non-bailable offenses. Okay na? Second one, what is the? It is punishment we have. Punishment we have ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ automatically we have punishment of it is how many years? It is normal agi 3 years, 1 hour playing. It is 1 CR punishment. 1 hour promoting it. It is 2 ವರ್ಷ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ ಮೇಲೆ 50 lakh. 2 years, or we call it as 50 lakh rupees, we call it as a punishment clause which has been added with respect to which one? The promotion and regulation of, we call it as online gaming, the bill 2025. This has been brought in by which ministry? Ministry of Youth, and we call it as the sports. Ministry of Youth, and we call it as now sports not tandidaran. Now this is all about our, we call it as a bill. Sir, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಅನ್ವಯ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ majorly across India. This applies across India, all of India, and one who are providing the services from outside India also are being covered. But services ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು? ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ. Now if they are providing services from outside India, from MNCs from America, MNCs from Russia are also being covered as a part of this act. As a part of this act, we call it as Online Gaming Act ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Online Gaming Act, it is very much important from our exam point of view. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ, ಗೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು, ಗೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾನ್ಸ್. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಗೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ನ ಆಡ್ಕೂಡ್ದು ನೀವು. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಗೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಪ್ಲೇ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾನ್ಸ್, it is majority 99% you lose because algorithms has been designed in such a manner. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ we have brought in 1 CR penalty clause and 50 lakh for 1 hour promoting it. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ because we need to discourage this. We need to discourage this also. Done. Next one we call it as the sports, the bill or sports act, the sports bill, or we call it as a sports governance bill 2025. Now the question is, sir, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯನ್ನ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಇತ್ತಾ? ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಕೂಡ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಸೀಸ್, ದ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್, ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್. Now the different codes or different policies, different rules and regulations were been brought in by yaru? Executive. Now this was brought in by executive. Which is that executive? Ministry of Youth and Sports. But now for the first time in the history, we have brought in a legislative acts. Kaide tandidivi. And that we call it as the Sports Governance. Now bill has been converted to act. Now Sports Governance Act of which year? 2025. Now the Sports Governance Bill or Act was been brought in by yaru? Brought in by, we call it as Parliament, or we call it as legislature. I hope you are aware about the difference between executive laws and the legislative laws. Now which one is more powerful? Legislative laws are more powerful, and that is the reason we call this is considered to be, we call it as India's first statutory law has been brought in with respect to which industry? Sports industry. The first time in the history, boss. First time in the history we have brought in, we call it as a statutory provisions or a statutory, the act has been brought in for which industry? The sports industry. First one, we need to know about this. And the second major important one, this has been brought in, or I can say which is the nodal ministry here? Nodal ministry yavadu? Now youth and sports. Now what are we trying to achieve via this good governance with respect to sports? or Sports Governance Act of 2025. What are we trying to achieve here? Online fast. What are we trying to achieve here? Exactly. We want to encourage more of physical sports. Okay. Second one, we want to encourage transparency in sports. We want to reduce doping in sports. We want to create some good infrastructure. We want to give some good recognition to the athletes who are playing Olympics, national games, the state games. Ivrigella recognition madodakoskara we have created, we call it as an act, and that act we call it as the Sports Governance Act of 2025. Now, Sports Governance 2025 brought in by which ministry? Ministry of Youth and Sports. What's the objective here? Now, objective is very clear. We need to develop the sports industry in India. We need to increase our Olympics, it has awards, Olympic medals, the national medals, states medals, we want to increase. Now, we want to improve transparency and accountability of which one? It is athlete-centric governance we need to work in. That is our main objective. That is our main objective. Idikinta munche enitappa andre only courts matra ittu. That is non-binding. That was non-binding because this was brought in by our executive. This was brought in by our government. This was brought in by our Ministry of Youth and Sports. Whereas here, majorly the bill was being brought in by the parliament or which was being brought in by legislature. Now, which majorly talks about to make this industry, it is the sports or athlete friendly ecosystem we need to create. Now, how to create this sports friendly, or it is we call it as it is athlete friendly anta kelidre we are establishing two important we call it as we call it as the apex institutions. Now, the top level apex institution we call it as National Sports Board is being established. At the top level, which is the institution we are trying to establish? Which is the institutions we are trying to establish? Yavadappa eradu institutions samsthegalu yavu antandre National Sports Board anta karitivi, National Sports Tribunal anta karitivi. Nenpitkobekiಲ್ಲಿ. It is National Sports Board. Now, what is the role of this board? It is whatever the laws related to sports, it is being done by RL. It is, we call it as, this board handles everything related to the sports. And adukoskara it is called as apex institution established at the union level. Apex regulator. Apex regulator in the sector of which sector? In the sector of we call it as sports. Now, complete sports and control madoru yaru? It is National Sports Board will control it. Not by executive, not by government. See, government nothing but how can they regulate it? No. Adukoskara we have brought in a dedicated team. That we call it as National Sports Board. Sir, in National Sports Board, minimum 4 jana females irbeku. 2 members should be at least we call it as expert athletes irbeku. Okay na? Adu bittu politician makkali taradu. Okay na? Angotilla yaru. Nothing but what is the composition here? What should be the composition here? It is composition as we call it as there must be we call it as there must be 4 women. There must be we call it as the 2 expert athletes or we call it as elite athletes should be a part of this. Even one National Sports Board game. Now, if there is Dhoni or if there is some Sachin or if there is some it is PT Usha, if they are included in this part, automatically the sports sector will boom because they can get to know that where we want to invest, where we want to give an encouragement, where we want to discourage our expenditure, all those things they are aware. And that is the main reason for bringing of this act, and that we call it as the sports, we call it as 2025. It's a statutory, the provision which has been brought in by Ministry of Youth and Sports. We are replacing the codes with we call it as which one? Acts. And this we call it as National Sports Board. And other it is sports person samasya adaga. Now recent Punjab related the sports, it is majorly they were in conflict with the board itself. They are conflict with the team itself. Now at timely, if I want to go to it is complaining, I need to give a complaint against their own members itself. But il chairman normal agi, the politician. Now will that politician take up a case against me? No. Now adukoskara en marthivi andre we are bringing in a dedicated team of we call it as judges also. to handle the grievances of the sports personalities or athletes. Now understand my question. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, it is you all are sports persons, but ನಾನೇನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್. ಬಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾನು ತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಕಿತ್ತಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮೈ ಓನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ರಾದರ್ ದನ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಪೋಸಿಷನ್. ಬಟ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬ್ರಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಬಿಲ್, ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಬಿಲ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರೈಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್. Now this National Sports Tribunal na kelsa enu? Now they will, we call it as exclusively deals with respect to what? Disputes. And that we call it as National Sports Tribunal has also been established. Under this we call it as the statutory provisions. Under we call it as statutory provisions. In particularly sports anta kantadu gottirle bek at any cost. Now when we are talking about sports, sports comes under which act? Which act? State. A simple question is, if it is state, how come parliament can bring in an act? How can an parliament bring in an act? Because to bring in uniformity, they have just given some ideas. At central level it will be controlled by National Sports Board, and the disputes have been, it is resolved by whom? National, we call it as the Sports Tribunal. Their main objective is, ನೀವು ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಾಯಿರಿ, ನನಗೇನು ಬೇಕು ಮೆಡಲ್ ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಒಲಿಂಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಏಷ್ಯನ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಆರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್, ನನಗೆ ಮೆಡಲ್ ಬೇಕು. ಇಫ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಮೆಡಲ್ಸ್, ವಾಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಐ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಡೂ? What should I need to do? Nothing but I need to bring in a good governance. Good governance in which sector? Now for this to happen, automatically we need to bring in a dedicated team of members. And that dedicated team of members, we call it as 4 members are women and 2 members are elite athletes. Automatically the sports will reform. And this is the objective of, we call it as the first statutory, the provision to make it, we call it as good governance in, by replacing, we call it as the national, it is the sports code 2011. By replacing which one? By replacing, it is the sports code 2011. Done. This ends are, we call it as a theme called as the sports. Be cautious with respect to our theme called as sports. There will be question on either on this act, either on this we call it as statutory provisions, and a second one there will be question on, we call it as online games. First one you should know about what is sports. Sports comes under which list? Third one, it comes under which ministry? What's the objective of this? Now which all type of institution we are trying to establish? And the sixth one we call what is the composition, what is the role, what is the function, you need to know. And second one you should know about what are the different types of sports we have. We have physical sports, we call it as majorly. We have, it is our online games. Now under online games we have, it is e-sports, we have social games. Followed by we call it as majorly, our last one we call it as, it is real money games or real money sports. That we need to know. And in our India recent Supreme Court judgment has clarified saying that it is game of chance should be completely banned. Now one who are practicing it, they need to be put under bars, and they should give adequate punishment also. Up till 3 years punishment and 1 crore rupees penalty should also be added on them. And ಅದೇ ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋರಿಗೆ ಅವರು ತಪ್ಪೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅವರಿಂದ ತಾನು ನಾನು ಆಡ್ತಿರೋದು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, it has 2 years of jail term and 50 lakh rupees of punishment or the penalty is also being added to them as a part of our online the games also. Done. This we need to know with respect to our, it is the games part. Okay na boss? Our next one, it is given called as land. Next one given called as land. Wakf board, kelidru Wakf board or Wakf board? Yadaru okay, Wakf board or Wakf board? Now you Wakf board andre enu, or the next theme we call it as a land. The next theme we call it as a theme called as the land themes. Now whenever we are talking about the land themes, the first one, it is land comes under, it is which article? Now land comes under, it is okay, yav list up andre state list. Now which article? Now 300A. Now it comes under, we call it as now 300A. 300A. Now initially it was under part of which one? Article 31, now it has been shifted to Article 300A. Now this has been shifted via which amendment? 44th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1978. 44ನೇ ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ 1978ರಲ್ಲಿ Article 31, the fundamental rights has been changed to, we call it as constitutional right. Done. The third question is land yardu. Okay, state list ಆಯ್ತು. Land yardu. Now how government? Now it depends. Now is this building belongs to government? No, ಮತ್ತೆ government ಅಂತೀರಾ? Now land, it can belong to anyone. But the question is, either it can be, we call it as private property, or it can be public property. Public property, or it can be the private property. ಸರಿ, ಇವೆರಡೂ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. It can be, we call it as trust. A group of people joining hands to establish a trust. Then, if it is individual owner, private. If it is, now all the people are the owners andre public. So the question is, now with respect to trust or with respect to Wakf or Wakf board. With respect to Wakf board, now ಈ Wakf ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ದೇವರ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಅಂತ. It's a property belongs to whom? It is the God. ದೇವರ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಅಂತ. ಇಸ್ಲಾಂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ Wakf andre it is, we call it as the property belongs to whom? God. The Muslims. Belongs to God. My simple question is, now which land can be given to God or to mosque? ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು? ನಾವು ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ, ಅಥವಾ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ? It is only private land can be provided. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, it is ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, see public ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is government is the owner, and second one trust ಅಂದ್ರೆ group of people is the owner. You cannot individually give the property to the God. Nothing but can anyone give a public property or the private property to the Wakf or Wakf board? No. Nothing but only Muslims can give. Only Muslims can give, and that too after practicing Muslim for 5 years. You should have been practicing Islam for how many years? 5 years. ಕೊಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. ಬಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ 2025 ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಬರಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರೋ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನೆಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಮ್ದೇ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ಆ ತರ ಕೂಡಿಟ್ಟು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ದ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಲಾರ್ಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. They are holding the third largest property in India. Be cautious. They are holding what? They are holding the third largest property. See, don't take me wrong here, but just I'm explaining the context system. It is, I'm not against any religion. The third largest property in Karitivi, it is third largest property. It is after we call it as armed forces, after we call it as railways, admele Wakf is considered to be the third largest property. It is, we call it as holder. Now yavaga iವರು ಕೂಡಿಟ್ಟು third largest ಆಯ್ತು, it is a different players started to complain into the Wakf. Now Wakf ಹೋದಾಗ whatever Wakf says, it is final and binding. ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ನಂದೇನೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಸ್ತಿನ ಯಾರೋ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟವ್ರೆ ತೋಳಿ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ ಅಂತ, ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. I need to go only to where? It is Wakf board. Now Wakf board ಹೋದಾಗ it is ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ನನಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡು ಅಂತ ದೇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೋತಾರ? Because in majority of times it will be supporting to their own religion. And ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we have brought in a regulation. Why we have brought in a regulation? Because land comes under, we call it as a state, and we have made we have brought in an act, and that act is called as Umeed Act. That act is called as Act Umeed. That act is called as Umeed Act. Now it is also called as Wakf Act or Wakf Act anta karitivi. It's also called as Wakf Act or it's also called as Umeed Act. Now it is the government has clearly said that okay, it is you can maintain your property in the name of God. But the question is, now whatever the property you are holding it is within 6 months register in our government portal. See, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಕ್ಸನ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. If it is valid, we will say it as, okay, you have all the authority to maintain your land. But when it is not your property, automatically we won't register under a portal called as Umeed portal within 6 months. Now automatically it is whichever property you are not registering under this Umeed portal automatically belongs to whom? Automatically belongs to the public. Automatically belongs to public, or ಯಾರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ it is ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರು ಪತ್ರ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. And this we call it as Wakf, the board act, or we call it as Umeed act ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, it is the first concept of, we call it as Wakf, has been mentioned by, we call it as Muhammad Ghori. Highly and highly important one, the origin of, we call it as, it is Wakf in India dates back to, we call it as the times of Muhammad Ghori. And the second one, now what is the time period we have given it for the registration of this Umeed, or we call it as the Wakf properties? It is 6 months. 6 months. See, ಯಾರ್ಯಾದ್ರೂ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ಗುರು, because ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Even if it is Hindus, even if it is Christians, if they have done it in, it is legal or illegal manner, ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಈಗ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಲಿಂಗಾಯತ್ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಇದೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಗೌಡ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಇದೆ, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ನಂದೊಂದು ಕಬ್ಜಾ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ವೈಟ್ ನೋ, ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈವನ್ ಇಫ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಆಗಲಿ, ಈವನ್ ಇಫ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಲಿಜಿಯಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ, ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ರೈಡ್ ಇಟ್ ನೋ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ವಾಟ್. ನಾವು ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕಾಂಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡನ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. I think, but we are not involving in the affairs of mosque or masjid. We are involving in the affair of ಯಾವುದು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. We are only involving in the affair of, we call it as land, because we got n number of complaints from majorly from agricultural farmers saying that our ರೈತರು it is ಬೆಳೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, but ಆಸ್ತಿ ಪತ್ರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬೇರೆ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿದೆ. That's the major reason. It is that has come down. Now maximum registration ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಯಾವುದು? ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಅಂಡರ್ ಉಮೀದಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಫಾಲೋಡ್ ಬೈ ದಿಸ್ JNK. ನಾವು ವೆರಿ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾವುದು? ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲ್. ವೆರಿ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೆಂಗಾಲ್. ನಾವು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ UP ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ UP, ಬಟ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ? ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಪಕ್ಕ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ we are legal and all the documents, and we have submitted all the proof and documents also. Who has submitted or who has given this land, and ಈ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಎವ್ರಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ DF ನ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ given this draft. Here this we call it as the Wakf. Now Wakf we call it as major agi. The first one we need to know about Wakf. The first one, Wakf, means we call it as God's property, in the name of God. The name of, we call it as, it is the God and Karitivi. Done. It is Muhammad Prophet, Muhammad the Prophet, or it can be, we call it as Ali also. Based on the Sunni and Shia, they'll be naming that it is origin. Second one, we call it second one, who can give a land? Who can give a land? It is the only practicing Islam or the practicing Muslim for at least how many years? 5 years. And property ಯಾರ್ದಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು? ಅವ್ರದಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರ ಅಪ್ಪನ್ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತಗೊಳ್ಳ ಅನ್ಕೊಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. Now it must be personal property. It must be, we call it as personal property, at least practicing for how many years? 5 years. This we need to know. And second one, registration should happen within how many months? 6 months. And maximum registration has been done in where? Karnataka. Second one, JNK. Least is West Bengal. What does least means? Why there has been least? It is property registration in West Bengal. It is majorly that. And next one we call it as, next one, it is maximum properties are present in where? It is UP. Maximum properties are in, we call it as UP. I already said that it is Wakf properties are considered with third largest property ownership. After army, after railways admale, they are considered with third largest ownership of, we call it as the property. Okay alva? Vidhansauda kuda ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ದಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧನ್ ಕೂಡ ದಾನ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಪ್ರೂಫ್ ಇದೆ. But they have clarified saying that illappa idu namde government property idu. Then this we have a senior, and is also called as Umeed Act. Now Umeed Act gothirli. Now first origination linda antandre, first origination linda It is the times of, we call it as Muhammad Ghori. The times of, we call it as Muhammad. Done. See, illi there is no religious issue here. There is no religious issue here because we are only targeting with respect to a land ashta. Now that too ಏನಪ್ಪ legal ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ we are not touching it. We are not touching it, but ಯಾವ್ದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. We are touching only, we call it as the illegal property ownership ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಏನಾದರೂ ಬೈ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಆಗಿ, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳೋದಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಬೈ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನೋ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೈ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ದಾನ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಆ ಥರ ಟೈಮ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ಇಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದ original property owner, because it is in many of the families the land is considered to be, we call it as, it is their own assets for the future, and ಅದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ it is nothing else is present as a part of our, it is Wakf board or Wakf board. Done. The next one we call it as immigration and the foreigners. The immigration and foreigners order 2025. Foreigners order 2025. What is this immigration ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, foreigners ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? What do you mean by immigration? Now, immigration or foreigners as a subject comes under which list? Comes under, we call it as, comes under union list. Be cautious. The foreigners or immigration as a subject comes under union list. Second question. Now, who has authority to make laws related to, we call it as immigration or foreigners? Immigration means if a people they are coming to India, they are called as immigration or they are called as immigrants. Foreigners means it can be anyone. It can be anyone in general. Foreigners means general, whereas immigration means if they are coming to India specifically. Okay, now. Second. Now, who has authority to make laws? Now, only Parliament has authority to make laws. Now, which is the nodal ministry we have? Nodal ministry yavdo? Ministry of Home Affairs. Nodal ministry we call it as Ministry of Home Affairs, as brought in, we call it as brought in an order. Now, under we call it as, we call it as Immigration and Foreigners Act of 2025. Orders as simple as that, it's an executive order. It's an executive order. Now we kaidana itkondu rules and regulations tartivi. The different rules and regulations are being brought in by whom? It is brought in by nenpittukobekili. Now rules and regulations are being brought in by executive or brought in by government. Which government? It is central government. Which ministry? Ministry of Home Affairs. Now this act came into effect from, it is yavagappa antandre September 2025. Now ee ondu act ಮೂಲಕ ಏನೇನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is one war coming to India. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, it is world ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಫೈನಲ್ ಡೆಸ್ಟಿನೇಷನ್ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ. ಎಲ್ಲೂ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಟಿಜನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is final destination to come to India is India, or it is at the world level, it is India. ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಜಾ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಅದು ನಾವು ತಡೆಯೋದು? ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ 20% ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಇದೀವಿ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ. Out of every 100 members, 20 are present in India. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 3 ರಿಂದ 5 ಜನ UP ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. Now what to do? ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ರೆ, it is, we cannot accommodate. We don't have resources, we don't have drinking water, we don't have food, we don't have place to live. ಎಲ್ಲಿರೋದು? ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, we brought in an act, and that act we call it as Immigration and Foreigners Act of 2025. And this majorly talks about which one? Majorly talks about entry, stay or exit. ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಗೀತು, ಹೋಗು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗೇನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಹೋಗ್ತೀಯ ಅಂತ. ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇರಿ ಅಂತನೋರು. ಈಗೇನಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ, ಅಡಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. That concept has been evolved in India. But the stay followed by, we call it as entry or exit, is being clearly controlled under this act called as Immigration and Foreigners Act of 2025. Now this has been brought in by Parliament because it is immigration or foreigners comes under union list. Now who is the nodal authority to make rules and regulations with respect to this act? Ministry of Home Affairs. They'll make rules and regulations or orders are being passed by Ministry of Home Affairs anta karitivi. Okay na? Sir ella okay. Now ಯಾವ foreigners ಗೆ free exit and entry ಇದೆ? It is Nepal and Bhutan ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ Nepal and Bhutan ಅವರಿಗೆ? Why Nepal and Bhutan have been exempted from this act? because they are considered as, we call it as the friendly, we call it as the aliens, or we call it as the friendly countries bordering, or we call it as India. We call it as the free boundary between these two countries. We have the free boundary between, we call it as these two countries. When ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನು ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. But as of today, we have blocked everyone except which one? Nepal and Bhutan. They have multiple entry, multiple exit, either via land or via river or via it is airways. We have a free exit and entry. But when it comes to China, when it comes to Pakistan, when it comes to, we call it as America, when it comes to it is the Germany, France, there has always been regulated. Always been regulated, and this act is more important because this consolidates all the different acts, different, we call it as the provisions, different orders, different policies, different codes, ಎಲ್ಲ merge ಆಗಿದೆ. But ಇವಾಗ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದಷ್ಟೇ, ಯಾವುದು ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು? We call it as Immigration and Foreigners Act of 2025 ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Okay na? Then this we call it as Immigration and Foreigners Act of 2025. But ಮೇ ಹತ್ರ ನೆನಪಿರ್ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂತು? ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ 2025ರಲ್ಲಿ. ನಾವು ಯಾರಪ್ಪರು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ತಂದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೈ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್. ಹೂ ಇಸ್ ದ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆರ್ ವಿಚ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we call it as which one? Home Affairs. And next one, this has not been passed yet. We call it as, you should know about this. Major we call it as, ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಕೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಅಂತ, ವಿಕಸಿತ್ ಭಾರತ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷಾ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಧಿಷ್ಠಾನ್. ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ನಾವು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಡನ್. Now the question is, this is a bill, but just I'll give you some idea. This won't be important from an exam point of view, but you should know this. The question is, sir, what is bill? Bill andre ಏನು? Bill andre it's a proposal or it's a draft. Now once it is passed by the parliament or got an assent of a president of India, we call it as an act. First one is this. Second one, now this bill can be brought in by, it is the MPs, member of parliamentarians, or it can be brought in by minister. Now such a type of bills we call it as the private bill, or it is called as public member bill, or it's also called as government bill. But normal agi bill ಅನ್ನು ಯಾರು ತರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ತರ್ತಾರೆ. ಐಡಿಯಾ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ಬಿಲ್ ತಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. Ministers they'll bring in, they'll never give a chance to private. Now they will bring in a bill, and that bill we call it as which bill? Public member bill, or it's also called as which bill? Government bill. Sir, ಈ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಿಲ್ ಯಾವ ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ಡೀಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಾ. What does ಶಿಕ್ಷಾ means? Education. The ಶಿಕ್ಷಾ means education. Which education? Higher education, boss. We are not talking about the lower education. We are normally talking about the higher education, because we have everything with respect to lower education. Now up till 6 to 14, we have a dedicated Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. We have recently brought in NEP also, NEP 2020 also, on the recommendation of which committee? Yes, exactly perfect. ನಾನು ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆನ್ ದ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಶನ್ ಆಫ್ ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆ ಕಸ್ತೂರಂಗನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ, ದ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಇಸ್ರೋ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಟು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ NEP. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕನೇ. ಅಂಡ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ನೋ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಅ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ದ SEP ಕಮಿಟಿ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಸುಖದೇವ್ ತೊರಾತ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ. ದ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ UGC ಚೇರ್ಮನ್, ದ ಸುಖದೇವ್ ತೊರಾತ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ನಾವು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ದ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಇಸ್ ಫೈನ್, ಫಿಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫೈನ್. But the question is, now higher education is in very, we call it as worst situation. Sir, why are you saying this? Now ಯಾಕೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, because worst ಆಗಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. ನಾವು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಯಾಕೆ ವರ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು, ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳೋದೇನಂದ್ರೆ ಆಸ್ಪಿರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ R&D ಮಾಡಕ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ತಾನೆ ನೀವು ಹೋಗಕ್ಕೆ R&Dಗೆ. ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಪೇಪರ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವು. ಅದು ಮಾಡಿ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಮ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್. ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಇಸ್, ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಮುಗ್ದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಓನ್ಲಿ 28 ಜನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದಾರಂತೆ. out of every, it is 100 members, how many are going to higher education? 28%. Adil abroad go over tumba kadme, hardly 1 or 2 members, 1 or 2%. Out of every 100, 1 or 2% is hardly they are going to abroad as a part of our research doc agi. Very least. Foreign ಹೋಗೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ. ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ನಮ್ದು ಫೈನಲ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಾವು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಸುಸ್ತಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಎಷ್ಟಂತ ಓದೋದು, ಮಗಪ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡೋದು, ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರೆಯೋದು, ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರೆಯೋದು, ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಲಾಗ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಓಕೆನಾ? Now when we move towards our higher education, this is our challenge we are seeing here. Out of every 100 members, only 28 members are going it into where? It is higher education. Second one, sir, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಕೂಡ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ದುಡ್ಡೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. Now for R&D they are giving only 0.7 paisa or 0.7, we call it as percentage ಅಷ್ಟೇ. It is every 100 rupees ಅಲ್ಲಿ R&D ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? 0.7%. ಇದು ಅವ್ರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಕೂಡ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ನಮಗೆ. ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಏನೋ ಇನೋವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. When it compared with, we call it as China and we call it as ಏನೋ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಪಾಟೋ ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಹೊಲಿಗೆ ಮಿಷನ್ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಹೌದು ಇಲ್ವೋ? Now the question is, now when we are comparing with China and we call it America, it is approximately they are spending more than, we call it as 2.5% on R&D. They are spending more on it, as we call it as R&D. When we are spending more on R&D, the people are also interested to go for it because we have good infrastructure, we have good mentoring support, we have good ecosystem, we have good ideas also. ಹೌದು ಇಲ್ಲ? ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ R&D ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರಿಲೇಟಿವ್ಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋರು, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋರು ಯಾರಾದ್ರು. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಿನಿಮಲ್, 28% ಬಾಸ್. ಅದು ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ ಆಗಿರೋರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋ, ಟೋಟಲ್ ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದ್ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರೇಷಿಯೋ. Third major important one, sir, why we need to focus this higher education? Why we need to focus? Because why we need to focus this on higher education? The reason is very clear. The reason is very clear because India is considered to be the world's third largest education ecosystem. It is, India is considered to be what? India is considered to be, we call it as the third largest ecosystem with respect to education. That's the reason we need to focus this. Now, how to focus on the ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because we need to focus on, we call it as higher education regulation. We need to focus upon it as modifying this, reforming it. Now, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ, we have brought in a bill. Be cautious here. Now, it is very much important. It is whenever we are talking about higher education, ಬೇಕಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. Now, for a country to grow, for a particular country to grow, it is mandatorily required. Now, what is mandatorily required? We need to reform that ecosystem. Now, sir, how are we reforming it? The first reformation here is, we are establishing, we call it as the Apex Commission, called as, it as Vikasit Bharat Shiksha. Shiksha, we call it as Adhishthananna ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತದ್ವಿ. ಅಧಿಷ್ಠಾನ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. The Apex Commission, this we call it as Apex Commission. We call it as Vikasit Bharat, developed India by 2047. Second one, it is Shiksha means education. Adhishthan means commission. Now, what is that? Commission means, and experts will be there. Now to plan for which one? To plan for higher education. Now within this, we have three important councils. One we call it as Vikasit Bharat Shiksha Manak Parishad. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಮಾನಕ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಸ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು. Now, it is in the morning I have discussed with respect to civil services. Now, standards which has been given to which one? The training institutes. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ for higher educations ಗೆ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is Manak Parishad has been established. The first council we call it as Manak Parishad has been established. Their main role here is, it is designing with respect to standards. What should be the standard? What should be the curriculum? What should be the pedagogy? What should be, we call it as a test? What should be practicality? It was it. And the second one we call it as Accreditation Council. ಅಕ್ರಿಡೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗುಣವತ್ತಾ ಪರಿಷತ್. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಗುಣವತ್ತಾ ಮೀನ್ಸ್? ಗುಣ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ರಿಪ್ಲೇಸಿಂಗ್ NAC. This will be replacing UGC. Simple as that. UGC na replace ಮಾಡಿ they are bringing which one? Manak Parishad. Yes, they are bringing Gunavatta Parishad. Nothing but quality NAC anna. NAC ಹೋಗೋದು ಮನೆಗೆ. Nothing but NAC. Because you know there is huge amount of corruption in UGC and we call it as NAC. Huge amount of corruption in UGC and NAC, and that's the reason we are replacing it. UGC ಅಂದ್ರೆ University Grants Commission. Grants ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ತಗೊಂಡು grants ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. I'm not joking here. This is the reason. Second one we call it as NAC. It is accreditation. You know, ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಹೋದ್ರು A+, but B ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ, C ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ? This is the reason. Now they are going for, we call it as replacing of these councils. And the third one we call it as Viniyam Parishat anta. Viniyam andre it is regulatory. Viniyam means regulatory. All those three councils will report it to whom? Commission. And that we call it as Adhisthana, the Siksha Adhisthana. They'll report it to Adhisthana. Done? I'll repeat. The first one, this bill has been brought in by which ministry? Brought in by which ministry? Ministry of Education. Higher Education illa. Now higher education has been replaced as education. Second, now this will be replacing which one? Now the different higher education organizations, it can be UGC or it can be AIC Technical Education or it can be, we call it as NCTE also. They'll be replacing all these organizations. They'll be replacing UGC, they'll be replacing NAC, all those things into a single setup called as the Majorly Vikasit Bharat Siksha, it is Adhishtan, the commission. Under this we have, it is Manak Kidar. Manak is for, we call it as standards. It is Gunavatta is for quality. And the third one we call it as Viniyam, nothing but regulatory mechanisms. Done? It is that has been established under, we call it as, under a bill called as, it is Vikasit Bharat Siksha Adhishtan 2000, we call it as 2026 ali. 2026. Pass agate idu, pakka pass agate. 2026. And that's the reason I'm discussing this. And the second one, what's the main objective of this? What's the main objective of this bill? My main objective is clear. I want to rejuvenate which education? Higher education in the country. Higher education means after 12th. After 12th comes under, we call it as higher education network. And the third one we call it as, it is aligning with, we call it as NEP 2020. NEP 2020. Sir, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಫೀಚರ್ಸ್ ತರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ it is now higher education ಹೋದಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇರದೆ 4 ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. It is either BA stream ಹೋಗು, BCom ಹೋಗು, BSc ಹೋಗು, ಅಥವಾ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗು, ಅಥವಾ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಹೋಗು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. But now we are bringing in multiple streams. Nothing but we call it as architecture ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಫುಡ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸಸ್. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ we can go for multiple exit and multiple entry also. Multiple exit and multiple entry. 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, 2 years ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರೇಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಹಾನರ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. They are bringing a huge amount of reforms with respect to which organization? It is, we call it as higher education system itself. And they are also bringing in, we call it as technocentric the education. Technocentric education by giving autonomy to the private players and by giving autonomy to the global players also. So that the global players can come to India, they can establish their basis and they can design their curriculum and they can give adequate quality to the higher education people also at affordable cost. So ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿರಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಯುಡೆಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಟಾನಮಿ now to those MNCs. It can be Coursera, it can be Udemy. There are different platforms where higher education has been provided at a cheaper cost than the physical presence. ನಮಗೆ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ, ನಮಗೆ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕರೆ ಸಾಕು. But we are trying to do here. We are trying to do here, and this we call it as, it is Vikasit Bharat Siksha, we call it as, it is Adhishtan. I hope it is clear. Okay na? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಕ? Yes, online, offline, I hope it is clear. And it is any people who can donate to Wakf ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. I think but I already said, ಯಾರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಡೊನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು? It is 5 years ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು. At the same time ಏನಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ, ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಾನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ವಕ್ಫ್ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ವಾಫ್ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. You can donate to a trust but not to a waqf. That you cannot do it. Done. And next one, yes, we are doing worst performance in the Olympic Games also. See, 20% ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮೆಡಲ್ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. That's the challenge for bringing this an act called as, we call it as, it is the Sports Act. And higher education, you know better than me, what is the status of higher education in India? See, without R&D, it is, can we run India? 2026 has been declared as, we call it as, unemployment year because of AI. But ಎಷ್ಟು AI ಅನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ನೋಡಿ. Though we have developed in India, we claim it as Indians. We claim it as Indians, Indian origin, ಆ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ದಬಾಕಿದೀವ ಹೇಳಿ? ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಗುಡ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್, ಗುಡ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್, ಗುಡ್ ಎಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್, ಗುಡ್ ಮೆಂಟರಿಂಗ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್, ಗುಡ್ R&D ಟೀಮ್ಸ್, ಗುಡ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಯುಬೇಷನ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್. ಇವಾಗ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಇವಾಗ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 30 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. By 2047 we'll establish. Now again ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 100 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ to establish our higher education system. Because education, it does not happen overnight. It takes years and years. Now whatever we are seeing in the present times, it is the contribution done in the last 50 years ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಈಗ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಬೂಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ that is not a overnight basis. It's a contribution we have done since 1991. The results are creeping up now. But now ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಪುನಾದಿ ಇವಾಗ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ಗೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಬೈ 2047 ಅವರು ಅಚೀವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಬಿಲ್ ಟೈಟಲ್ ನೋಡಿ, ವಿಕಸಿತ ಭಾರತ್ ಅಂತ. Because health, education and standard living does not happen overnight. It is, we call it, it's a basic concept, it's a fundamental concept. It takes years and years to achieve that. Clear? This we call it as Adishta. And the next one, you might be knowing about a scheme called as ULAS NULP. What is ULAS? It is ULAS ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ in the society. Understanding lifelong learning for all in the society anta karithivi. Okay, now the question is, now ULAS NULP anta, NULP andre New India Literacy Program, New India Literacy Program anta karithivi. New India Literacy Program, this we need to know. Now when we are talking about this ULAS NULP, now ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರನ್ನಪ್ಪ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರನ್ನ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಲಿಟರಸಿ ರೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ? ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಲಿಟರಸಿ ರೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ? ನಾವು ಲಿಟರಸಿ ರೇಟ್ ಆನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 71%. ನಾವು ಓದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 71 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು 2011 ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ 71 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿನ್ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 29ರಿಂದ 30 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಟು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರೈಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಸೈನ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಸರ್ ಹಾಗಂತ ಅವ್ರ ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಬ್ರೋಕನ್ ಡೌನ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಪೀಸಸ್. ದಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್. ನೌ ಹೌ ಟು ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಔಟ್ 30 ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ 30%. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಆರ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬ್ರಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ULAS. Understanding. It is understanding lifelong learning for all in the society. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಬರವಣಿಗೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು, ಫೋನ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು, ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು PPT ಪವರ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ವರ್ಡ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಲ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹಣವನ್ನ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಬಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದುಡ್ಡಿದೆ ಬಟ್ ಫೋನ್ ಪೇ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ನಾವು ಈ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕಲಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ULAS NULP ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ನ್ಯೂ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಲಿಟರಸಿ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅಂತ. Done. It is New India. We are targeting which one? ಯಾರನ್ನ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ? ಇವ್ರನ್ನ. ಸರ್ ಇವ್ರೇನ್ ಬಹಳ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಲಿಟರಸಿ ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು 2011 ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ? ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು 2011 ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ now who is considered as literate? It is read, write and solve basic mathematics. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಮೈನಸ್ ಮಾಡೋರ್ನ ಲಿಟರೇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. But now we are not targeting that. We are targeting ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನಲ್ ಲಿಟ್ರಸಿ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಫಾಲೋಡ್ ಬೈ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್. ದೇ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಸಮ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾಡರೇಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್. ಲೈಫ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್. ಒನ್ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಏಜ್ಡ್ ಯಾರು 15 years and above. One who have aged 15 years and above we are targeting. Sir, ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ 15 years ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ 15 years ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಯಾಕೆ? It is major we have, it is the compulsory education 21A ಇದೆ 6 to 14 ವರೆಗೆ. ನಾವು 6 to 14 ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲೈಫ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಲೈಫ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡೆಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ NULP, New India Literacy Program. It is ULAS, Understanding Lifelong Learning for All in the Society. Now this has been brought in by which ministry? Now Yava Sachivalaya. It is Shikshana Education Ministry, and this has been launched in which year? Launched by year 2022 for a period of 5 years. For a period of 5 years. Education as a subject comes under which list? Now concurrent. It has comes under concurrent. Original agi state alittu. Now via 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, we have made it as what? Concurrent. Now concurrent idre ದುಡ್ಡು ಯಾರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಇಬ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಬ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. It will be sharing. If it is sharing, what type of scheme is this? Now centrally sponsored. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, concurrent ಇದೆ, sharing ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಬ್ರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಇಬ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ that type of scheme we call it what? Centrally sponsored scheme ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. What's the objective of this? Objective here is we are targeting. Now it is literacy above 15 plus years. We are targeting with respect to foundational literacy and numeracy. We are targeting basic education, digital education. We are targeting vocational skills, continuing education, financial skills, followed by economy and society also. So we all target martadivi. Not only 2011 census. 2011 census, as we call it as, just numbers ashte adu. But now we are going for functional literacy by giving digital, by giving economical, by giving foundational. Nothing but see, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ ಬೆಳೀತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ it is definition reform ಆಗಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ, and that definition we are reforming it, and we are sectors also reforming it. ಈಗ ತಗೊಂಡು ನಾನು ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, it is we are talking about online games, we are talking about RUPP, we are talking about we call it as sports as a sector. ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ನಾವ್ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ we want to focus on sports also. ಅದ್ವಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಜನ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಕಡೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಓಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೈಡ್ಸ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಡ್ ಓಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಾಲ್ ನೋವು ಬರ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಂಡ್ ಬಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಒಂದು ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಫಾರ್ ದಟ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಇದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ನಾಯಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸ್ ಇನ್ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ನಾಯಿನ ಓಡಾಡ್ಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಥ್ಲೀಟ್ಸ್ ನ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯು ನೋ ನನ್ನ IAS ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ, yes. They have been transferred to, we call it as Ladakh, and later on transferred to Arunachal Pradesh, but now they are back to Delhi. Nothing but you know how IAS officers are more influential. Nothing but ಈ ನಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನ 7 ಗಂಟೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅಥ್ಲೀಟ್ಸ್ ಇರಬಾರ್ದಂತೆ. 7 to 7:30 ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಅಥ್ಲೀಟ್ಸ್ ಬದಲು ನಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನ ಓಡಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರು. ಮನುಷ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ, ನಾಯಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಬೆಲೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ ಅವ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸೆಡ್ ದಟ್ ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬನ್ನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಲದಾಖ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಬಲ್ ಅಂಬಡಿ ಕ್ಯಾಮಲ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಓಡಾಡೋದು, ಕಾರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಡ್ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ರೋಡೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮರದಿಂದ ಮರಕ್ಕೆ, ಕೊಂಬೆಯಿಂದ ಕೊಂಬೆಗೆ, ಆರ್ಬೋರಿಯಲ್ ಅನಿಮಲ್ಸ್. ಅಂಡ್ ನಾವು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ದಿಸ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಆರ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಒನ್. ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್. ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಫೋಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಇಮಿಗ್ರೇಷನ್, ಫಾರಿನರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೇನು ಚೌಲ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ಬಿಡಕ್ಕೆ. Nothing but we will identify, we will recognize you and will send back to your country. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ immigration, foreigners order. And a third one, this is called as, we call it as patriotism towards the country. I think but it is our country is great boss. ಹೌದಾ ಇಲ್ಲೋ? We are not, it is ಶತ್ರುಗಳಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಕೂಡ, ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜನರನ್ನ ಮೊದಲು priority ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, and after that will give priority to other countries. And that is called as a patriotic attitude towards a particular country. And after this we also talked about education theme. ನಾವು ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಬೇಡ ನಮಗೆ. ನಾವು ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ನೋಡೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್. ಸರ್ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಸಖತ್ತಾಗಿದೆಯಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಪ್ರಥಮ್ NGO, It is the fourth standard student. The fourth standard student is not in a position to solve basic mathematics ante. Plus minus ಮಾಡ್ತವ್ರೆ. It is major ಆಗಿ multiplication division ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ವಂತೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ್ NG ಅವರು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Especially one who are, it is especially one who are studying in, we call it as, it is government schools only. I am not encouraging you to go to private, but this is the data we are getting it. I think, but it is ಎಲ್ಲ ದುಡ್ಡು ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ why the government schools are not updating ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ because of, we call it as, because of conflict of interest. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಅವರೇ ಅಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅವ್ರದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ನಾನೀಗ? ಇದನ್ನ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಬೆಳೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಒಂಥರ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಸದೆ ಇರಿದಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. That we call it as conflict of interest between, we call it as, it is member of parliamentarians, MLAs or the ministers. This we are seeing. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಾಸ್, ಆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್. This is the challenge we are seeing here. But it is way long back. In the last 50 years, we have clearly said that education should not be a profitable job. Education should be, we call it as a service towards the society. But now, as we modernize, we are commercializing this education itself. It is yesterday I was seeing like a fee, like the list of the Delhi. Now, ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳಿಗೆ LKG, pre-KG, UKG ಗೆ 2.25 ಲಕ್ಷ ಅಂತೆ. ಅದ್ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಹಂಗಂತೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಂತದ್ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಮೇ ಬಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಸ್ರೋ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಏನೇ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು 50,000 ಅಲ್ವಾ? 2.25 ಲಕ್ಷ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ರುಪಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಡಿಕ್ಲೈನಿಂಗ್ ನಾವು 100 rupees ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್. ನಾವು ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 2.25 ಲಕ್ಷ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಓಕೆ ಡನ್. It is next one, we call it as the next topic we call it as the 50 years of emergency. 50 years of emergency. Now ಏನಪ್ಪ 50 years of emergency ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ 50 years ಸೆಲೆಬ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ? Why 50 years? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಪಕ್ಕನಾ? Now with respect to our 50 years of, we call it as emergency, the first one, now why this 50 years? Because now it is one of the emergency was being misused by the particular governments. Now that it has been misused on, we call it as 25th June, we call it as the 1975. 25th June 1975, our constitution was being murdered, and this was being imposed in an undemocratic manner, and that has been declared as, we call it as Samvidhan Hatya Divas. Since 2023, it is 25th of June is being celebrated as what day? Samvidhan Hatya Divas. We are celebrating it as, we call it as Samvidhan Hatya Divas anta celebrate ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Second one. Now that emergency we call it as national emergency. Now this national emergency was being, it is imposed under which article? Under article 352. ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಂದ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ ಪಟ್ಪಟ ಅಂತ 352, and it is how many or on what grounds or on how many grounds we can introduce national emergency? On 3 grounds. It is war, external aggression. Now initially internal disturbance ittu. Now it has been replaced at armed rebellion. By which amendment? 44th constitutional amendment. Now who can introduce? Now who can impose our national emergency? President of India can impose. Now after getting approval from the parliament, now parliament approval beke beku. Now within how many months we need to get an approval? Within 1 month, perfect. Now 1 month approve madadre, now this will be applicable. It is 6 months. Now 6 months approval is required, and it can be imposed n number of times for an unlimited period of time. For an unlimited period of time. Now this should be passed with what majority? Special majority. Now this need to be passed with what majority? Special majority anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು our next major important one. Now we call it as R. It is ಏನ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it has ಏನ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? That is Article 19 automatically suspended. But ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ automatically suspend ಆಗಲ್ಲ. Now President of India should proclaim that. President of India now should issue a notification. Now suspending, we call it as other fundamental rights except which one? 20 and 21. Except 20 and 21, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ just ಅಷ್ಟೇ brief idea. Done. This we call it as the 50 years of, we call it as the 50 years of emergency. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? Now 50 years, it is 20th June has been celebrated as, we call it as Samvidhan Hatta Divas. We are celebrating 50 years also. Second one, Article 352 talks about national emergency on the grounds of war, external aggression, or we call it as the now armed rebellion. Initially it was internal disturbance. Now after this it is misuse. We have renamed or we have amended it as, we call it as armed rebellion matra. And the third one, this was applicable from 1975 in the, it is, we call it as 21st of March 1977. Around we call it as 2 years. And next one, Article 19 is being suspended automatically ಆಗಿದ್ದು. And which article? Article 358. Now other, it is fundamental rights can also be suspended under which article? 359. For that, it is the President proclamation is required. President proclamation is required. It is except yadappa antandre Article 20 and 21. It is how many times the emergency has been imposed? National emergency 3 times. It is 2 legal, 1 illegal. Now 2 legal yavagappa andre 1962 and we call it as 1971. 1971, it is added all the things. 3 grounds within 1 month, special majority for by 6 month duration can be extended for unlimited period of time. Now who can revoke? It is both. Nothing but Lok Sabha can revoke or President can also revoke. In Prelim, fundamental rights impact agutte, federal structure and laws also gets impacted. Then this is easier. Anyways, you are aware about the basics also. Next one getting called as, it is assent of the bills. Assent of the bills. Now ಈಗ assent ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಏನಪ್ಪ assent ಅಂದ್ರೆ? ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ನೀವೇನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು? assent ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? Assent in simpler manner we call it as the signing of a bill. Now it is without the signature of a governor or a president, will the bill becomes an act? It will never become we call it as an act. Now ಯಾರ ಸಿಗ್ನೇಚರ್ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಸಿಗ್ನೇಚರ್ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. Nothing but it is a state or it is we call it as state at state level or it is a state at central level, it is mandatory ಆಗಿ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಮೇಜರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಅಸೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಸೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ governor belongs to we call it as now the ruling party at center. Now governor belongs to we call it as now ruling party at center, and with respect to at state level think that if it is opposition automatically if any bill which has been passed by we call opposition, will the governor give an assent? No. But what to do now? Now if you take an example of Tamil Nadu, 30 bills have been pending. It is now major agi the Ravi was not giving an assent to the we call it as the bills which have been passed by we call it as passed by it is Tamil Nadu we call it as assembly. Now he has been transferred to we call it as it is West Bengal, governor of West Bengal. Okay now ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ. The second question is now the question is sir ಈಗ ಪಾಸೇ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸೈನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಾಗ don't you think it is a people's authority will be compromised? ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ? 3 ತಿಂಗಳು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. 3 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಿಗ್ನೇಚರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಸೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಡಿಕ್ಲೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. And that we call it as deemed assent. Nothing but we'll give you 3 months. Now without 3 months if you are not giving an assent, you cannot sit on the bills. For very long term. Now within 3 months approval kottilla antandre ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು? It is we will declare it as automatically passed. But now it is governor related agi it is major judgment kotru. But now president became arrogant Draupadi Murmu became arrogant. Now, who the hell are you to declare it as deemed assent? That's the simple question asked by the president. Nothing but she declared, we call it as advisory jurisdiction. Now, advise ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Nothing but ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿರೋದೇ. Nothing but assenting, it's a power of legislature. It's an assenting is a power of only president or governor. Now, on what authority you judiciary has stepped into the power of legislature? See, judiciary is every time it's not right, it is they are also stepping in the power of the we call it legislature also. Nothing but clearly they said that they issued 143. Article 143 issue ಮಾಡಿ. Now, yes, on what authority you have declared? Now, ಆಗ judiciary ಭಯ ಆಯಿತು. And they said that ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಪವರ್ ಅಲ್ವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದನ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಜಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ. Nothing but ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is they gave a ruling saying that it is I cannot we call it as give a timeline to give an assent. I cannot give a timeline. At the same time, I cannot go for automatic, we call it as it is approval also. I cannot go for automatic approval also. Nothing but we call it as I cannot go for which one? Deemed assent also. Deemed assent authority kuda nanigilla anta. And the judiciary declared it as we call it as deemed assent as null and void. Deemed assent as unconstitutional. They declared nothing but deemed assent as we call it as unconstitutional declared. And second one, 3 ತಿಂಗಳ time ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ because judiciary's role is only to protect the constitution. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಟಚ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಇಷ್ಟ ಗುರು, ನಾನು ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಪಾಕೆಟ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಸಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅಬ್ಸಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನನ್ನ ಇಷ್ಟ, ನೀನ್ ಯಾರು ಕೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಶಂಸಿ ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪಾಯ್ತು, ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ನೀವು ಬೇರೆ 143 ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಅಡ್ವೈಸರಿ ಪವರ್, ನೀವು ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರು ಬೇರೆ ಶಂಸಿ ಅಂತ. Yes, because it is when it is 143 automatically there will be a team of the lawyers will be going to Supreme Court. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಘಟಾನ್ ಗಡ್ಗಿಲ್ ತರ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೇಳಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಅಂತ. And automatically they said that it is illa na madi tappu because we don't have any power with respect to we call it as constitution. And second one, they clearly said that deemed assent has been declared as what? Unconstitutional. Deemed assent andre nothing but we call it as automatic, it is we call it as it is passing of a bill has been declared as what? Unconstitutional. Nothing but in our constitution we have clearly said that without the governor's assent or without the president assent no bill can become an act. ಆಗದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಡೀಮ್ಡ್ ಅಸೆಂಟ್ ನಾವ್ಯಾಕಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ನಾವು ರಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓಕೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ has clearly said that it is in the name of an assent, in the name of article 200 or in the name of article 201 you cannot sit on the bills when it is passed by the state assembly. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದಲ್ಲ ನೀವು, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಆಸ್ ಸೂನ್ ಆಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ತಪ್ಪು, ನನ್ನ ಪವರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಎಕ್ಸರ್ಸೈಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ರಿಷನ್, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನಾಟ್ ಸಿಟ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಬಿಲ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಯು ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಪಾಸ್ ದ ಬಿಲ್ ಆಸ್ ಸೂನ್ ಆಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್. ಬಿಲ್ ಸರಿಗಿಲ್ವಾ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ. ನೀವು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿಗ 113 ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವ್ ಯಾರು ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ 224, ಅದ್ರ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ 113 ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವ್ರು ಪ್ರತಿ ಬಾರಿ ವಿತ್ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರ. ಇದು ಸರಿಗಿಲ್ವಾ ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿ, ಇದು ಸರಿಗಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ರಿಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೋಸೆಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಹಣ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಫೈನಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಖರ್ಚೆಲ್ಲ ಉಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ruling in opposition, that won't work. And this we call it as advisory power which has been used by yaru, which was used by we call it as yaru, the president. Be cautious here. Now will article you should know about article 200 and article 201 talks about what? Now assent on the bills which has been passed by the state. The second one, what is article 142? Now to do complete justice, Supreme Court has authority. 143 andre it is advisory power of whom? The president. Advisory power of president. Now they can ask an advice from yarinda? Supreme Court inda matra. Now in eradu case alli our advice tagobodu. One, now pre-constitutional the cases, and we call it as the constitutional cases or post-constitutional cases. ಇವೆರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ಆಗಿ ಕೊಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಪ್ರೀ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕೊಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್, ಬಟ್ ಎರಡು ಕೇಸಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬೈಂಡಿಂಗ್. ಹೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇನಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಯ್ತು ಮಾರಾಯ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Nothing but in pre-constitutional cases, Supreme Court they need to give an advice. And this we call it as the advisory power of Supreme Court. Done? Sir, idella okay sir. Now for the first time, which president has introduced absolute veto? Now, who has introduced absolute veto? It is Rajendra Prasad. In which year? 1954. Now, who was the first person to issue? We call it as absolute veto. Na yaar issue ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? It is Rajendra Prasad, the first president of India. Second, now who introduced suspensive veto? Suspensive ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. Suspensive veto ನ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? We call it as APJ Abdul Kalam in 2006. APJ Abdul Kalam in 2006. But recently, our 15th, we call it as President of India, Draupadi Murmu. He has issued, we call it as advisory jurisdiction of which one? Advisory jurisdiction of, we call it as Supreme Court. Advisory jurisdiction of Supreme Court. Okay, alva. And this we need to know with respect to, we call it as the different cases also. Next topic, we call it as the Speaker of Lok Sabha. The Speaker of, we call it as the Lok Sabha. Now, we know the add ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಉಲ್ಲಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ Now, Ullas, the New India Literacy Program ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Now, which is the first state to achieve literacy? And Ullas, Kerala, Mizoram. Second, Goa. Third, Tripura. Now, UT Sali, first one, we call it as Major Agi, Lakshadweep, followed by adadmele it is Chandigarh kuda ide, Ladakh kuda ide. Total agi it is 6 ಆಗಿದಾವೆ ಈಗ. Total ಆಗಿ 6 ಆಗಿದಾವೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಅಂತೂ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್. ನಾವು UT Sali ಯಾವ್ದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಲದಾಖ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಚಂಡೀಗಢ has achieved already. ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ. ಹಿಮಾಚಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ ಓಕೆ. ಹಿಮಾಚಲ್ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಪಕ್ಕ ಡೇಟಾ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಾ? Okay. It's Himachal Pradesh also. But ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅದರ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. First one is mandatory required. And the next one we call it as the Speaker of Lok Sabha. Now, Speaker of Lok Sabha ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿ. Now, who is the Speaker of Lok Sabha? Now, ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, because against whom? March 11 to 2026. March 11 to 2026. Now, major ಆಗಿ it is opposition has brought in ಏನು ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ? Now we call it as no confidence motion against, we call it as the Lok Sabha, the presiding officer called as Om Birla. But pass ಆಗತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆಗಕ್ಕೆ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನಾವು ಬಿಡೋದು ಯಾವ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ಗೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇದನ್ನ ತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮುಜುಗರ, ಎಂಬ್ಯಾರಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ನಾವು ಮುಜುಗರ, ಮುಖಕ್ಕೆ ಮಸಿ ಬೆಳೆದಂಗೆ ಸಾಕವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾಕವ್ರಿಗೆ. The question is we call it as, now what is speaker? Now, who is the first speaker? First speaker ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is before to independence. Before to independence ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, it is the Frederick ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now, Indian we call it as the deputy speaker ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ we call it as, it is Vittal Bhai Patel. The Vittal Bhai Patel ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ. First Indian ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ Vittal Bhai Patel ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Vittal Bhai Patel. Before to independence, it is during we call it as 1925 ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ. The second one, now was the first speaker after independence? T.V. Mavlankar. T.V. Mavlankar, who is the first women speaker? Now Meera Kumar. Kumar. The first, the women speaker. Now the post of speaker was being originated from which GY? GY Act of 1919. Government of India Act of 1919. Government of India Act of 1919. Now which article talks about speaker? It is 93, 94 talks about speaker. 93 and 94 talks about speaker. Okay na? Now 93 talks about majorly about the speaker, the position, but 94 talks about your it is remove 94 talks about removal. But 93 talks about is the presiding officer of which house? Lower house or Lok Sabha or legislative assembly at the state level. Second one, now E one Lok Sabha antakanta speaker. Now how he is being elected? Now elected among the members of the Lok Sabha with what majority? With we call it as the simple majority anta kariತೀವಿ. With we call it as simple ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Now Lok Sabha speaker normally goes to ruling party. Normally goes to we call it as ruling party. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗೆ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ it is ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Automatically it clearly shows that it goes to ruling party. But it is deputy speaker post normally as a convention goes to whom? It is opposition. It's not mandatory, but convention ashte. As a convention, the deputy speaker post goes to which one? It is opposition. Second. Third one. Now what is the role of the speaker? Now he chairs the meetings of what? Chairs the meetings of, we call it as the lower house. Now in his absence, deputy speaker. Deputy speaker illa andre now panel of speakers anta ಕರೀತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಬಟ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅಗೇನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲೋಕಸಭಾ. ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ದ ದೆನ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವೋಟಿಂಗ್. ಅದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಫುಲ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವೋಟಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರಿಮೂವ್ ದಿಸ್ ಓಂ ಬಿರ್ಲಾ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಡನ್. ಬಟ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಒಂದು ನಿಯತ್ತಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. 14 days ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಅಗೇನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್. ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ? ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋವರೆಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ಸ್ ದ ಮೇಜರ್ ಒನ್. ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಡಿಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡಿಸಾಲ್ವ್. Now speaker will be up till we call it as the next we call it as elected government iro varege. Okay na? Istu already nimage gottide. It is not any, just I'm giving some hints ashte. The next one we call it as disqualification. Sakkat important. Yes, qualification. Yes, qualification. Recent ಆಗಿ ಯಾರನ್ನಾದ್ರೂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ? ಹೋಗಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಆಗ್ತಾರಾ? Now major we call it as major recent judgment related to we call it as it is our the former Assent MP ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ disqualification ಆಯ್ತು. And second one we call it as the Vinay from we call it as Hubli Dharwad region ಗೆ. Now he has been sentenced. Now for more than 2 years sentence ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, he'll be disqualified automatically. But the question is ನಾನು already ಹೇಳಿದೆ. Now beat any post, is it a permanent post? No. Now in India the post is not permanent. Be cautious. ನಾವ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಿಯತ್ತಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂಡ್ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ that post will be permanent in nature. Now when we are not it is abiding to the rules and regulations, automatically that post will become vacant. Now the question is, on what basis we can disqualify an elected members of parliament or elected members of legislative assembly or legislative council? ಯಾವ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ there are three grounds where we can disqualify a members or the politicians. One, it is mentioned in our constitution. Second one we call it as the RPA Act of which one? 51. Yakin after elections alva 51. The third, the 10th schedule, anti-defection, brought in via 52nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1985. Okay na? Now we sir, with respect to our constitution and with respect to our RPA, who has the authority to disqualify? Now, who has the authority to disqualify anta kelidre, it is major and ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, head of the state has the authority. It's not only president. At the state level ಯಾರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ? Governor of the state on the recommendation of ಏನು? Election Commission of India. ಅವರೇ ತೊಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನೀನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. Nothing but they need a consultation from ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ? Election Commission of India. But with respect to 10th schedule, now 10th schedule they need to take a consent from whom? It is the presiding officer. It's not speaker. It can be speaker or it can be chairman or it can be deputy speaker or it can be deputy chairman. Who has authority? It is the presiding officer as the authority under, we call it as 10th schedule of our Indian constitution. You already got to the 4 criteria. Voluntary resignation. Now if any independent member joins any political party from 0 day, third one, nominated member joins any political party after 6 months, and the fourth one, it is not abiding to the guidelines given by whip. ಈ 4 ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಎಸ್ ಆರ್ ನೋ? ಈಗ ನಾಳೆ ಪ್ರದೀಪ್ ಈಶ್ವರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಾವು ಇಫ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅಬೈಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದ ವಿಪ್ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಹೋಗಲೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ 10th schedule. But if he is not, it is if he has violated RPA, if he has created some enmity, if any particular person has, it is convicted for more than 2 years, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ? Automatically governor will disqualify them on the recommendation of ಏನು? Appointing authority, on the recommendation of Election Commission of India. ಅವರೇನ ನಿಮ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅಂತ. ಇವಾಗ ನಾನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಇವರು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. As a reason, Election Commission of India recommendation is mandate. Now on what basis we can disqualify? We call it as 3 conditions. Which are the 3 conditions? One is we call it as on the basis of constitution. Constitution ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ we call it as 102 subclass 1 and article 191 also. Now 102 talks about MPs, 191 talks about the state legislatures. The state legislatures is Samvidhana. Second one we call it as the RP Act of 1951. Now RP Act of 1951 talks about creating, we call it as electoral fraud ಮೂಲಕ election ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ, it is booth capturing ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, it is major, we call it as false votes. Second one, promoting enmity, dowry ತಗೊಂಡಿರಬೇಕಾಗಿರಬಹುದು, adulteration of foods. And if a person is convicted for minimum how many years? 2 years. Now 2 years ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಈಗ think that ಒಬ್ಬ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಜೈಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಜೈಲ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಇದೆ? 6 years ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲವರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಈಗ ಜೈಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಓಟ್ ಹಾಕಲ್ವಾ ನಾನು ಜೈಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಪ್ಪಿ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್? ಅದೇ ಜೈಲಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 3 ಬಿಟ್ಟಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಈಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಂದಾಗ, ಡೋಂಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಮಿ ರಾಂಗ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ತಾನೇ ದೊಡ್ಡರಾಗೋದು. ಅಂಡ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಜೈಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಧಮಕಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ವೋಟರ್ಸ್ಗೆ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ವಸಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನೀವು ವೋಟ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಜೈಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್? ಇಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ದಾಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಜೈಲ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ನ ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ನ ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ 6 years ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಮನೇಲಿ ಇರುವಂತ, ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಇದೆ. ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ RPA. ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ RPA ನಿಮ್ ನೆನಪಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 2 years ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಹಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಫಾರ್ 2+ years. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 2+ years ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ he'll be disqualified under which one? RP Act of 1951. ಅಂಡ್ ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ನ ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ 6 years ಅಂದ್ರೆ 8 years ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಬರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಈಸ್ ಯೂತ್ ನಾವು ಯೂತ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ 8 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬರಲೇಬೇಡ ಗುರು ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 2 years plus 6 years ಕೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ plus 8 years ಬರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ನೀನು. Now that is being mentioned here, we call it as statutory provisions called as RPA Act of 1951. Now in both these cases, who has authority ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ President of India has the authority to make such laws with respect to the RPL as well as 191 or 102. Now we also have an authority under the 10th schedule. With respect to 10th schedule, who has authority? Now who has authority ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ we call it as presiding officer under 4 criteria. One is voluntary resignation, second one not abiding to the guidelines given by whip, and the third one we call it as it is any nominated member joining any political party after 6 months. The fourth one we call it as independent member joining any political party, automatically they are being disqualified under which schedule? 10th. Okay na? Then it is ಜನರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮೋಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ automatically it comes under disqualification because we are supreme ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ. Then sir ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇರಬೇಕಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು, obviously disqualification should be strengthened still more because when we are talking about ADR, what's ADR? Association of Democratic Reforms. Association of Democratic Reforms prakaram, it is 43% of the MPs who are present in the parliament, they have a criminal background. And out of that, 27% of them have, we call it as a criminal background or they have done heinous crime against humanity. Nothing but women's ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, children's ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಿರೋ ರೇಪ್ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ should be very stringent manner. Nothing but ಯಾರು ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೋ ಅವರು ಅನರ್ಹರಾಗಬೇಕು. Nothing but they should be disqualified. They should not be deserving candidates. Nothing but ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಹೌದು ಇಲ್ವೋ? Recently Raghav Chadha was also asking that. I think that if it is a service andaga, why we need to pay a salary and pension? If it is a job andaga, there must be, it is, we call it as qualification anta. It is, he was asking question. Adukoskara avanu bayi muchibittu tagdibitru. Nodu Aam Aadmi Party inda, it is the major agi, it is the spokesperson in Rajya Sabha has been removed. Because our money tappu, because he was majorly targeting, we call it as targeting yarna antandre, it is the Congress, and he was friendly towards the ruling party, and on that basis he was being removed as we call it as the main spokesperson in Rajya Sabha. Okay, well bandaga there are two important cases. One we call it as Lily Thomas case, highly important one. Now Lily Thomas case enagutte antandre nenpitko Lily Thomas case versus Union of India in the year 2013. Now in this Lily Thomas case, they have clearly said that one who have convicted, now they should be immediately disqualified anta. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಈಗ ಮೇಜರ್ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ರೇಪ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸಮ್ 3 years. ಬಟ್ ಸಡನ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ದೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಟು ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಸ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಯಾವ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. Yes or no, boss? Yeah, think that it is I am from ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ತಾಲೂಕು ಅನ್ಕೋಣ, it is ರಾಮನಗರ ತಾಲೂಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೋಣ. ಬಟ್ ನಾ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is nothing but some politicians have done a murder and it is on their murder, it is the case is pending in district court against ಇದ್ದಾಗ it is judgment ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವತ್ತು. Judgment saying that it is this person has done a murder ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು 7 years ಜೈಲ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ. ನಾವು 7+6 ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬರಂಗೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಅದೇ ಮಾಡಿ ವಯಸ್ಸಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಮುದುಕರಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಹೋಗೋಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ 40 ಆಗಿರುತ್ತಾ? 40+ ಒಂದು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿ ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ 13 ಅಂದ್ರೆ 60 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು ರಿಟೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏಜ್. Now the question is, I want to be in politics, what to do now? ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಲೋವರ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈಗ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕೇಸ್ ಬರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬರ್ದಿದೆ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. It is ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಲ್ಲ, it is related to we call it as the ವರ್ತೂರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, or like the recent one related to the Kolar, it is MLA. All this they have a criminal background, but they will bring in a stay ತಂದಾಗ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ 2018 ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ saying that it is stay ಮಣ್ಣು ಮಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಷನ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರೂವನ್ ಗಿಲ್ಟಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರೇ ಪ್ರೂವನ್ ಗಿಲ್ಟಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅವರೇ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅವಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ your disqualification will be revoked. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? getting it? The same court, nothing but it is in the year 2018, the Lok Prahari versus Union of India. Disqualification can only be revoked or can only be reversed if the conviction itself is stayed ಅಂತ. Conviction itself is stayed. ಇವಾಗ ಸ್ಟೇ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕಲಿ ದ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೆಂಟ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್, ನಾವೀಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಆ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಸ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಅವರು? ಬಟ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಯು ಸಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಒಂದು 3 months ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ನೆವರ್ ಗಿವ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟೇ ಆನ್ ದ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಜೈಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೋಣ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಅ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. You need to be more cautious here. Now, how this process runs, anta. The first one, it is in, we call it a Lily Thomas case. The first judgment, they clearly said that it is as soon as the conviction is proved, immediately they should be disqualified. Automatic disqualification ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. But ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, it is ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಫೈಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ. Somehow they used to prove that it is MLA has done a murder ಅಂತ, and disqualification ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದಾಗ there will be always be an opponent. Now opponent ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is your election ಇಂದಾನೆ ತೊಲಗಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, it is criminal cases as was being filed against this MLA or MP. But once ಅದು ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆದ್ರೆ, nothing but prove ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಸರ್, ಅವ್ರು ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. Nothing but we call it as conspiracy also amounts to what? Murder. Conspiracy ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎತ್ತರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸಾಕು. But conspiracy is equal to murder. ಇದನ್ನ ಮಿಸ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಸಮ್ ಆರ್ ದ ವೇ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಆಸ್ ಎನ್ MLA or an MP. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬ್ರಾಟ್ ಇನ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಲೋಕ್ ಪ್ರಹರಿ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಯೂನಿಯನ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ 2018. ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇ ಸೆಡ್ ದಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ಡ್. ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಂತ. ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇ ಆದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು ನನಗೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ, ದೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಟು ಅಪ್ಪರ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಹೈಯರ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ದ ಆರ್ಡರ್. ಬಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅವರು ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಕೊಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾರೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಅ ಸ್ಟೇ, ಗೋ ಟು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್. ನಾವು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದಿನ್ 6 months ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಸ್ ಡೀಲ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಟ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ನೌ ದೇ ಆರ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಚಾಲೂಸ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್, ದಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಫ್ಯೂ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ಹೂ ಡೀಲ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಕೇಸ್. ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಟೆನ್ಯೂರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಡು ದ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್. ಸ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಜೈಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಬೇಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರು ನಿಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿನ ನಿಲ್ಬೋದಲ್ವಾ. ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಮಸಲ್ ಪವರ್, ಮನಿ ಪವರ್, ಅಂಡ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ criminal background is playing a huge role in elections. This we need to modify, but unfortunately this modification should be done by the politicians itself. But why will the politicians amend this? That's the major challenge. It is we are seeing here. Done. The next one we call it as the 50 years of, we call it as official language. The ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ, ಸ್ಟೇ ತಗೋ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಈಗಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ, ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಷನ್, ನೀನ್ ಜೈಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಪ್ಪ, ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಇರು ಅಂದಾಗ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೆಟ್ ರಿವೋಕ್ಡ್. ಬಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡ್ ರೀಸನ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾಟ್ ದೇ ವೋಂಟ್ ಗಿವ್ ಅ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೇ ಆನ್ ದ ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂಥರ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ಲಿ ಟು ಪ್ಲೇ ಅ ಗೇಮ್ ಅಂತ. Okay, next one. Now we call it as, the next one we call it as the Department of Official Languages. Department of, we call it as official languages. Now Department of Official Language ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಗೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ನಾವು ಏನಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, now we are celebrating 50 years of, we call it as the Department of Official Languages. Now what's the official language of India? Now official language of India yadappa andre, there are 2 official languages. Official language ಇದೆ boss, it has national language ಇಲ್ಲ. official language ಇದೆ, ಯಾವ್ದೋ official language ಎರಡಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಹಿಂದಿ written in ದೇವನಾಗರಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್, ಹಿಂದಿ in ದೇವನಾಗರಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್, official purpose ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನ official language. ಅದು official language ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಎರಡನೇದು ಯಾವ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಎಸ್ ನಮ್ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವಂತರ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್, ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ದ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ has been declared as, we call it as. ಹಂಗ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಏನೋ ಫಾರಿನ್ ಊಟ ಬಂದಿದಾರೆ ಹಂಗ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಶಿತವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇಸ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ And the major one with respect to our Karnataka. Now Karnataka as the official language idiyappa. Now majorly we call it as Kannada jotege English. Now we are planning to add which one? The Tulu also. The Tulu also. And the third one we should know about, we call it as scheduled languages. Scheduled languages is 22, which is present in which schedule? Now 8th schedule of our Indian Constitution. 8th schedule of our Indian Constitution. Now this Tulu. Now Tulu na major agi it is the 8th schedule hakbeku anta. At the same time we are planning to add it as a part of, we call it as our official language of the state also. And which is the committee which has been established to study about Tulu? We call it as, the first one we call it as Mohan Alva. Now you Usharilla anbittu we have replaced it with Gayatri committee. We have replaced it with, we call it as Gayatri committee. It is Gayatri committee has been established to study about, we call it as Tulu. And recently we call it as, majorly we call it as Garo, Kasi and Jaintia has also been added as which one? The official languages in Meghalaya. It is, we call it as the Garo, Kasi and Jaintia has also been added as what? Official languages. Modalu Kasi matra ittu, major language. But ivaga now it has been added as, we call it as Garo also. It is, we call it as, it is Jaintia languages also been added as, we call it as the official languages of which one? Official languages of, we call it as, it is the states. Then Pitkolin. Now it is can we impose language on any states? Now ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. Now ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ it is we are criticizing we call it as 3 language formula. We are criticizing the 3 language formula. ಏನಪ್ಪ 3 language formula ನಮಗೆ ಎರಡೇ ಸಾಕು. 2 language formula is more than sufficient. It is Kannada and English is more than sufficient. Why we want to learn Hindi anta? That's a major one. See, we are not interested antalla. It is imposition should not be imposed on us. Because India is an heterogeneous country, imposition is not being tolerated by us. Okay, notice well. Major we call it in Karnataka itself. We have seen a movement called as, we call it which movement? Again Sanskrit. It is Gokak Sheluvali. The Gokak movement, we have seen a huge amount of opposition. And that we have seen, it is adukoskara opposition is not tolerable at any cost. But when we are talking about it as Department of Official Languages, now this Department of Official Languages which has been established in the year, we call it as the June 1975. 1975. Now we are celebrating how many years? We are celebrating 50 years. Comes under, we call it as Independent Department under Ministry of Home Affairs. Independent Department under Ministry of Home Affairs. Now who is the minister on the Kedre? Amit Shah. Now what is the main objective of this? What is the main objective of this? Now Hindi should be used across India as an official language. That's the main objective of this department. And we are also celebrating 50 years. We are also celebrating 50 years. Give us questions irbodu. Now this is about our use of Hindi for official languages across India. Adana Tenikos promote madi anta. Now yava Hindi appa antandre, it is Hindi written in, we call it as Devanagari script. Because you know Hindi is, it has multiple, we call it as the script and multiple dialects also. And in multiple dialects and multiple scripts namak beda, but yen beku antandre it is Devanagari script matra beku, official language of the script matra beku anta. And this we need to know with respect to our Department of Official Languages. Next one we call it as NMC. Next one we call it as NMC. What's NMC? National Medical, we call it as Commission. Now already in commission andre enu? Expert members irtare. Now the question is, now initially we had MCI. What's MCI andre? Medical Council of India. Now this Medical Council of India has been replaced with, we call it as National Medical Commission. Now National Medical Commission in which year? 2019. ಈಗ ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಾವು ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ, ನಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ನಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಅವರು ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಬಟ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ನೋಡಿದ ಪೂವರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕಪ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲಿ? ನಾವು ನಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸರ್, ಈ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ವಿ ಕಾಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇರ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇರ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ 33 ಜನ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. 33 members. Under this 33 members, one will be chairman and second one will be 10 will be part time. In ಮಿಕ್ಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತ 22 ಜನ ಏನಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ? ಫುಲ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಫುಲ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. 10 are part time, 22 are considered to be what? It is the major agi full-time members. Now these full-time members are being, it is nominated for a period of how many years? 4 years. Thus part-time members are being nominated for a period of how many years? 2 years. ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. Now sir ಇದೆಲ್ಲ okay sir, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ okay, but your ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು? Now I already said that it replaces Medical Council of India established under a statutory provision called as National Medical Commission Act of which year? 2019. Second one, now act idre ಯಾವ body ಇದು? Statutory body. What's the main role of this? What's the main role of this NMC commission na kelsa ಏನು? It is first one, medical education na control ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, and they are also regulating, we call it as doctors also. Now RMP doctor ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ, doctor ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, regulate ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. Hope you getting it? It is why there is AMR increasing in India. Antimicrobial resistance are increasing in India. What is the reason for that? The major reason ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ because it is doctors ಕೆಲಸ doctor ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, it is major ಆಗಿ it is ಅವ್ರು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, they are working as a doctors, RMP doctors. It is medical practitioners, they are working as doctors in, we call it as, it is rural medical practice. RMP ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಹಳ್ಳಿಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್, ಎಲ್ಲ RMPಗಳ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ because after studying MBBS they are not interested to go and settle in rural areas because high package salaries ಅನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ they need to give, it is huge amount of benefit for them to work in the rural areas. ಅವಾಗ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಓಕೆನಾ? Second one, their main objective here is we call it as medical education and medical practice in India. It has been governed by, we call it as NMC. ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆಟೋಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನಾಗತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is I cannot verify the standards, I cannot verify on what basis we can accept them, we can reject them. Now this NMC, it is headquartered in, we call it as New Delhi. It is present in, we call it as New Delhi. ಇವಾಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಾಡ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ because we brought in one nation one registration also. One nation one registration, ನೀವು ಓದೋ ನೋಡಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ ನಂಬರ್ ಯುನಿಕ್ ID has been provided to, we call it as the doctors. I think but RMP ಅಂದ್ರೆ RMP ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸೀರೀಸ್ ಬೇರೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಗಾದ್ರೆ ಸೀರೀಸ್ ಬೇರೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡಿ MD ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಬೇರೆ ಸೀರೀಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸೀರೀಸ್, ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸೀರೀಸ್. I think but we can clearly identify who is a doctor, who is not a doctor. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕೋಡ್ನ ಹಾಕಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಏನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅಥೆಂಟಿಕ್ ಡೇಟಾ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ you need to search it in, we call it as one nation one registration. One nation one registration, and this concept we call it as National Medical Commission, established ಯಾವಾಗ? 2019 by replacing which one? Medical Council of India. Now what's the composition we have? 33. What's the role of them? Role ಏನಪ್ಪಾ? It is regulating medical education. MBBS education ಅನ್ನ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಏನಿರಬೇಕು, ಏನು ಓದಬೇಕು, ಹೆಂಗ್ ಓದಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. At the same time medical practitioners ಅನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. And the third one works under which ministry? Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The fourth one, headquarters is in New Delhi. Headquarters is in New Delhi. It's a statutory body also. It's a statutory body also. We are left with some 2 or 3 books with books. The next one we call it as the Legal Services Authority Act of 1987. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಲೀಗಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸಸ್. ಸರ್ ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಬೇಕು ಬಟ್ ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ. ನಾವು ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಬರುತ್ತಾ? ನಾವು ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ LLB ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೆಲ್ಸದ ಅದೇ. ನಿಮ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಒದಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ, ಬಟ್ ಲಾ ಮುಗಿಯೋಷ್ಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಓಕೆನಾ, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಟು ನೋ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಲೂಪ್ ಹೋಲ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ಈ ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರೇನ್ ದೇವರುಗಳಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಲೂಪ್ ಹೋಲ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಹೌ ಟು ವಿನ್ ಅ ಕೇಸ್. ನಾವು ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಥಾಟ್ ಇನ್ LLB, ಹೆಂಗ್ ಕೇಸ್ನ ಗೆಲ್ಲಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದಿ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಬಟ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಇಸ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ದಟ್ ಹಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ನಾಟ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್. ಗೊತ್ತು ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಗೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ ತಕ್ಷಣನೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಟು ನೋ ದಟ್ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಡನ್ ರಾಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಹಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡನ್ ಅ ರಾಂಗ್ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಆದಾಗ he will only give a judgment saying that it is ನೀನೇ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದೀಯ ಅಂತ. ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋಂಗೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ he is abided to his rules and regulations. Nothing but based on the proof, based on judgment, he'll give a judgment. It's all depends on lawyer. Nothing but tappa saranilla. It's their own professional duty. Professional duty comes first than anything. Now, when we are talking about all those things, sir, without money, can we win a law? Antandre, yes, we can do it. Now, adukoskara we have a government sponsored law, and that we call it as Legal Services Authority Act of 1987. Now, under this, we have dedicatedly established, we call it as which all things? NALSA, we have established, we call it as NALSA at state level. At local level, we have established NALSA. Now, NALSA, National Legal Services Authority, and SALSA andre the state level service authority, and district level we call it as Services Authority has been established, where the economically weaker sections, it can be women, it can be children, orphans, the senior citizens, the SC, ST, they can get it at free of cost or at nominal cost also. Now, everything is not free, but sometimes it can be in what manner? Free agadru irbodu, athwa it can be in, we call it as nominal manner, and this we call it as legal services are being provided, the free of cost or at what cost? Nominal cost. And that we call it as the Legal Services Authority. Legal Service Authority established under. Now, which act upon andre? It is which article? Article 39A. What is 39A? The free, and it is we call it as the free and fair, the legal aid, the free legal aid. Second one, it is to establish 3-tier, we call it as the legal service authorities. One is NALSA, DALSA, and we call it as SALSA has been established. Will dances alla. Okay na? At the same time, it also provide Lok Adalat and permanent Lok Adalat. Now, Lok Adalat antakantadu, it is again nominal or free agirutte, but permanent Lok Adalat can take up cases which is more than what? 10 lakh rupees. Case value 10 lakh rupees ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದ್ರಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ we can reach permanent Lok Adalat. But ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ it is justice ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, it should be provided to everyone. It should be provided to, we call it as everyone. And coming to our the last second topic, now we call it as major ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ it is the passive euthanasia. So ಏನಕ್ಕೆ passive euthanasia recent ಆಗಿ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ it is in the year 2026 Harish Rana has been given, it is with respect to which one? Harish Rana has been given, we call it as a passive euthanasia. Now, in the world level, there are two types of euthanasia. One we call it as which one? One we call it as active. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಂಥರ lethal injections ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಸಾಯಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ? Active euthanasia. Now, second one, withdrawing the life support system. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಊಟ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಆಕ್ಸಿಜನ್ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದೇನಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ? We call it as passive euthanasia. What is passive euthanasia? It is withholding or withdrawing the life, the prolonged, we call it as life supporting the medical system, and that we call it as passive. Second one we call it as if we are injecting it with a lethal medicines to kill it, we call it as active. Which one is legal in India? Passive euthanasia is, we call it as legal in India. Now, the concept of passive euthanasia in India has been started from which judgment or from which verdict? Now, yadappa antandre Aruna Shanbag judgment of, we call it as 2011. Then particularly Supreme Court allows the first passive euthanasia that permits withdrawal of life support system. Now, a man is in, we call it as vegetative state. Now, he has been transferred from, it is UP inda, it is major, we call it as AIMS ge transfer ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರನ್ನ ಸಾಯಿಸಿದ್ರು. We call it as All India Institute of Medical Sciences ge transfer ಮಾಡಿ, it is careful investigation. After that, it is a patient's life was being withdrawn. Now, the patient should be in what state? Vegetative state. Vegetative ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದೆ, but he is not responding to any of the actions. Either it can be words, or it can be by written things, or it can be, it is ಏನೇ ಕರೆದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ವೆಜಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. Now, this has been evolved in a most popular judgments called as ಅರುಣಾ ಶಾನ್ಬಾಗ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. ವಿಚ್ ಇಯರ್ 2011. Done. The last topic. The last topic we call it as now scheduled caste. Now the recent judgment bantu. ಏನಪ್ಪ recent judgment ಅಂದ್ರೆ now the SCs, one who are converting it into, we call it as now any other religion except ಯಾವ್ದದು ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, except Hinduism, now Buddhism or Sikhism, now results in what? Results in loss of, we call it as scheduled caste. ಇವಾಗ ನೀವೇ ನೋಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, scheduled caste status ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ? Why we have given SC status to a particular person? Because that particular person has faced huge amount of, we call it as historical injustice. ಹೌದೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ನಾವು ಅವ್ರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವು ಹಿಸ್ಟಾರಿಕಲ್ ಇಂಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಹಿಸ್ಟಾರಿಕಲ್ ಇಂಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀರಾ? ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಕ್ರಿಸ್ಟಿಯಾನಿಟಿ. ನಾವು ನಥಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಹಿಂದೂಯಿಸಮ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಟು ವಿಚ್ ಒನ್? ನಾವು ಕ್ರಿಸ್ಟಿಯಾನಿಟಿ. The majority have converted to Christianity. But the thing is, when you convert to Christianity, you will get n number of benefits. But the question is, now you are in better position. Now better position ಆದ್ಮೇಲೂ ಕೂಡ, now should I need to give you ST status or SC status? ಅಂದ್ರೆ it is injustice. Because one who are still in Hinduism, they are facing that historical injustice. ಆ ಒಂದು ರಿಸರ್ವೇಶನ್ ಯಾರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು? Now 15% reservation ಯಾರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು? One who are within their own communities or within their own religion and they have faced the historical injustice, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ SC status ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. But one who have converted to Christianity or one who have converted to Islam or one who have converted to Jews, they will lose which one? SC status. This ends our, we call it as our complete aspect of, we call it as our, we call it as the polity, the sections. Done. Now when we come back tomorrow, this will take time because I have mixed all the topics also. It is some sports also I have mixed, some we call it as major agi, some gaming ivella. But environment bandaga there are specific topics tomorrow we'll discuss. Tomorrow we'll discuss about it is environment and we call it as economy. We'll discuss tomorrow. Done. Aram se mugiyate. In case if time permits, we can discuss about some internal security topics also. At the same time we'll discuss about awards also tomorrow. Done. No, hingagattu. It is at any cost tomorrow we'll discuss about environment topics, it is economy, at the same time internal security on ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ topic discuss. Done. This is all for today. I hope you guys enjoyed the class. Done. Online, is it clear? Done. You just give a like before leaving. Done. Yes. Thank you so much online. Yes. Done. Now you can just give a feedback about the class also. Yes. Done. Now this is my Telegram ID. My name. Done. Yes. Online, thank you.